Good morning, everybody. I was a little behind, I'm not gonna lie. So I hope my audio sounds okay. I usually test it before I go live. But hello, everybody. Hello, Clizzix. Hello, Happy Hearts. I saw this and tune in. Thank you. I appreciate it. I got Juice WRLD. I really like Juice WRLD, man. I was gutted when he passed away. That was such a sad experience. You know what I mean? Himari. Hello, Himari. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. You're always the funniest person in my chat. Sorry, Lanceth. Hi. Shiena, Lost World. Hello, hello. Shoop. Hello, everybody. Chun Chun Tai. Glad to catch a stream again. I'm glad you're here. This is the first stream I'll watch since the debut. Thank you. I appreciate you coming by. WSP. I'm a little confused. Clizzix. Good morning, Rago. Flare Devil, my favorite radio station. I mean, I'll take it. I'm almost done with my fan art. Aw, I look forward to it. Berry Moon, hi. How are you doing today? I am a little... I think I got everything. I feel like I'm missing something, like something I need to do. I was a little busy this morning. But I think I've got everything. Hi, Grape Jelly. How are you? I haven't been able to join the stream because I was either at work or else. That's fair. Like, I stream, you know. That's why I try to stream as long as possible. That way it's a little easier. But I don't take it personally. Don't worry. Ready for another KO's a drawing club. Oh, I think that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to do my references. Hold on. So I gotta get the coloring references. Oh, what's up means what's up. Okay. I am a little, I'm a bit of a hag and I'm a bit antiquated. So you gotta be a little bit, more clear. These children nowadays, all these acronyms, I have no idea. All right, I'm transferring over my little drawing reference. Hiya, Deku fan. I appreciate you stopping by again. My BFF is on call me right now, waiting for him to tell me what he's doing. It's a surprise. That sounds exciting. We must teach Mother KOs of the slang. For real. On God. Skibidi Riz. I like Skibidi Riz the best. It's so goofy. Children are crazy, I know. These youngsters. Okay. My cloth. My glove. Let me insert my little thingy. This line art took forever. I was dying yesterday. It was actually pretty funny. Let's see. I'm going to make it about this big. Stretch the canvas. I'll share my screen for the canvas in a second. I gotta make sure it looks all pretty. My internet's terrible. Man, sometimes my internet's terrible too. I have to probably call Cox this weekend. Or, what is it? It's Sunday. This week. Let's see. I really like this Miku. I don't really think that does much for us over here, though. Okay, I think I got everything, so I can transfer over. I've had drawing screen. Keep her innocent, don't teach her the brain rot. The pure. My internet is better this time. Yesterday we had a big storm. Big storms are scary. I used to live in like the Tornado Alley area. In like Tennessee, and I was terrified of tornadoes. It really, really sucked. Okay, hold on. Why does that always pop up? Get my little iPad up. Skibidi Toilet Riz Gyat Ohio On God Fax No Printer Phantom Tax. You got that one. Rookie. Where's my glove? Alright, so here are our coloring references. I don't know. Is there a difference between these two colors? I don't think so. I think it's just a darker background. Let me see. No, they're exact same. So I can just keep both of them, actually. This one emphasizes the coloring of the flakes or whatever. Yoshi's looking awesome. Thank you! She took a while to, should be 16 hours to do the liner, which is a little silly. Mogging everyone, Chun Chuns. I'm so hyped for the coloring. Yeah, coloring is exciting, I'll say. I'm curious, what kind of brushes do you use in Procreate? I only use the Studio Pen right here. I really need to get a photo of it so I can just link it in my description so you can see it easier. And then, with this stabilization settings is all I use. I never really got any new pens in this thing. Skibbity Edge Riz. Yacht. Color Theory Core. See, I don't even know anything about color theory. I just color what feels good. I remember one day someone was like talking about values and I'm like, I don't even know what that means. So Pretty Berry Moon. Thank you. I appreciate it. There are no differences, just the background. Yeah, there's a little bit. They're talking more about the little flare of the twin tail here. But I think I can just wait and not use that one right now. Like this a tiny bit smaller. Coloring is my favorite part of the digital art process. On God. See, I'm picking up on you youngsters. You know, I love coloring for all of 3 minutes and then I hate it. I like line art. Like, line art is so much fun to me. I don't think this is really useful here because it's so dark. I really don't think so. It's good as an inspiration. I'll keep it for inspiration, though. Actually, I'll tuck you on this same layer that I'm hiding so I don't see it. All my homies hate line art. You know, a lot of people say that, and I always find that really fascinating because it's my favorite process. I think Procreate could use some crispy square brushes. I'm not really sure what you mean by crispy square. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's see. Now for this, it's gonna be a little tricky because this is a separate layer. Let's see. I guess no, I don't like that at all. I'll just keep this. I'll keep this fully white for now. We'll delete this. Well, what color do I want as a background? Do I want the background green again? It really does help my eyes, but I feel like it looks ugly on stream, not gonna lie. Maybe a darker color like the this. Let me see how that pops up. Let's try this ugly. Gotcha Weori is tweaking out in chat. GI beta on time to see the start. Thank you, Whiskey Slinky Doo. I hate actually making line art, but sometimes it's super satisfying when we do it right. Yeah. I hate drawing, makes it my career. Yeah, I hate coloring. Let's see. Maybe this color. Let's see. I'll do it like this, because like then you can see her color pop up a little more. Nah. Sorry guys, I'm gonna go back to the green. I can't explain it. Once you try, there's no going back. LOL. Once you try what? I wasn't paying attention. I feel you, Shoop. Just kidding, it's beautiful, sorry. Gotcha, you gotta be a little bit nice, okay? We're a nice little group of people in here, you know what I mean? You gotta be nice, gotcha. What's up, Jeff? Nice to see you again. I got one of your acrylic stands for Christmas. Aw, I hope you enjoy it. I love coloring, maybe because I'm actually not used to drawing. Yeah, that's so funny. That's so funny how I hear people's like differences on it. Alright, we'll just do this fully colored. Alright. I always, no matter what, start out with the skin. Let me get my little drawing thing on. Actually, I duplicated it. Give me one second, I gotta think. I feel... See, like, I'm having a trouble because I have this little cloth thing. It's like semi-transparent. So I feel like, okay, I'll just go as I figure it out. Grays usually recommend when doing the colors. Yeah, I noticed that, but I think I do really well with this like off green because it's very, very gentle on my eyes. Now the real question is, do I make this liner lower? Excuse me, compressed. Because this is a lot to deal with right here. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Just stopping by to say hey, Kayo said, thank you, Millie Moody. I appreciate you stopping by. This time I'm actually drawing an OC based on Kaito from Vocaloid. That's really, really cool. It's kawaii art. Thank you, Gotcha Weori. That was a very, very quick change in demeanor. Let's see. I'll just duplicate all this stuff just in case I need it. Stefan, howdy, hey. Hope everyone's doing well today. Me too. I had to take care of some stuff this morning and Yeah, I think maybe this will be a better time period because I'm trying to still feel exactly what works for me as far as like for live streaming. So I'd like to make like a consistent schedule where I'm like, for example, every day 11 to 8 or something like that. So I'm going to try this schedule today. I think this is pretty good because I was able to work on some of my business stuff that I take care of this morning. And I was able to exercise some. So I think if I control my time a little bit better, I'll be more effective, to say the least. And I was like, last night, I was like, I'm going to be a good kid. I'm going to read books as soon as I get into bed. That way I can sleep well. And I went straight to social media. Well, we're all going to be so productive today. Exactly. That's the type of mentality. As long as we're productive, you know, we're making progress in life, and that's really all that matters. Have you seen Project Sekai or played it? Yeah, I used to play it, and then I got a new phone. I just never reinstalled it, and I like it as a game. I don't really follow the storyline, to be completely honest with you. I just got done drawing Toji from Jujutsu Kaisen. That name sounds familiar. I've never seen Jujutsu Kaisen, though. I'm very behind on all the cool and hip animes out nowadays. You're so kind. I'm sub. As long as you be nice, you know, we'll be nice back, you know? You just have to be a little bit more gentle, Gachi. We'll be nice to you, as long as you guys are nice back, you know what I mean? I'm glad your channel's growing so fast. You think it's growing fast? That's funny. Not like I don't think that or anything, but it's just I really haven't been, I haven't really paid attention to it. Like, I think that's so funny, because, like, I know, like, again, like, I'm a very, you know, privileged situation where it's like, I just need to focus on drawing. But I really don't even pay a whole lot of attention to the growth. Sometimes, like, the idea of growth is kind of scary, because, like, the more growth you have, like, of course, the more people are gonna just, like, not vibe with you. So it is kind of scary, but, you know, I appreciate that you're noticing the growth. Thank you. I haven't went past episode 2. I love Toji, though. Good morning. Good morning, Blay. How are you doing? Good morning. I wish Project Sekai like game existed without all the story and haha stuff. Project Sekai is very disappointing me because it's a gacha game, not a music game. Yeah, I don't really like the storyline. I'm like, I guess because, like, you know, like, obviously, you know, I'm here for the Vocaloids. So I'm like, this is like, okay, cool. High school drama and emotions. But I'm a little, I'm a hag, thank you very much. I graduated high school and never looked back. So it's just not my cup of tea. I do like Enna, though. I, as the kids say, kin Enna. As the kids say, a kin for real, on God, skibbity. I have 2 figurines of Miku, Winter, and Blossom. That's cool, Happy Hearts. I always like taking pictures of my figures. It's a lot of fun. I hate rhythm gacha games. I love rhythm games. I love gacha games, not both though. Yeah, it's so stressful. It's like, I don't know. I don't like the whole stressful aspect of it. Does anybody know if they added that new, or any of the R906 songs into the game? Because I will go back to playing if they do that. But I don't know off the top of my head if they finally added them into the English server. No, I got the loading screen. I'm not seeing any bad connection on my end, I don't think. I downloaded for Miku, stayed for the story and the characters. Also a huge Enna fan. Yeah, that's fair. I just like, for example, like, what is it? Bang Dream was a very similar game to this. And like, I would never really play that game for the storyline. So it's like, it's not really going to change for Project Sekai. But I'm glad that, you know, this game that people are very, very attached to, is bringing more attention to Vocaloid. Because there's always an argument in the community whether the Project Sekai characters are the worst, or, you know, like, it ruined Vocaloid and all that aspect. And I'm just happy that, again, a lot of the creators that do Vocaloid-related stuff, are monetizing. Like, you know, like, they're getting, like, commissioned to make these songs for the games. And I'm like, that's really cool. So it's like, I think it's just a good tool for the Vocaloid community to continue growing. But a lot of people get upset because I guess there's a lot of misinformation that's spread because it's a lot of new fans, new and younger fans, because that's kind of like what Project Sekai markets to. But I think if we be very courteous to each other, I think there won't be very many problems. I also, one of my favorite cards today. That's cool. I do like the art. Like I like games that are really, really heavy on the art style. Like, excuse me, the art. And like that's like a big component of the game. I do like that aspect about Project Sekai. I mostly play on the JP server because there are more songs. Yeah, and we have to wait like a year over here in English. I love the virtual shows and the rhythm games. I never watched any of the virtual shows. Like, is it like a scheduled show that everyone watches at the same time? Kind of cool. Before I compress this layer, I'm just making sure it's not getting in any of my line art. But mostly it's just like, I'm not if anything, it's just like it's like a sub-genre of Vocaloid like anything else. I do think some of the, you know, the fans, like they're kind of foreign, like they're new to Vocaloid, so it's like sometimes misinformation is spread, and I think sometimes it's pretty funny. Yeah, we're getting more Vocaloid content by the game existing. Yeah, exactly. I know like there's like elitists and stuff like that, and I can understand the reason for it. But I think if we quote unquote all get along, I'll be the most successful. I'm reading the chat. Oh, I'm not bored while watching this. Okay, that's good. That's good. Gotcha. Weori? That's good. But if you do get bored, feel free. You don't have to stick around if you don't want, you know. So just do, you know, whatever makes you feel good. Vocal fans that came here from Sekai are like homeschool kids entering public society. That's a great way to put it. It's not always necessarily a bad thing, but you can tell. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. It's like you can tell. Yeah, there's a schedule, but it repeats for like 1 to 2 days. Ah, I see. This got me wanting to draw, so I'm gonna draw. You should. We should all draw together, even if we're not, you know, perfect. You should see me, which maybe you did see me yesterday. I was going crazy trying to get this damn pigtail correct. I could not for the life of me get her pigtails the way I wanted it to look. But I think I finally pulled it off. I was drawn now, so I'm bored and tired, and I stopped drawing. Okay. I think you should, you know, if you feel comfortable, you should continue drawing. Gotcha. That way, you know, because like drawing's a lot of fun. And a lot of people draw in here, and it's kind of fun. We all talk about us drawing together. It's like a big drawing club. Happy Hearts, I'm trying to draw the fan art, but had to redo it, suffering. Take your time, you know, like don't ever, you know, don't stress yourself thinking it's not perfect, and then, you know, but also like don't stress to be like really, like do it really quickly, because like sometimes like it takes me a long time. Like again, this just the line art took me 16 hours. So take your time, you know, there's no rush for anything. Drawing gang for real, exactly. The drawers. The K was a drawers. I always find it when people say drawer, like a drawer, like a, what is it called? Furniture. Me when the Teto is SV is not an Lloyd crowd. Oh yeah. Whatever the hell that meant. I don't understand. I'll just laugh and be like, yeah, true, so true. So true, for real. So true. I hope Ghetto gets some scale figures. Ghetto. Which one's Ghetto? I thought that blonde looking guy who was really angry from Jujutsu Kaisen looked cool. He has like really tiny glasses. I'm like, that's a cool guy. Even worse when people say drawler. Yeah, drawler. Drawler. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a good drawing. I know my friend called me a drawer, another one calls me a sketcher. Actually, I'm an artist. You know what's funny? I never really call myself an artist for whatever reason. I call myself more of an illustrator. So I think I focus more on like the illustration aspects of an artist. I don't know though. Like I feel like an artist, I don't know. I just don't feel, I feel like more like an illustrator, I think. I can't even really pinpoint why I think that. yeah, that's super cool. I mean, it took me a second to read what you meant. Ghetto is the guy with the black hair. Okay. I think I know who you're talking. Does he kind of look like a thug kind of guy? Like almost like a Yakuza kind of guy, I think. Need some water. You're such a good drawer. Thanks, I was born in IKEA, exactly. The drawers. Illustrator's under bleh. Illustrator is under the artist umbrella. Yeah, I agree, but it's just like I feel like because like I focus more on just like illustrating. I don't know, like I said, I can't even really define why I don't really identify with an artist. I guess also a lot of times when I introduce myself, I'm like, oh, if I say I'm an artist, like a lot of people think like, I don't know, I'm like those people who are like super artsy and craftsy and like, you know, are doing all this stuff in their basement. And I'm like, I just draw pictures. So I think Illustrator, I think, communicates more of what I'm trying to say. Drawing. My BF says drawing. Yeah, exactly. It's like rectangle and square are just slightly different, but they're pretty much the same thing. You're such a good sketcher. Thanks. I come from the shoe store. It's kind of wild how Tetsuo got a scale figure when she was still an Utauloid. Yeah, I think, I don't know why she doesn't give very many scales. Like, obviously she had the Nendoroid, so it's not impossible for her to get figures. Oh, I kind of lost the plot over here. I don't even know what I drew. What on earth? I think Tetsuo is pretty cute. And at first I didn't really like her like synth-V's voice, but it grew on me and I really like it now. But I think my favorite vocal blank right now is Zundamon, which I will be drawing eventually. Just might take some time. How Good Smile feels making one singular good Tetsuo figure make it hundreds of dollars. Yeah. What I didn't like though is that like, was that from a song? That like, I think that like geisha looking one was like that from a song? Because it was just kind of like random to me. I'm like, this doesn't feel like Tetsuo to me. You know what I mean? Like, why do we not have like a scale of like the standard Tetsuos? I like your drawings. Thank you, Gotcha Wiori. I appreciate that. Tetsuo is honestly the perfect example of how an old synth should be revived. Yeah, I think they handled it really well. I'm curious whenever, I think, like, did they confirm that we're getting a Synth V Miku? I thought that's what they confirmed. Or was it a delusion of mine? I know we're getting a, what's it called? V6 Miku, which I can't wait to see the design of that. I gotta get on that immediately. How does it feel when someone tells you you're an inspo to them for the first time? I don't remember the first time. Because that was probably a long time ago. But it's always really, really cool. Because, like, again, like, you know, at the end of the day, I do wish to inspire other people to chase their dreams. As cheesy as it sounds, you know what I mean? But I feel like I'm trying to, like, you know, be very open about my process and my business so that people can see that anybody can do it. Anybody. You know what I mean? So, like, sometimes it does feel like, you know, like when people are, you know, perceived as successful, it seems like, you know, it's impossible for you to also be successful. So I try to be very open with it because I do want to inspire people. Because there are people who have, what is going on here? Oh, okay. People who have inspired me. SV Miku. Yeah, I thought I heard that, baby. Me when I spread misinformation. I swear I thought I heard that, but it's like, I might be wrong. Yeah, I don't know where that Tetsuo design came from. It's like, don't get me wrong, it was good, but I'm like, I guess. I like Defoco. Yeah, I need to go back and draw that's what I'm probably going to start working on next. I really wanted to do this Miku because I just really like the design. And I wasn't really a huge fan of this Snow Miku this year, so I'm like, okay, well, here's kind of my yearly wintry Miku. But I want to go back and draw a lot of I want to redraw my Neru, probably do another original Tetsuo. Haku, I need to draw her. Defoco, I think would be really cool. A lot of those standards ones, you know what I mean? I think that'd be fun. Kayoza, I hope your week has been going on. How are you enjoying streaming? Beta? I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm having a lot of fun, actually. Because it's helping me really, really focus on drawing. So I'm actually having a blast. And I think, like, the only reason why I've missed a day so far streaming is because I had work. You know, so usually if I have works-related stuff, I have to, you know, take a break. But I'm gonna see how long I can, like, go for a record of days, you know what I mean? And every day I've been able to do, like, 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours. And I'm feeling really good. Like, you know, I don't feel fatigued or burnt out or anything. So I'm really excited. I get some water. The Teto design came from 2chan. That kimono one? That's what we're kind of talking about. Is there's like this weird figure of Teto that was a lot of money, but it was like a kimono Teto. And it was like just kind of popped out of nowhere. And I don't know where it came from. All right. She has no indication of skin color here, so I'm gonna have to just make something up. Let's see. She looks like she has very porcelain kind of skin, so I think maybe this color will be good. Let's see. Not bad. I love the NT Miku DD, but OMG, it's so expensive. Yeah, I actually have it, but you know what? Funny enough, I have not opened it because I'm a fake fan and I have no time and I have no really space for it. But I think I might get rid of my other Miku Dolphy. But yeah, it's a beautiful. I saw that and I was like, oh, I'm in love with this. I'm drawing Goku. Goku's really cool. It gives me Princess Miku vibes. If you're talking about this one, I completely agree with you. This reminds me like of an upgraded Snow Miku 2019. I think I missed some chat. The new Teto sounds fairly different in my opinion, so it'll be interesting to see how those others end up sounding. Yeah, I think I like that. Like, I think it's kind of cool when they can sound so distinct, but I was not a big fan of how they kind of got rid of like B-Flower's androgyny in her voice with her update. I wasn't a big fan of her update, but that's the best part about Vocaloids is that there's different versions, so you can say like, oh, I like this one, but I don't like that one. You know what I mean? I'm glad. Yeah, I'm actually really, really enjoying it. I don't have any reason to stop anytime soon, so that's always a plus. Miku Fortnite. Yeah, Miku should be in Fortnite. That'd be really funny. And I can play Fortnite on stream and then vomit because like the motion makes me so sick to my stomach. I posted a line art for the fan on my community post. Can you see it? I can't really see it right now because I'm busy. I'm drawing, but I'll try and look at it after stream. Oh, I was talking about normal Teto. Yeah. I completely understand. And yeah, I think because she was like an April Fool, she came like from 2chan. It was me. I made Kimono Teto. That's funny. I'm sleeping while drawing. If you're really, really sleepy, you should get some rest. You gotta take care of yourself. I cannot draw at all when I'm sleepy. I can't function at all when I'm sleepy, actually. Oh, I'm not spreading misinformation. But spreading misinformation is fun. Like, Blackrock Shooter is actually just Goth Miku, in case you guys didn't know. And Blackrock Shooter came from the Project Sekai game. Not her own series. See? Me when I spread misinformation. OMG, V-Flower needs figures. At the minimum, a figure. Or excuse me, a Nendoroid. At the minimum. I do hate how it's like, I feel like really good fan favorites never get figures. I also like, is it Mocha? Is Mocha that new Vocaloid that has a really, really strong voice bank? But it's really funny because she looks really cutesy and like girly. But she has a really strong like vocal bank. Oh, I don't mind. Some of these acronyms I'm like trying to process. All right, I don't mind. I want to keep watching anyways. Okay, happy hearts. Thank you. I feel like it's similar to Elsa. It does give that snow princess queen vibe. I agree. I love how androgynous V-Flower is, especially since most girl Vocaloids are super girly. Yeah, I really like that. I like that a lot, actually. It's funny, we were kind of talking about how like Miku was like kind of like less girly back when she first came out, and then now she's like all like sickly sweet girly. I'm like, you know, I really like, which yeah, that's also, I'll be going back and redrawing my like box art Vocaloids. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, go back to the classics. There's no V-Flower Nendoroid. How? I know. Very, very disappointing. I mean, the clothes, yeah, like the whole vibe and the icicles and stuff, like the ice vibe is very Elsa coded. There's a Blackrock Shooter outfit for the Avatar and Project Sekai, so correct. See? Proof. Proof that Blackrock Shooter is actually from Project Sekai. I ship Piku X Flower solely because I think Tomboy and Femboy is funny. Yeah, that's valid. I want to draw Pico too. And I want to draw, who's that guy with the red one? What is it, little, he has like a ripped up face. I just don't know how I'm going to draw the face. Because he's like scarring on his face. And I'm like, how am I going to do that chibi-ish? What is his name? You know what I mean? It's not Oliver. I was never a big Oliver fan. You know what I'm talking about? That little red guy. Fukase. There we go. That's his name. I'd like to draw him too. I like Pico. And I'd like to draw SF Miki. I think she would be good to the collection. So it's like, I'd like to get all the... Oh, and a Gakpo. I need to draw a Gakpo. So I kind of want to get all the, like, classics. Classic Vocaloids in my collection. My anime ships are kind of weird, LOL. That's valid. As long as you're having fun. That's all that matters. Hi, I just got on and I'm working my draft while watching. Hi, Reina. Good luck on your draft. Kaoza, have you ever imagined an animatronic like you in a head about a character's OC while listening to music? An animatronic like you in your head? Maybe. I am very imaginative. So maybe. Everyone start learning how to use Blender now so we can flood the market with fan-desired figures. Yeah. Blender looks so hard though, I'm not gonna lie. How did you get the idea for your VTuber, and if you had one, what was your inspo? I really liked a song called Golden Japan by Masa Works Design. I used to listen to it a lot when I worked out. And I just like the colors and vibes of that song. And that's how I came up with my little character. And of course, I like Neopets. Like my username comes from a Neopet account. And so my character is actually a loop Neopet. But she looks like a fox. So I just go with fox, you know what I mean? But so that's how I combine like the Neopet and the colors of that song, Golden Japan by Masa Work Design. I really miss the 2000s, 10s versions of Futurix Cyber Miku. Yeah, it was like so nostalgic. I forgot the color right here. And it was like it was a perfect encapsulation of like the early 2000s vibe. I haven't suddenly been able to stream since these are pretty late in my time, but I think I'll have to sometime now. That's awesome, small girl potato. I always appreciate if, you know, anyone can show up, so I appreciate you coming by today. Old KR, yeah, exactly. I love Fukase, he's my favorite guy of all time. He has a pretty good vocal bank. So I think he's pretty cool. Alright, we gotta do this. Miki, I'd buy your whole stock. Yeah, everyone forgot about Miki, I feel like. Miki's a classic. Can you do Chibi Giyu from Demon Slayer? I'm not a big fan of Demon Slayer, I'm not gonna lie. So probably not. I tried watching Demon Slayer and there are sometimes like I just can't get into the vibe of the show. And that was one of them. Like sometimes when it's like they have to go on a long journey, I'm like, I'm too impatient. I hope they have fun along the way though. I have a VTuber too, I just don't use it as much because my PC lags a ton, but I use it from time to time. That's understandable. I've had technically this model for like 2 years. And I never really did much with it because I was slowly building up all my PC resources because I had to buy a new PC. It took a lot of money, so I had to save up for it. And, you know, I just slowly but surely got to this point where I was able to stream comfortably with all my assets and stuff. And I don't regret taking my time, so definitely don't worry about taking your time. I know so many people like thought like VTubing was like, oh, you know, I gotta get in before... you know, the hype dies down. And although, yes, the hype will die down, I don't think VTubing... Actually, I know for a fact, VTubing will never die. It's just like a streaming, a way to stream like anywhere else. Any other medium. You know what I mean? So take your time. Let's do a little bit more right here. I just finished it. I'm not going to color it, though. That's fair. I like just black and white stuff. Welp, I'm choking my popcorn. Don't choke and be careful with your teeth. Popcorn always hurts my teeth when you actually bite into those kernels too hard. I'm learning 3D modeling with every intention of 3D printing. That's really cool. That's awesome, actually. See, I feel like making fan art figures is a really untapped market, especially for the West. I didn't get Demon Slayer, not gonna lie. Yeah, I was just not a big fan. I've never really liked the whole action series and stuff like. The only action series I really like is Baki. And I don't even know if you can consider it. They're like nowhere near the same type of series. If that makes any sense. Could you do a human pom-pom purring or My Melody? I'm not a huge... I like Sanrio, but it's like I'm not an Omega Sanrio fan. But I did know that Project Sekai did a collab with Hello Kitty. I'd be kind of... Like, I think that'd be kind of cool to draw those designs. I think we're good for here. Let's see. Hello, hi, hello, Phrase. Welcome back. How are you doing today? The only thing about Demon Slayer is the little villain demon guys they fight every season, and they get a sad backstory and then die. that sounds very true. I love eating unpopped popcorn, especially the semi-pop ones. Yeah, I really like the semi-pop ones too, but like sometimes they hurt my teeth. They hurt so badly. Hear me out, the cinnamon roll Miku. Yeah, I did one of the cinnamon roll Miku designs, and I didn't really like it. It was the one that was like supposed to be like a new design for Miku, but I do like the one with like the little bunny pigtail things better. I think eventually I'll draw that one. Have you watched Mob Psycho? I watched the first season of that actually. I really like Reagan. I think he was a very relatable character. Very real. Yeah, it really is a good anime though. Have you watched TDAC? No, I haven't. I heard a lot of people talking about it though. I'm eating the best instant noodles. Ah, which ones are they? I really like the Bulldog, the pink ones. Those are really good. Unpopped popcorns are so good, but sometimes I feel like they break my teeth. Yeah. It's like I hate it when it's like it like hits really hard in your teeth and you're like, oh no, like you like kind of panic for a second because you may have done damage. Let's see. I don't know. Do I like this darker color? I think I kind of do. Let's do a little bit more over here. I was wondering, do you take requests for future drawings? Sometimes I do, like not really right now because I have like kind of like a goal of catching my footing because I was getting all this stuff ready for streaming. I didn't really have time to draw for my business, which is what I'm doing now. And so I have a bunch of stuff that I want to work on first before I kind of take like open requests. And it's mostly just Vocaloid stuff. So somewhere in the future, but it's like if you have a suggestion, I'll always like, you know, note it in the back of my head. I like the bunny twin tails. Miku, please do her. Yeah. She's pretty cute. Cinnamon roll Riku seems seems like a good idea. Yeah, I think she'd be really cute. Reagan is the best. Yeah, I really, even if I didn't, I like Mob Psycho. I like the message it kind of teaches about like, you know, kind of everyone reaches a boiling point. And even if you're trying so hard to like control yourself, even like you can reach a boiling point. I like the message of it. It got a little sillier as the show went on. And I'm like where'd that green guy, the gassy guy, when he kind of joined like more frequently, I'm like, it's a little goofy for me, but I like the message. The second season? Okay, maybe I'll continue watching it. Have you heard or played Yandere Simulator? I've heard a lot about Yandere Simulator. But I have not played it. I'm not really a gamer because I don't really have a whole lot of time to play video games. And I have very short, like, frustration. Like, if I feel like I'm doing work in a video game, because I feel like games should always just be fun, and that's it. So if I feel like I'm doing work, I give up on the game immediately. So I've heard of it, but I've never played it before. Draw like AI. I really like the way you draw like an AI. Well, considering a lot of all of AI is studied off of real human artists, it makes sense by that comparison. I draw similar to AI features since AI has used humans as the data points to create the output. So I guess that's definitely a good comparison. That's not a compliment. I mean, I get the idea of what they were saying. But you know, they might be young and they might think that AI is the standard that's always been around. And that's what I always find very fascinating, you know, because like obviously us as we're older, we understand where AI, you know, came from, but there are some people who believe it's been the standard because they're so young. Oh no, not Yandere Simulator. The only thing I remember about the guy is he was like, what does he say? He was like, it's a cum chalice or something like that. Like, Every time I hear about Yandere Simulator, that's what I always remember. I sound insane unless you understand the reference. I hope you understand the reference. That guy's funny. Like, just a weird guy. I also like another time where he was like, there's gotta be an easier way to do this. And he was like doing the code the worst way possible. Oh man, just mad headstrong. He reminds me of DSP. I don't know if, probably you guys don't know who DSP is, but DSP is also someone who's just like foolishly headstrong. And so it's really funny to watch. They play life on hard mode. And it's just because of, you know, their way, you know, their viewpoint. Yo, how are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, Alenia. I'm doing pretty good, actually. I was able to get some work done this morning, and then I, walked my treadmill for about an hour. So I'm doing pretty good. And I had my French toast again. I didn't have my French toast yesterday because I was like, not in the mood, but I had it again today. So, we are back in business. Have you ever seen gotcha edits or fake collabs? I've seen gotcha edits. I've heard a lot about, what is it? Gotcha life, I think? But, I've never really, like, seen the actual gameplay, but I know it's, like, a lot of younger kids like it a lot for some reason, and I find that very interesting. Let's see, I don't like that right there. Maybe a little bit lower. Bros thought you were AI. I mean, people, I will say I get that actually a lot when I go to Anime Expo. They think I'm not a real, they think I'm like an AI, like, I don't know, like program, I guess, whenever, cause like I'll have a, I'll be doing like a live streaming drawing like this. And, so they can talk to me and whatever. And I have a webcam so I can see the person. They can't see me. They can only see my model. And I'm not recording. It's just so I can see them and talk to them. And so a lot of people at Anime Expo will think I'm, they're like, is this AI? My workers are like, no, she's real. It's kind of funny. I was making Gacha Life videos too. That's cool. You know, if anything, if Gacha Life, you know, inspires you to create videos, I think that's a good thing. I like anything that inspires other people to create. There's also screenshots of him and a girl on Snapchat were saying things like, you're so emotionally manipulative. You're manipulating. Did he really get emotionally manipulated by a 16-year-old? Yeah, those type of people are so funny. Like, how are you playing life on hard mode? Sorry. Sorry about that. I have asthma. And give me a second, my heart is racing. And I started choking, and like what the problem is, like when I choke on water, it like my throat will like immediately seize up. And so I gotta go run and get my inhaler. I was like, fuck, where is it? And I think I muted. I think I muted, you know, just in time because like I sounded like I was dying. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. I gotta keep it on my close proximity. Yeah, I was choking my water. Fuck. And I have my little Albuterol. Okay, so give me a second. I gotta catch my breath. God, that yeah, it gets kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like as soon as like I just triggers a little bit of like the water going in the back of my throat, it's like my throat will seize up immediately. God, sorry about that. Sorry if I worried anyone. Thankfully I have a flip ton. I gotta clean my glasses. Hold on. I have a lot of inhalers around my house. Oh God. It's kind of embarrassing. Okay, gotta get back to the chat. God, if I was selling myself at Anime Expo and people kept accusing me of AI, I'd be something. Yeah, so some people, well, that's what's also why I started to show that I'm the illustrator. Like, I'll do a live drawing like this. What happened to my glasses? Is because like people can talk to me and they're seeing me draw, so it's like they know for a fact I'm not AI. What the hell is on my glasses? Did I just... Oh, what the hell? Something got on my glasses. I think it was some of my... What is it called? Oh no, I think we're good. So yeah, that way people can see firsthand, because like, yeah, like, also the problem with a lot of conventions and stuff like that is there's a lot of, a lot of, resellers and stuff like that, and I was like, I want to make it clear that, you know, people understand that I'm the one who designed all these products and stuff like that. So that's why I started doing live drawings and stuff like that. Okay. Gotcha, artists annoy me to death. Yeah, I don't really understand it. I don't know if they're using templates, kind of like a I don't know, like a pit crew or something. So I don't know. You look like you came from a gacha life. Also, I used to play that game. A lot of people have said that before. They're like, something similar. Thousands of followers for tracing a game model. Yeah. Bro died. I was literally about to die. Thank you very much. So I had to go get my inhaler. Imagine me dying on stream because I laughed at what's his name? Yandere simulator guy for getting manipulated by a 16-year-old. That would be embarrassing. That still is so funny. It's like, did he really say that? Like, oh God, how can you like, you know, like how do you publicly admit something like that? That is so funny. The guy's macaron killer. We missed you. Thank you. It would be literally so funny. Chaos and man, I'm dead. I feel like this might be because you draw a lot in Chibi style. Maybe Chibi style looks similar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I do have like a very like, it looks like I guess generated because it all looks very, very similar. So I can understand that. What's the between Mofu and Chaos? So Mofu's is the name of my stuffed animals that have the big tails. Okay. Shout out to inhalers, people. I'm gonna keep that on my desk from now on. I had to run upstairs. That was so funny. I was like, no. And I think, like I said, I think I muted it just in time. It's like, it literally sounds like I'm like dying. Like it sounds like I'm like, like it's so bad. Hello, how is it going so hot? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I almost died a few minutes ago, but you know, where's my Apple Pencil? But I survived, you know? Your art feels really human too. Thank you. I have pretty bad asthma too. Glad you're all right. Yeah. It sucks sometimes because like sometimes like I don't have like a flare up. And one thing that I really, really have as a result of asthma is short, like really like I can't, how do I say this? I have to breathe a lot when I'm talking or I'll get really, really lightheaded because like I have like what, short lung capacity. And so that kind of sucks. But it's so funny. I'm like still kind of like trembling. But that kind of sucks. But I forget like when I choke, like how badly it could bother me. So I just like sprinted for my life upstairs. Have you heard of the VTuber Camellia where her house got broken into and she had to stop gifts, IRL meets, and a ton more? Yeah, I'm not really surprised. Like, it's, you know, it comes with a game, where people, when you kind of put yourself online and present yourself a certain way, people tend to develop like a fantasy about you. And they forget that like you're, you know, you're a human at the end of the day. and they can get really, really unhinged. So I'm not in the least bit surprised that that happened. So yeah, a lot of especially VTubers, which are, you know, the community tends to foster a very parasocial environment, they definitely really need to be careful, because yeah, people can get very, very dangerous online. It's a dress-up game. People often edit shading over it. Oh, okay. Really? Is Gacha Life just a dress-up game? Yandere Dev claims another one. He was coming for me there. God, that was so funny. I sent the actual quote. Okay, let me see. Jefferson. I don't see it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't see it. I wonder if it like, automatically got blocked it. Never taking my dad to a con for good reasons too. What is that reason? So this is an OC you're using a VTuber persona. So funny enough, it was my original character. And I was like, man, I really like this design. And I'm not really good at character design. I'm like, I'm not gonna let this go to waste. So I just took my original character and I'm like, you're my model now. I came in after a historical event. Yeah, it was really, really funny actually. Like I was reading something in chat and I started choking my water really badly, so I had to go sprint. I love to sell at a con, but social anxiety, and plus I don't want to manage the physical stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's for me personally. It's not for me. Selling at a convention. So it's like one thing. Like I've been doing this for like 6 or 7 years, and it really got to a point where it was too overwhelming for me, like my whole business and going to conventions and stuff like that. So I really slowed down on I don't know. Should I give her blush? I'll wait till that. I'll see that later. And so one of the things I definitely stopped doing was like a bunch of conventions, because I used to do a bunch of conventions. I've either done 20 or 40 conventions. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. But the whole process was so stressful for me. And I think the biggest thing that kind of bothered me is I am an artist who has a profession with my artwork. So it's like I like to have a very professional environment. But a lot of artists who go to Artist Alley and conventions are doing it as kind of like hobbyists. So they're not very professional. And, you know, there were times where it's like you'd have conflicts between people who took this event very professionally and those who didn't. And I just didn't feel as though I fit in the environment of not being very professional, because I'm kind of like a serious person by default. And it didn't fit well with me, the whole Artist Alley and convention stuff. But I do try to stick with Anime Expo, because Anime Expo was my first convention, so I think I kind of have that like nostalgia to it, I guess. So it's like I will be doing Anime Expo again, but this booth this year, excuse me, 2025 will be a little bit smaller. And that's because I want to try something like a new design out, and they were having renovation, so like all the really, really good double spots were taken up before I got to get my table. So I'm actually kind of relieved in a way. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like Anime Expo would take, oh my god, like 2 or 3 months to prepare for, and it was just so much work, and it was really, really stressing me out. So it's like I decided to downsize. How's the drawing going? It's going pretty good. I'm just doing coloring right now. The Yandere Dev quote: this here is trauma, this is abuse, this is power imbalance, I'm getting emotionally abused by you. Wow, that is so funny. God, that quote literally almost took me out earlier. First bowing down Yandere Dev, exactly. He's coming to me with his chalice. I resent, it's showing in the chat. Okay. Michael aftoned her OC. What does that mean? I'm a little consumed. Like, I don't know what that means. Are you thinking about going overseas, expo and cons? As of right now, probably not, because the biggest problem about me and my business model is I have a bunch of merchandise perpetually in stock. Like a lot of artists will sell something for only like, you know, say a month, and then just get rid of it and then not sell it again, because it's like it's annoying to whoopsie. I'm supposed to be clipping mask here. to keep up with the inventory of it, because like, you know, obviously when you first make an item, it that's the time where it's going to sell the most, and then it like the sales die out afterwards. So now you're just kind of like sometimes are bogged down with the fact that people want to keep buying that old item, but not a whole lot of people to where you get a good discount on it, because like a lot of the stuff is if you buy it in bulk, you get a bigger discount. And so it makes sense to just sell it, buy a bunch of bulk at once, sell it, and then just stop selling it because you don't get that discount anymore, because like of course the desire for that item has died. But I get really, really stressed when stuff goes out of stock. So I've always wanted to keep my stuff in stock as much as possible. And so over the years, that's added up to the fact that I have like, I don't know, like 400 or 500 different items. And it works because like I've always primarily focused on my online store rather than conventions. But then I tried doing conventions, and I don't know, do I usually color right here? I don't think I usually do. Let me check my other drawing real quick. Hold on. And then I started doing conventions just for the fact that I have merchandise I can bring at conventions. And yeah, conventions can be very, very profitable. But they are just a lot of work. And a lot of work that like I like to focus more on my happiness more than you know, work and stuff like that. And it's just like I realized it was just too much for me, because like, you know, carrying that much in stock is really, really stressful. So I just kind of like cut down on the conventions. I forgot what I was even answering. Was I even answering a question, or was it just talking? Oh, that's what I was saying. So with it being overseas, it's that's just like a lot of work for me to carry all that stuff overseas, because like I've flown sometimes to conventions, and even then it just takes like a lot of work. So I tend to avoid it just because of the way my business model is set up. But maybe I can consider doing something in the future where it's a little bit more controlled, I guess, and like less, you know, less everywhere. I'm gonna go shower. Okay, Ari, have fun in your shower. I remember when I was at a con in Sweden, there was just a big stand with body pillows, and there's body pillows with Anya. You know, funny enough, I think like I've seen that illustration a couple times. Like that booth has been near my thing. And I guess like if, I don't know, like it depends on whether or not you see Dakimakuras as sexual. I just see them as like anime characters on pillows, but they can be sexual. Like for me personally, like I have a Dakimakura of my VTuber model, and I don't think it's a sexual thing. It's just my anime character on a giant body pillow. And I think it's cool to have it in a giant, you know, body pillow. But again, it depends on like how you portray her. Like obviously if it's like, you know, very inappropriately drawn, I'm like, yeah, that's a little strange, let's be real. But it depends, like, you know, because I've seen like just, it's kind of cool to have a giant ass anime character on like a life size, you know, and it's pretty cheap to do it on a body pillow. So I guess it depends, like if you, because like some people do see, I remember there was like a discourse about a VTuber and their fan, that the VTuber just made a body pillow, and she was like a say-so streamer, so she wasn't very inappropriate, and she just made a body pillow, and it was just like a rather like tame body pillow, and he was like, this means you're sexualizing yourself because Dakimakuras are inherently sexual. So I guess it all comes down to how you see Dakimakuras. Whenever you take a break or something, can you check out the fan art? I might. Like the thing is, like I got to stay focused, and I like to stay focused when I'm working, because like the only time I take a break is when I use the restroom, and I am a speed restroom breaker. Like I don't, whenever I stream and I try to, again, like I'm trying to build up my stamina, I don't even take breaks to eat, or which I need to start stretching. I'm not gonna lie, I need to start stretching because I don't want to get blood clots. But I don't even, you know, I don't even know what's it called, take breaks to like eat or anything. So it's just because I really want to stay focused, because like I have like focusing problems. But I will eventually get to your drawing, I promise. And tips to improve. You know, I like, maybe sometime I can do where people can send in their art and I can give general tips on like how they can improve. I think that'd be kind of cool. It'd be a learning experience for a lot of people. Let's see. Is your canvas set to RGB? I don't even know. Let me check. Sometimes my canvas is some random thing that color profile. It's like whatever this is. sRGB IEC 61996, whatever that means. I don't even know how it got here like that. I just do it. Yeah, I mean, if this potty pillow was sexual, I don't know. It is rather strange. I got a huge Pikachu in the corner of my bed. That's cool. Pikachu's a cute little Pokemon. Anime body pillows are a tricky thing because they can be definitely nasty, but they don't have to be. That's what I'm kind of saying. Like, I don't really, like, I think it's, I don't know. I think it's a little weird to have them. Like, I don't want to, you know, judge anyone, but I feel it's a little, okay, what I'm saying is I prefer safe for work body pillows because I think it's so funny to have, like, this giant ass anime character. And, you know, you can do whatever you want with it. I thought it would be kind of funny is like to do some sort of like, I don't know, like take my body pillow like hiking or something. So I'm carrying around this giant ass body pillow. But yeah, so it's like, again, it depends if you, I generally wish there was safe for work Vocaloid ones because I think they're cute. Yeah, exactly. That's the same way I see it too. So it really comes down to it. But some people do really see it because I think they originated to be sexual. I don't know for certain, so I might be spreading misinformation here. So it really depends, but it's like, I really don't like when people, you know, things can change. Even if it originated a certain way, I think it'd be nice if, you know, things could change. I want to make a body pillow one of my characters so badly. Yeah, you should. It's really fun. My nose is so stuffed. Of course, safe for work Vocaloid pillows don't exist. Yeah, I feel like it's like Vocaloid really Miku only gets figures. And that's kind of it as far as Vocaloid merchandise. Maybe when you make Discord, it's gonna get easier. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I still have to do some business related stuff tomorrow. I didn't get to finish up entirely today. Where is this coming from? I see that there's a random line somewhere. But I'm gonna start on that tomorrow, the Discord. So I think that'll be way easier to be able to, you know, communicate with everyone. Oh god, I gotta sniff. Hold on. Love Sweden though. It's a lot of cool place to understand the word of the language though. Sweden sounds fun. Let's see. Let's take this and then clip and mask. I think what would be a good color for her liner? Maybe. I like the idea of a blue. I saw a video and died laughing because it was a dude in an inflatable Pikachu suit and he stared at the camera and said, "Pika Pika, mother foo," and then cut out. What do you think of people who accidentally obsess over fictional characters but don't simp? I mean, it really depends. It really depends. I find it very fascinating because, like, I think this generation gets really, really attached. Let's do Phil. Hold on. To fictional characters, and I think if you understand that that is a fictional character, I think it's fine. Like for example, like I have a lot of Black Rock Shooter stuff, and I it's nothing more. I just so happen to collect Black Rock Shooter stuff. Like I'm not like she's my wife, you know. I don't get upset when other people, you know, collect the character or anything like that. So I think it really depends on how you know, handle yourself with the character. I know roleplay. I think roleplay is kind of fine. Like if you want to pretend like, you know, this character is your wife or whatever, like whatever, you know what I mean? It's just fiction. But like, I'm starting to notice like a lot of people don't draw the line of understanding that this is a fictional character, that you could do whatever you want with, and they take it a little bit too seriously. And I think that inability to understand that this is not a real character is becoming a problem. But I think it stems down to a lot of kids are, I don't want to say terminally online, but that's kind of like the best way to explain it. As in, you know, these characters become like their friends, like they become the closest people in their life, like, you know. And I think that in and of itself shows it's a very unhealthy attachment to this fictional character. And that's a bigger problem. It's kind of like how some kids are getting really, really obsessed with character AI, and they're taking it kind of seriously. And I'm like, It's like, if you can, like, you know, limit yourself and understand, like, this is not real, sure, that's fine, you know, engage in it. But, like, some people are starting to take this stuff too seriously, as far as, like, you know, I don't know, shipping wars and all this stuff. It's like, when you start to, you know, hate another human because of a fictional character and your attachment to it, I think that becomes the problem. And, you know, and again, like, I was kind of talking about this yesterday, how it's like, I think you should be able to do whatever you want with a little fictional character. If you want to see that character drawn in another race, you know, go ahead, because, like, you know, it's a fictional character, and, you know, you can do whatever you want with it. But a lot of people don't really see it that way, and I think that's becoming a little bit concerning, because I don't think people should be so, I don't know, so obsessed with these characters. Because, like, for example, again, like, I have this huge Black Rock Shooter collection where I've spent thousands of dollars for, but it's just like, you know, I don't care what they do with the Black Rock Shooter character, because it's like, it's just a fictional character, you know what I mean? Oh, the blue line art is yummy, thank you. We're all just drawing and talking, exactly. I don't know if I like this purple. Let's try, make it a little bit bluish. For kind of hints at a purple. Let's see. Maybe the purple will work. I don't want it to take away from its blueness. You know what I mean? I have a character as a favorite person. That is very unfortunate. I have a BPD too, so I know exactly what you mean about a favorite person. I hope... let me finish reading your thing. And I kind of like it because it's safer than a person, but he isn't real and I understand it. Yeah, I think, like, I will say, like, whenever I have an attachment to a favorite person, the only thing that's ever worked for me is just no contact and cutting complete contact, because you understand how bad it can be when you become, like, addicted to another human. And I will say I turn more to fiction when I'm really, really experiencing bad BPD. So I think as long as you understand, like, you know, this isn't a real person, I think it's a good crutch to help you get out of the addiction of a human favorite person, because human favorite persons are very, very unhealthy. So as long as, of course, if you're focusing on your own well-being, and that's the primary means of, you know, getting more attached to fiction at the moment, I think that's fine. I definitely colored your mouth incorrectly. Can you read my chat I sent earlier? Let me see. What was it? Hold on. Right now. I wish there was a way I can click on you and then highlight it. To answer Kayla's question, my dad would probably go into a shock how weird the convention culture is. Oh, and I'd have to explain why I'm bad at it. I see. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about anime culture. I've had some really weird looks from parents when they realize I'm a live person in the VTubing model. But if your dad is open to understanding, like, you know, this new generation of anime fans, it could be a bonding experience between you two. Glance on that one guy that's married to Miku, just check about him. Yeah, I don't know. I keep hearing, like, I don't know, like, a lot about him. But I don't really know, like, the source of, I guess, controversy. As far as, like, the unhealthy relationship to a character. Yeah, I see, like, the things, like, I don't know. I know, like, he could be doing it for show, for social media. So I don't know, you know, is he actually serious? I know he did the whole marriage thing, but it's almost kind of funny. Like, sometimes, like, I do things out of jest. Like, for example, like, I have a, what is it called? Where I'm legally allowed to marry people. I'm a ordained minister. And it's just kind of like, it's like a commit to the bit type of thing. So it's like, I don't know personally how serious he is. But if he is truly serious and he becomes harassing other people, you know, that other people are quote unquote talking about his wife, that's where it's like, we have to understand this is a person that's a bit split from reality. And I think that's very unhealthy. Hello, good morning. Hello, Jefferson. Can I draw Yuri of the hit character Kyozo with evil Kyozo? Sure, draw me however you want. I do not care. Do you like cosplaying? I have cosplayed before. I think when it got really, really popular, I was like, I'm not really into this anymore. I'm kind of one of those, like, edgy kids where it's like, I only like things if they're not popular. But yeah, I've cosplayed a few times. I just don't have time anymore. When I was younger, I really, really liked it, but nowadays I'm a little bit restricted on time, to say the least. My parents were judging me so hard when I bought a Dolphy, and even more this week because I got a king head. King head? I don't know what a king head is. Yeah, it's like they just won't, sometimes they just won't understand. And that's where you have to, you know, understand, hey, they are never going to understand, I forgot to color her leg. LOL. And that's fine. You know, a lot of people are very, very, responsive, I guess you could say, to their parents' criticism. And although your parent can provide, you know, good insight, you can't let sometimes what they say affect you personally, because like they came up in a different generation where some of the stuff that you're into or that you experience didn't exist for them. So they really can't understand it or wrap their head around it, you know? Yeah, but I could see if my child spent $1 gazillion on a doll, I'd be like, what is this? But, you know, I would try my best to be like, okay, well, if this makes them happy, then sure. You know what I mean? Rindolphy for the win. All right, should we color this? Let's see, maybe like this. I'm not really obsessed with any fictional character, but I'm quite attached to the Evangelion characters as I can relate to so many of them experiences. That's understandable. As long as you're like, you know, not doing these think pieces online and be like, I'm defending this character. It's like when you like start to like do all that kind of stuff, I think that's a colossal waste of time. And like I've said before, and it's like, I'm not like judging anyone, but it's like the people who sit here and like defend these characters for criticism when they're fictional, I think you have a lot of free time. And that is a very privileged thing. And not to say I'm you know, saying you have to spend your free time doing XYZ. I just think there's a lot of a lot more productive things you can be doing in your free time, you know, than defending these characters. Like I see people do like think pieces, like when there's like an evil character and they're like, no, they're not actually evil because they had just, and it's just like, is this, I mean, sure, but like, is this how you're gonna spend your free time? I think it's a little I don't know, unproductive. Opinions on guns. I like guns. I think my very, very controversial opinion, based on absolutely nothing, is I think the only people in the United States who should have access to assault rifles are people who are trained on them professionally in the military and the police force. That's my very controversial opinion on guns. I don't feel like civilians really need guns, and perhaps even omega controversial, but it can encourage people joining the military if you really want to own one of those assault rifles. That's my opinion. I think one of my goals for 2025 is to get a handgun and to have a concealed carry license and be trained on how to use it. Because I think this world's a little too scary nowadays to not be prepared in advance. You know what I mean? That's my little take on guns. Wild questions today. I know, we're getting right into it. I love doll fees. They're so expensive. I'm afraid of bugs ruining it and dust. Yeah, doll fees are really expensive. Unless you can truly afford it, as in, I just don't recommend it. I know doll fees are a real status symbol in the figure collecting community. So if you really, really want one, get one. Like, for example, like, you know, when some girls really, really want like designer handbags, if you really, really want it, okay, save up and get it. You know, just be financially responsible. Like, don't don't be shitty when you get one and be like, oh, you know, only losers don't have doll fees and stuff like that. You know, be very responsible, you know, with your finances. And don't go above your means. I really don't like how this generation, or not this generation, that kind of like the figure collecting community, for example, is very negligent as far as collecting and like promoting collecting in a way. Like, you really need to make sure you're financially literate before you start getting into a very, very expensive and excessive hobby. Because no matter how many people want to sit here and act like owning figures is a right, it is not. It is a luxury. It is a byproduct of art. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't need it. You don't need it to survive. You should treat it that way. A lot of people act like figures are like a birthright. Is not that serious. It's not that important. That's my opinion. AR actually doesn't mean assault rifle. It means Armalite. Yeah, I hear that a lot. But either way, I don't think civilians should have easy access to assault rifles. And yes, you could say that's technically discriminatory, but that's my opinion. I think only people who have been trained in a profession to use those types of guns should own those guns. I think that will quell a lot of, you know, inappropriate access to these assault rifles. Because I don't know the percentage, you know, don't get me wrong, like I said, based on nothing is how I have this opinion. I don't think the percentage of people who, you know, do the active shooters are people who've been trained on the gun prior. But I'm not entirely informed on the topic, but that is my, like I said, how I think about it. BB guns and shooting cans is pretty fun. Yeah, I bet it is pretty fun. I don't like guns, I'm not gonna lie, because they're too loud and I have very, very sensitive ears. Like, I don't even think I can go to a Miku Expo ever because, like, that sounds very loud. I grew up around them. I don't get the hype there. TBH, they're loud. Yeah, and I don't eat the animals we hunted. Yeah, like, they're too loud for me. And then, like, I've gone to, like, firing ranges because, like, my dad was a big gun nut. Like, he really was. And it was because of the fact that he grew up in a third world country and he grew up very, very paranoid of people, you know, robbing him. And it stuck with him in his entire life, and he had really bad PTSD of it. And he wouldn't acknowledge it because he's a little, how do I say this? He's a little paranoid that he's like, you know, of admitting to faults and stuff like that and saying like you have PTSD. But he 1,000,000,000% has PTSD from his, you know, environment that he grew up in. And he's been to like Afghanistan and Iraq and all that. And so he became very, very paranoid and he had a bunch of guns. So I've been around him my entire life too. But it was always very funny to see because my dad had like so many guns stashed in the house, like someone was going to rob him. But again, it's because he grew up in a very poor country. So that is a very common thing, you know, to be robbed at gunpoint. Can you read my last comment? Let me see. Okay, it's better if you guys just send my comment again. I like a fictional character that is really cool, not like a simp, but he's abused and stuff, and the owner said it was based off a true story. I mean, again, like, depends. Like, to me personally, again, like for example, I want to write characters too, and you know, I do want to make them heavy on the whole mental health aspect, but I will always interpret them as fictional characters. Like, for example, like my little VTuber model, this is a direct reflection of me and who I am as a person, and I do not care what people, however people draw my character. Like, I really don't. Even though there's some aspects of creativity, freedom that I am not exactly, I don't want to say I'm uncomfortable with, but it's like I don't want to promote that kind of aspect. I know at the end of the day, nobody, like, if someone wants to draw my character doing a certain thing or whatever, there's nothing I can really do to stop them. And I see this, you know, persona of mine as a fictional character. So I don't know. It's up to, I guess, the creator, because there are some people who really are protective of their OCs. Like, I personally don't give a shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, my little webtoons, like, again, like, it is gonna be very heavy on mental health and stuff like that, because I've always struggled with mental health my entire life, and, you know, relationship related stuff, and I do not care how anybody perceives my characters or chooses to use them. If you want to do a headcanon that here's an alternate reality where this happened, you know, sure, go at it, you know. I don't care, because I understand that this is a at the end of the day, this is just a pretty picture that's moving, and it's not actually me. You know, but I will say the funniest thing I've noticed about VTubing is that I do see this character as a, like, it looks like me. Does that make any sense? Like, for example, whenever I go back and watch my streams or whatever to make sure everything looks good visually, and it's like I feel like I'm looking at myself, because like right now, every time I look up to look at my screen, it's like I'm looking at a copy of my screen, and it's easier to kind of see from far away the drawing. As it is me looking down like this. And it's funny because like this thing reflects my emotions. So I almost imagine this character in my head when I think of the word me. It's really, really strange. And I never thought this would happen, but I think it's because, and I think that's the reason, excuse me, that a lot of people do rebrands and stuff. And they're like, oh, well, I don't feel like this VTuber reflects me. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? And then I realized that it does kind of feel like it's a part of you, because I'm looking at this model for longer than I look at myself. Because, like, you know, when you go to the bathroom or something, you look at yourself in the mirror for like, what, 2 minutes maybe max, you know, if you're showering or whatever. But this I'm looking at for hours and hours and hours of day. Like, I try to do like 8-hour streams. So it becomes like almost like a reflection of myself. I do find that very, very fascinating. But ultimately, I understand that this is a drawing. This is not actually me. So I've always been, you know, very pro creative freedom and do whatever you want. You know what I mean? But again, it depends, I guess, on the creator, because like some people do really kind of make their their characters like an alternate version of themselves, so they're very, very protective of those characters, and I think that's valid. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I mean, I guess depending on how the creator you know, interprets it. Oh god. America, the place you need a license to get fishing, but not own guns. Yeah, it's like stuff like that. I'm pro 2A Second Amendment, but I'm pro common sense and definitely in favor of things like license insurance. Yeah, I just think like I feel like because like America is always trying to get people to join the military, and I'm like, well, okay, that would be a great way to get people to join the military if they really want to own an assault rifle. You know, now you're granted the license to own one. And generally, you know, military people can be a little silly sometimes, but I generally think they are pretty responsible. I love when people say, hold on, Happy Hearts, I gotta go, but last reminder my fan art. Okay, thank you for stopping by, Happy Hearts. I love when some people try to attack me for liking some questionable characters. I don't know any of those characters, but I know they're evil. I don't care to defend them because I know I can't defend them. Yeah, it's just like, it's fictional things, you know what I mean? Like if they, I don't know, in their little series killed a bunch of people, who cares? You know, it's a fictional, I don't really care. Because like, yeah, it's like once you hold one standard, like, oh, this bad character is good, but this character is good but bad. It's just like, you start sitting here and sweating about all these little fake characters. And I'm like, you could be doing so much better with your time. You know what I mean? I do think like this kind of like brain rot society and the promotion of like caring so much about these fictional things. I think it's a problem for social development, as we are seeing, our entire, oh, welcome, Shikikon, by the way. As we're seeing our entire generation kind of shift to being very, very antisocial. And, you know, when I see those types of things kind of contribute to that, I'm like, I do a little side eye, you know what I mean? My favorite pistol is the M1911 COD Zombie. That's cool. Like I said, I do want to get a handgun at some point. Just saw Miku in Fortnite, now I'm trying... Is Miku actually in Fortnite? Can you imagine? Uh-oh. Let's see. I'm heading to my local H Mart. What size Bugatti rice? I don't know. I don't have an H Mart. Actually, they just built one here at Vegas. I have not been yet, so I don't know. I'm fine with anything for my OC except for porn. Like, yeah, it's like, you know, porn is like, I understand people having boundaries. Like, I mean, me, I don't care. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't. Like, if that's what you want to do, I guess. So I've always not cared about those types of things, but I understand, you know, people that do care. Plus, when you talk, she talks. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of funny, you know, that I do see it as a reflection of myself. I made an alternate version of the character Roxas from Kingdom Hearts. My universe, he's still nobody. He still uses Oblivion and Oathkeeper, but he's way more emotional. Yeah, see, I think that's totally fine. Like, I think like people, I think we should promote like, you know, headcanons and here's my alternate take on this character. I think we should promote those kinds of things because it promotes creativity. And you know, a lot of times people will sit here and like think of little stories and stuff like that, and then they're like, you know what, maybe I'll make, you know, my own kind of fan art story about the character. And then like, I think, isn't that like, for example, like how Twilight, so one of these series, like I think what was it, 50 Shades of Grey was actually like low-key like a Twilight fan fiction. And you see how like she changed, like transformed it enough to where it became her own thing. I think that's really, really good because that's how a lot of artists get inspired by prior things. So I think anything that promotes like creativity, so like the headcanons and stuff like that, like I think it should be something that should be promoted. Creativity should always be promoted. You're so brave. I always feel like some people get too parasocial with that stuff. Parasocial with what stuff? But thank you for calling me brave. I'll take the compliment. But I don't know what you mean about the parasocial stuff. I mean, maybe with VTubers and stuff like that? I don't know. Honestly, I'm fine with people doing anything. My characters gore, fine. Corn sure makes them say slurs, follow your heart. Exactly. Like, I mean, do whatever, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, if you want to bludgeon the shit out of my character, I mean, go at it, you know? See, it's like, I feel like, you know, promoting things in a fictional thing gives people an outlet. So I do not care. Personally, I'm very protective of my OCs because I like rigidity, and something is too up to interpretation. I just feel super unstable. Yeah, I can understand that completely too. I could understand that completely as well. So again, it all comes down to the creator and what the creator is comfortable with. Because like, yeah, like I said, like, you know, sometimes people will create a fictional character as like an alternate version of themselves. And, you know, they want to protect that version of themselves. So they take it personally if you know, don't like that. But I think ultimately though, like it's more healthy for me to understand that like, I don't really care. That makes sense. Kind of trippy, but yeah, I see what you mean with the character being a reflection of the self. I'm sure it's more of a connection since you drew it yourself. Yeah, it's really, really funny. I know, I was like, I never really expected I would kind of like feel that sort of way, because it's like, my assistant was, I had my stream up and I'm like, what? Like, that's me. Like, why are you looking at me? It's kind of funny. You know, I do find that very, very interesting. But I think it's just because like, you know, I know this character's movements and stuff like that, so I find it very fascinating. My version affects me emotional, but kind of. My version affects me emotional, kind, but short-tempered. Yeah, you know, whatever fosters like, you know, a way to process your own emotions and stuff like that. I think that's totally fine. What's up, Diego? What's up? Found. Oh God. I hate it when I'm scrolling. Oh, I'm so far back in chat. I'm sorry. It's like when I scroll up, it doesn't update. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm getting to all the chats. And I scroll down, there's a bunch of them. What's up? Found your anime recommended again. How's the coloring going? Pretty good, Diego. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, Miku in Fortnite is real. I can't tell if you're lying. Somebody confirm if Miku's in Fortnite. I hate the tryhards who go, oh, it's my God-given right to guns. Yeah, it's not. It's a weapon. Yeah, that's not, like, I don't like when people get so attached to certain things. Because, like, to me, whenever I get really, really attached to something, I understand that attachment is a reflection of my own personal turmoil. And I cease the attachment because it's very unhealthy to get attached to anything. People do not need assault rifles. And again, that's why I'm, like, very pro military only, like, police force only stuff, having those types of guns, because it, you know, encourages people to join the military. And then maybe they'll get a little more sense to them. You know what I mean? I'm very, very pro people joining the military, especially for people who are very low on resources financially. Not everyone deserves access to whatever weapon they can easily keep. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I find it funny when people are like entitled, like they're like, no, it's my right. And it's like, you know, we've lived years without having this, you know? I do not want to play Fortnite. Okay. I'm just curious, how are you against people doing anything they want with your character, even if you see your character's stuff? Because I don't care. I just don't. Because, like, although I see my character as a reflection of me, I understand it's really not me. I understand it's a drawing. So I think, like, I would be very, very delusional to think that although I see this character as a reflection of me, this is me. That would be very delusional. But I know for a fact this isn't me. So I can, you know, put two and two together and be like, this isn't me, even though I have, you know, say attachment to this thing. And ultimately, my biggest narrative is creative freedom. So, you know, again, I want to promote creativity more than I care about being feeling weird if I saw something drawn that I didn't like. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, what matters is the human, not the illustration. And sure, if that person drew something weird, I guess at least if the model, you know, inspired them enough to create something, I think that's the important thing. So that's why. I know for a fact at the end of the day, this is not me. This is something I drew. And so I have to understand that it's just a drawing. And bye Himari. I'm off to war. Oh, yeah. And then you said, oh, I remember you said your characters are more of a character rather than yourself. Yeah, I do, but I do find it funny. Oh, no, my model. Speaking of which, what is she doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's just like, although I see myself in the character, I know it's not me, ultimately. Hello again. Hello, Yukix. How are you doing? I got some water. I think I have to go too soon. It's too late. I understand. Get some sleep, small girl potato. I have a pretty complex view on the military. I'd like to hear it, actually. I'm very curious what your take on the military is. Sorry, I want to write a manga, but I'm afraid people have reactions, so I'm trying to find my motivation. Do you have any advice? In this day and age, it is not for the weak to create anything because people want to criticize. People have found it people are so stressed by social media because social media has shot our dopamine receptors to the moon. So a lot of people by default now have anxiety, have stress, have anger, have depression. These are like, social media is proven to increase high neurotic mental symptoms in society. And the majority of society is extremely addicted to social media. So, you know, when you're really, really highly neurotic, there's a chance that you get really, really angry and you want to take out your anger on certain things. I'm realizing so many spots. You see these little pixels here? Terrible. And you want to take your anger out on things. So a lot of people who have never created anything in their goddamn life find it very easy, rather than to create anything, they find it easier to just go and criticize other people's creations, even though they have no intention of ever creating anything themselves, or doing anything, you know, positive to give back to, I guess, society. And so they're going to look for things on social media, and they're going to look for people who they deem weak, like small creators, like rather than taking it up, you know, say with their government, for example, about they disagree, you know, how the government's handling certain things. They'd rather go to somebody who has like 5 followers and be like, you are such and such for creating this fictional thing, because it's an easy target and it's like easy prey. And you have to understand, at the core, humans most of the time are very animalistic creatures who do like to see blood, and they do like to see, you know, violence. Like, think about it. You know, even ourselves, whenever you see drama and stuff like that, you want to know, how did the drama turn out? You know, we're very fascinated creatures. So it is not for the weak to create anymore on social media, because our society has been promoting such negative behavior for such a long period of time. Again, so it depends on like what type of content you want to create, but you have to always keep that in the back of your mind. The only people who really survive on the social media nowadays are those who are very resilient to, you know, criticism and stuff like that. And it takes like, you know, no point in time were we ever supposed to be exposed to this many people and then this much negativity. So I will say, you know, you have to be very, very, you know, solid in your ideas and what you want to promote and stuff like that. And just stick with it. You have to be very, very confident is what I'm saying here. Because I do see a lot of really good creators who, you know, people will find that they're a little bit emotional, unstable, and they take advantage of that. And they don't understand that people... Why is my little thing not working? Give me a second. A lot of people can like sense weakness on you, and they want to take it out on you. Because it feels good to, you know, crush somebody for absolutely no reason. But a very smart and empathetic person, which you have to understand, I say this all the time, empathy and being educated is a minority trait. It is not the popular opinion. It probably will never be, because a lot of people don't focus on educating themselves or being empathetic or understanding why certain people do certain things. That will always be the minority. So my best advice is just to find like-minded individuals and try your best to ignore the hate, because a lot of times, like, people just find it very, very easy. Like, when I see, like, on social media and people are, like, going viral, like, because, like, someone else just called them ugly or fat or something, it's like, that is the most heartbreaking thing. But the people who engage in those types of behavior where they think it's funny to make fun of someone based on their appearance tend to be very low IQ, to say the least. But we have to remember and understand that the low IQ is a dominant IQ in the world. Again, I think 50% of the world's population only has a double-digit IQ. So you have to be very, very resilient. Oh God, this is so much fun. I get only wanting things like law enforcement, military happen, but realistically, it's never gonna happen. Of course, yeah, it's like that's my ideal, you know. But yeah, of course, it's never gonna happen, because like we'll have like the people throwing the tea in the harbor and throwing their big fits. Literally countless of millions of firearms in circulation. Exactly, and that's just registered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just like my ideal world. Like I know that's never gonna actually happen, but I'm like that would be, I think, a good solution. But you know, that's what I think as well. It's hard to take them at this point. I recommend you just not caring. Yeah, it's like you have to be very, very strong. And you know, for example, like I don't really engage in the discourse, although I like the discourse that's happening on Twitter sometimes. I don't engage in it because I don't have the time to type as a, you know, 5-paragraph response. And so I just stay away from it. Hello Nebris. By the way, to Yuki, oh, the 2 X's are silent, but I thought it sounded petty. No, don't worry about correcting me. Yuki, hi chat, just joined. Hello, Elixir. Sorry, I just want to write, not for someone, but for some people who want to read it. And despite thinking I'm strong enough, I'm still afraid I'm not being strong enough. So I would personally say work on your own confidence before you do anything. Because like it took me a while to really gain the confidence of, you know, thinking I'm ready for live streaming, for example. So you definitely have to focus on yourself first, because like, yeah, at the first sign of criticism, you might shatter and it will hurt you. And criticism does hurt because it's the same way like when you're cooking and you touch a flame on accident, you never do that again. But yet you still continue to cook because you need to cook. You know, you need to eat to live, but you will always remember that flame that burned you and you'll try to avoid it. So again, it takes a very mentally rigorous person nowadays to, you know, post their artwork on, you know, their artwork and their creation on social media. So I would work on, you know, building your kind of self-confidence in certain things first, I would say, before posting on social media. Because like for a long time, again, I've always had very contrary opinions, I guess you could say. And I really had to wait until I felt like I could articulate myself more and communicate better before I started live streaming. Because like I never wanted to be in a position where it's like I felt as though I couldn't communicate what I'm trying to say. Why are we showing like a little bit of different coloring here? It's really weird. So I definitely work on your self-confidence and stuff like that, because it's like it, unfortunately, because you know the internet has been fostering such the why does this keep happening? I'm pressing this. Oh, I'm gonna have to restart my iPad. Give me a second. Social media has definitely promoted the let's make fun of everybody who we deem as weak, you know. Oh, Stella, how are you doing? KO's a chance on Kun-sama. Do you know the hit comic Ranfriend? I don't actually. I'm doing it again where I'm behind, but I'm not educated further. That's the biggest thing I'm hung up on now. You can educate yourself though. You just need to read a bunch of books. Like I'm not formally educated. You just need to find those areas that you're lacking in. I'm restarting my iPad and, start reading books. That's the best way to educate yourself. Let's see. Estella's here. I know you may not access the layers. Like, come on. Room temperature, IQ, how I prefer to address it. Yeah. And I don't think people understand, like, you know, for example, like, you're like, how did this happen? And it's like, it made perfect sense how it happened, because like half the world literally has double digits IQ. And I think the best equivalent for like double digits is like a little bit more, like depending on the like a higher level of high school education. Maybe, I think like a lower level of high school education is what like and reading comprehension is really low for low IQ. My personal take is that more money, my personal take is more money should be spent directly on benefiting the people rather than pumping so much into the military to point cause people have to rely on joining. Yeah, it's one of those things. I always find it really funny when people are upset that they're like sending like 6 billion to Ukraine and everyone's like, how are you sending so much money to the foreign country? Now my tablet, my pencil's not even working. They're like, how are you spending so much money in a foreign country but not on American soil? When like the contracts for those military, all those dollars being sent to Ukraine are like from American contracts. And so it's like American made stuff being sent to Ukraine. Because it's American made, it supports American businesses. So I always really found that funny. So it's like, you know, a lot of the money, quote unquote, being sent to like these foreign countries benefit America because they're supporting American businesses, you know, but a lot of people tend to forget that. They think we're just sending liquid cash to like, I don't know, Ukraine or whatever. All right, let's see if I think this is back. Let's check it out. I thought IQ was controversial for not being accurate. It could, like, everything in life is inaccurate. It's never gonna be perfectly accurate. Like the scientific studies of anything is not accurate. The military, excuse me, not military. I just read the word military. The mental health, you know, diagnostic tool is not gonna be 100% accurate. We will never have 100% accuracy, but it is a good, like, what is it called? Like a good like to give you an idea of how it is. It's like BMI. BMI is not accurate either, depending on the circumstances, but it's the closest thing we can have to like get a general understanding. And that's what IQ is also. Because yeah, it's like depending on like, you know, do you take a official IQ test or do you take the Mensa IQ test? You know what I mean? But it's just like a general understanding of like, you know, third grader reading comprehension or a 12th grader reading comprehension. It's just a good idea of that. I love your black expression. Yeah. IQ is not the greatest measurement for intelligence. It gives us a baseline of like understanding how other people process things. But of course, it's not like, perfect. Like nothing is perfect. Like even medical scans are not perfect. You can have a CAT scan and, miss something very, very important that it should have picked up. Like technology isn't perfect, but it gives us a baseline to understand people. It's a measuring of things like cognitive function, reasoning, problem solving. Exactly. It's not like, what can you recite? It's like, I see it as like a computer understanding. I really post my art, not because I'm afraid anymore, which I'm happy about, but I've been in a mega art blog for about 2 months. I would say, find a very good reference to use and then draw. That's what always gets me out of my art block is heavily referencing something. I think my iPad is finally working again. Nice. Oh, by educated, I was talking about military things. Oh, okay. Maybe I might be a little confused. I'm not gonna lie. All this IQ talk makes me want to watch The Big Bang Theory. Bazinga, have fun. Soya. I think Soya. Stella, I have a migraine. LOL, but my cat snuggled up in bed with me, so that's a win. Finally can see you again. Finally can see again. Yeah, my migraines suck. It really sucks. It's a pretty weird webcomic. It has its own website. Uh-oh. Absolutely. Most can only comprehend what they can actually see, which is unfortunate. Yeah. Like when I learned about the whole inner monologue, like a lot of people don't have an inner monologue to kind of review their thoughts before they like speak. I'm like, this explains everything. It really, really explains everything. Sorry, I'm late, Tomoil. That's totally fine. We are coloring Miku today. I'm having chest pain. That's not really good. You gotta make sure you're not sick or anything. I recommend the Sean video about the bell curve, about some IQ controversy stuff. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the bell curve. So I'll definitely check that out. IDK feels a bit weird to me to use low IQ as an insult specifically because it can feel almost ableist in a way if someone literally can't do better. But how can we determine if someone can't do better when a lot of this generation does not want to do better? I understand like there is like mental deficiencies, like like you literally cannot have the ability to do IQ, the ability to learn. And I'm not referring to that. I'm not talking about people with, an intellectual disability. I am talking to people who refuse to educate themselves and they refuse to see things from other people's perspective, because I think that's very important. And our lack of education in this entire world is the biggest problem and why we're so quick to judge people. The people who are very quick to judge people because it's based on appearances only is usually a very low IQ person. So it's like if someone say came into the room, I always use fat people. I'm sorry. I'm always using that, but it's a great example because it's the most common, I think, one of the most common, what is it called? Discrimination. If someone came into the room and, you see a fat person, you're like, oh, what an ugly fat bitch or something like that. But you don't sit here and think about the fact that, hey, maybe this person is taking a medication that's making them gain weight. Maybe they're taking a steroid. Maybe they're taking a birth control that's making them gain weight. Maybe they're taking a antihistamine that's making them gain weight. You didn't give any thought to the process of this person might be going through their own, personal negativities and stuff like that. You just immediately said, oh, they're fat, therefore they're lazy, therefore they're ugly. That is usually the sign of a low IQ person because they have not thought it through. A very uneducated person. I personally take uneducated and low IQ as like synonymous with each other. So it's like, yeah, if you don't educate yourself on like empathy and learning about the human body and knowing how some, fat people, are going through, mental problems and stuff like that can really set themselves backs in life that it's out of their control. Truly, you're an uneducated person. Like there's no other way to put it. And I don't know, I don't know if I'd really consider that ableist if you, are very, very mean to other people because you refuse to sit here and learn about them and understand that, they're going through their own controversies, Also, IQ is going higher recently if you compare the rates from years ago. I mean, that's good. That's definitely good. But I understand, I feel like it's also dropping at the same time. But again, yeah, that's like the whole statistics of IQ. But I just use that as a change, interchanging word for uneducated. I prefer just calling someone stupid instead of low IQ because those people are low IQ makes you sound like someone that has a superior concept. I mean, not necessarily. It depends how I see it more low IQ as a technical stance, low, someone who's stupid and low IQ, that means the exact same thing. And in fact, I don't like the word stupid and I don't say it frequently because of the fact that it's implying that they are dumb and they can't be taught. They're uneducated. I rather call someone uneducated because they can be taught. They can educate themselves. They can learn. People are different. People go through different things. But if someone's stupid, I feel like that kind of puts a limiter and I'm giving almost an ad hominem and saying well, this person's just dumb. I'm going to leave. And I don't think that's proper. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I assumed you were talking about people with intellectual disabilities. Yeah, exactly. And then that's a very fair point because it's, you know, IQ is a reflection, like, you know, of I think room temperature IQ would actually be a better way to say it, because like room temperature usually is between the 70 to like 90 mark. And yeah, I think I'll start saying that you know, that does like clarify a bit more, because like yeah, like really, you know, mentally disabled people have, you know, really low IQs. Like I don't know how low the IQ, you know, graph goes, I guess. So I will start saying room temperature IQ, because that does kind of identify I'm talking about a range from like 70 to 90. And again, like a lot of people don't want to educate themselves because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of empathy, you know. Instead of seeing someone as, you know, fat, gross, and disgusting, you have to sit here and think like they've probably are going through something that I don't understand. And, you know, and you will never understand what they're going through, and you still should have empathy, and you still should treat them with respect. So yeah, I definitely will start say room temperature IQ though. I think that clarifies what my point is a little bit better. It's a problem with my muscle bringing non-existent to my knees, bend themselves and makes me fall off. Be careful, Tomoyo. I mean, I think saying low IQ has the implication of that someone can't be taught. It's just more of a thing, that perception or reputation of IQ less than the actual meaning. Yeah, I mean, of course, like again, it depends on how you perceive the word low IQ. I believe you can increase your IQ though. Like I believe that's a scientific fact. Let me verify. Let me see. Yeah, you can increase your yeah, for a fact. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, you can increase your IQ. You know, you can for sure. Hold on, I'm still looking. And they say things like creative problem solving, stuff like that can increase your IQ. So yeah, I can understand how someone thinks like IQ is static, but it's not static. You know what I mean? Ignorant is also good. I think that's my favorite term. Ignorant. But see, to me, like, I feel like ignorant is almost as a choice. I don't know. IQ can absolutely be increased. Yeah, it can be increased. So it's like, you can be low IQ and then increase your IQ with, like, you know, the things that you learn to do. I think I got 90 something. I have no idea how to raise my IQ. Then again, I was a preteen. Yeah, well, I will say, like, I think IQ, the actual test, which I think, like, I don't know, like there's specific tests that have to be registered. It can't just be like an online test or anything like that. But I believe you have to be a certain age because that's when your brain is developed, but I could be mistaken. Oh, I didn't actually know IQ could be increased, but I guess it makes sense if it's just scoring better on the test. Essentially, yeah. So it's like if you become smarter, like, you know, for example, with my drawing, I became a better artist the more I drew because I'm increasing, you know, my understanding of art. So I've been increasing my IQ, and that's like I've become smarter since I was younger because I've done a lot of studying and stuff like that. So yeah, again, like, you know, I think that's a lot of misconceptions is whenever we're not on the same page of understanding like the terms we're using here. That can make a lot of conflicts. Like, yeah, I could understand like if you didn't see as IQ as something that can be changed. I could see why that sounds offensive. You know what I mean? But it definitely wasn't used in that sense here. My mom likes to call me sickly Victorian boy because I have so many health issues. That's not really good. I got one of my autism diagnosis, which is odd to me. That is very interesting. No, it's definitely not static. Like IQ can definitely change for sure. And I would assume like for a fact, because like, you know, if I were to get into like a car crash or something and my brain gets damaged, you know, my IQ could drop to like, you know, significantly lower because I can't process information anymore. I've actually got to use the restroom. So BRB, give me a second. I've returned. But yeah, and so that's where it's like, I think like my personal grievances with the educated discourse, it's really hard because, oops, my cat's on my chair, is a lot of people associate education with a degree. And so it's like when I say you're uneducated, people take that as I'm making fun of you for not having like a college degree. So it's like, I tried the low IQ, but I guess if some people perceive low IQ, which of course is incorrect, but like, you know, the perception of it is still is equally important as being static. I could see why that makes some miscommunication. Let's steal her cat while she's gone. Environment's house, like access to education. Another thing is there are a lot of times where someone's environment affects the result of IQ. Yeah, I mean, like, for example, like, you know, high stress environments. Of course, there always, like, in any study whatsoever, there's always going to be, it's never going to be perfect. Like, you can never, like, get a perfect understanding of people. And IQ, I think, is one of those circumstances. Because, like, yeah, depending on, like, the household you grew up in, it is going to shape your IQ. But I do believe humans should always try and educate themselves at the foundation of being a human. You know what I mean? When someone is doing something you don't understand, you should try to stop and understand them before you go straight to casting stones or casting judgment. And that's the, I think, the very, very important thing. Because, again, it would just solve so much hatred, you know, in this world if we really focus on educating yourself. But yeah, I mean, I have a very skewed perspective. Like, a lot of people make the narration that you cannot be educated without a college degree, and I believe that is 1,000,000,000% false. With the if you have access to the internet, you have access to education, and I take a firm stance on that. And access to the internet, of course, meaning that you can, you know, read and process information. I believe you have access to education. Yes, it's hard, but you know, changing yourself is hard. Think about how hard college is. College is very, very, very hard. Why is it not selecting? There we go. So that's why I hate colleges and stuff so much, because they've kind of like turned educating yourself and education into a commodity, you know, to where people think that's the only way you can, quote unquote, you can become smart. That's the only way you can become educated. But let's be for real, in the land of the piracy, which is the internet, it is very, very easy to educate yourself. But in order to educate yourself, you have to understand, you know, you have to just suspend the belief that you are always correct and you perceive everything perfectly. And so you have to be, you know, you have to kind of make yourself vulnerable and understand you're going to learn things. Like, the most important thing about learning things is unlearning past things. That is the most important thing about educating yourself. Because, you know, information, like in any science, like, information can be wrong and information can change. And you have to understand that at all times. And I found that very funny when we had COVID and all that, because a lot of people didn't think, you know, like when they would change the what they understood about the disease, people were like, oh, this is proof that it's all fake. And I'm like, that's not how that works. I'm still standing. Oh, I sent a comment, but it didn't go. Yeah, I wonder why. That's really weird. You know what I find so flawed? It's disrespectful to tell your parents they're wrong and you have to suffer for it. You find it flawed to... okay, so you find it flawed when you tell your parents they're wrong and then you get disrespected as a result. I agree if that's what you're saying. A lot of people, you have to understand, like, a lot of people have egos, and it takes a lot to rear a child, to raise a child, to appropriate understanding. Because, like, you know, kids go through the why phase where they're asking a bazillion questions. And a lot of parents are not equipped for that phase, and they rather just say, like, stop asking questions rather than encourage them to ask questions. It comes down to, I think, parenting. Why the hell? Okay, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Alpha lock. Phil. Why did that happen? Alpha lock. Ah! Phil. This does not make any sense. I guess maybe... okay, why is that... Let me just do the old lazy. Let me see, does that make it look bad? I don't think so. It's gonna have to do. But I completely agree. I will say the best thing about my father, although I have some, I do not think he raised me, the perfect way. The one thing I really did appreciate is he always let me, quote unquote, talk back to him. And if I had a sound and logical response to, what he had to say, he would, say that's fair. And, you know, encourage me to always think for myself and never just let my parent tell me, okay, that's just how it's gonna be. You know what I mean? I agree. I assume someone just doesn't know about something before they're being hateful, and I find, yeah, that's what it is the most amount of time. And it's like this environment on the internet, it is more pleasurable to just go online and just hate people. Because like, say you had a bad day at work, you know, you lost your job, or, you know, you did something and you got yelled at by your boss. And you're like, let me go make fun of this person on the internet. And the next, you know, like you get like 6 billion notifications of everyone saying like, oh, you were so funny for that. You were so true for bullying that person. But you didn't stop to think that the recipient is having probably like the worst day of their life now. So it's like you're perpetuating this negative environment, this chain of negativity. And it's like, why would you want to do that? And I can only attribute that to low room temperature IQ of individuals. Because like, if anybody, the majority of people, I would say, and this is technically, I don't have any basis on this, but in my understanding, if you've gone through something really, really hard, generally you know how painful it was to go through that thing, and you don't want other people to go through that too, you know? So it just gives me, you know, when people just make fun of people without even like a second thought, it just makes me think that they've had a very, very privileged life, that they don't even have to sit here and think like, man, I remember when that happened to me. I don't want that to happen again to someone else, you know? One thing I love about myself is that I do my best to apologize for wrongs. I think that's important, and I don't want to have a big ego and like my family. Yeah. I completely agree with you. Like, you know, I'll make mistakes too. You know, like my communication won't be entirely perfect, and I will, as long as I can learn that some people are interpreting my communication improperly, I can try to adjust myself to make my communication more effective. Because I think that's the biggest thing and the most important thing. And that's why I have very controversial opinions on academia, esoteric language. The most important thing in life is to communicate to people. I really do hate, and I try to do it to my best of my ability, and like sometimes I make a mistake doing so. Is like when I'm saying things, and if it like people don't understand the definition of the word or something like that, I'm like, that's not effective to me, because it's like I'm not effectively communicating properly exactly what I mean. But I really hate how academia, and I understand there's a time and place for everything, and you know, academia supports it, supports certain esoteric language or vernacular. But I just think it's silly, because it's like, wouldn't you want to make all language as easily accessible as possible, like all communication? Like, I think you should be able to, if you are an effective teacher, you should be able to explain your point to like a child. You know what I mean? But when you like pontificate your language and making it really, really hard to understand to the person, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like what, to flex that you know all this, pontificate is like to make it like obscure, to make it hard to understand. Like what's the point? Like, are you trying to only communicate to people like you? I don't think that's very, I guess noble. Basically there was a study where people got lower scores when they knew the tests were taken with low IQ tests because of the pressure. Yeah, that's very fascinating. I'm a very poor test taker. Yeah, so it's like, I'm obviously not like, because again, like I think the #1 IQ test in the world is like Mensa. And so I'm not like, because like, again, like not everyone can afford to take the test, because I think the test is like $300. But I mean it as like a generalization. Like when they do studies, they tend to generalize like based on the person's in this group's environment's understanding on something, they kind of base it and say like, this is roughly the equivalent of this level of IQ. You know, if they understand, like you read a paragraph, you have really bad low comprehension of paragraph comprehension, more than likely you'd be roughly around this IQ estimate equivalency. It's kind of like how, like, you know, like you can be a homeschooler, but you can say like, okay, well, this person only has like high school level understanding, but you never went to high school, but it's just like the equivalency. I gotta have some water. My dad, when I told him, that's nice, he saw you as a person with your own credibility, I think that would have helped the kid gain more self-confidence. Yeah, and I think I will definitely attribute it to the reason why I have so much self-confidence. Because there were times that I quote-unquote won against my dad. And I, you know, my stuff was, validated, you know, and I didn't, you know, get in trouble or whatever. But that takes like a very strong, like my dad was a very secure person too, like a very like confident, secure person as well. Insecure parents, whoops, I did not finish coloring there. Let me do this. There we go. There are a lot of insecure parents who think like, I'm the parent, therefore I'm the God, you know, judge, jury, and executioner. And I think that's very damaging because you should really, really want to care about your child's well-being first and foremost. You know, understanding like, you know, the generation below you will generally always be smarter just because there's more information to go through and sift from. So, my dad, when I told him the pot wasn't boiling over last night and I didn't need to watch it, I don't care, go watch it. And when I did, it didn't boil over the whole time. I mean, that's kind of hard to say because it is possible though that the pot overboiled, you know? Because that does, because like the thing is like you have to understand like there's a risk. Whoopsie. Like, you know, it's better to be precautious from certain circumstances, overly precautious than it is to be, I didn't finish coloring here either. Give me a second. Than to be like, you know, take the risk. Like, for example, if the pot had overboiled, you know, depending on what liquid in there could have gotten, you know, touched the fire and caused a worse consequence. It seems like your dad took the trade-off of, you know, having someone watch the pot was a safer judgment than it was to have the chance of it overboiling and causing a fire that could, you know, ruin the house. So I think in that circumstance, even though it did not overboil, it is a very safe precaution to make sure the pot doesn't boil over. You know what I mean? The problem is that a lot of people that suffer have the mentality, if I suffered, others should have to suffer too. Yeah. And like, to me, it's like, that's just such a, like, why would you want, like, I think there's a lot of more sadists in this world than we realize. That's just something we're going to have to understand. There was a book I was reading called Behave that's talked about human behavior in like in a negative sense. And I got to finish reading that book. But yeah, I would, it's just not effective. And it's a very selfish way of thinking. And again, like a lot of people are very, very selfish. And I think that's a very big manifestation of that. Because I don't know, like that mentality of like wanting other people to suffer. Like, it's just very selfish. And I can't even justify it. You know what I mean? I can't even like think of like, when would I want someone to suffer what I went through? I disagree on that. I think language doesn't need to always be super accessible. Sometimes it's good to be specific to your own language, especially when talking to people in your field. I think for the most part, the more accessible you make the language, the more people can chime in and give their opinions, and the more minds, the merrier. So that's my opinion on that. Because like, you know, they're like, even now, like as I'm drawing, for example, someone can point out that I drew something incorrectly. Although I am a quote unquote professional, I am also a human. And when it comes to anything, human error is the number one cause of mishaps and, you know, catastrophe, you know? So I don't necessarily agree with that. And on the basis of, like, for example, when I was in the aviation field, human error is like the number one reason for plane faulting, you know? So we had to, you know, make it very, very accessible for everyone to know, you know, the aviation. Like every person who works in aviation, understands the basics of the aircraft because like, you know, communicating that information to everybody is the most effective to where everyone can have open eyes on it. Does that make sense? So I think, you know, I mean, sure, there are times, but at all times, what harm is it to simplify the language to be more accessible for everybody? Like if it comes to a scientific paper, it is more effective for everybody to be able to read it easier than it is for just a small group of people who have had the time to study the definitions of words to read it and process that information. You know, especially in science and stuff like that, I think it's very, very important for it becoming more accessible. I love reading comprehension tests. You remind me of a character in the best way. He's very educated, hates PhDs, and wants to have everyone access to education and be able to learn. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very, very incredibly important for people to be educated. And I don't really like, I will always be a big hater of colleges, except for in medical fields. They got me. And very scientific specifics. Yes, college is very important for those types of jobs. But for the majority of the population, we don't need a college degree as long as we promote, you know, the idea of educating yourself. I think. Haha, my mom's the same. Her rationale is usually I'm the parent, you're the child. Yeah, that can foster, like, that can create a very, oh, look at this. That's not going to work. That can create a very insecure child too, like an insecure attachment, because the child will tend to have a tendency to second guess and not be confident in their own decisions. And that's not a very healthy way to live life when you always feel, because like you're gonna get the idea where it's like you always need to have like your parents' permission because like they're this yes or no man of your life. But then it comes to a point where you're on your own, or perhaps they pass away, and then what? You don't have access to the parents to say yes or no, and then the child becomes very, very insecure with their decision making. And I do see a lot of parents really creating very insecure children. And then what does insecurity do? You have a higher tendency to lash out on other people unintentionally. And it's just a very slippery slope. The temperature was too low for that. I'm cooked the dish a bazillion times. Also, he knows I have PTSD for him yelling and he still yelled. I mean, parents aren't perfect. I don't know your entire circumstance. But it depends, like, for example, and again, I'm not defending your dad. I'm just trying to understand maybe the situation better. I mean, has there ever been a time where you've made one mistake in the kitchen? Maybe he's trying to prevent that from happening again. Or maybe he also knows, remember, like, also your dad is probably older than you. And maybe there have been times that he's forgotten to check the stove properly and made a mistake. And because he's had that mistake in the back of his head, he doesn't want that happening again. But as I did a culinary elective in a high school, so I've done a lot of cooking. It is very, very important to always watch a open flame. An open flame or a gas stove or anything that has a heat source, you should keep your eyes on it the majority of the time. So in that case, I don't want to say I'm siding with your dad, but I guess kind of technically I am. A baby got here. When it comes to you should suffer too, I just respond, I'm glad someone spoke up. We don't have to tolerate hurting kids anymore since you didn't. I'm glad someone spoke up and we don't have to tolerate hurting kids anymore since you didn't. I'm a little confused on that, but I think it has a good spirit. I got an ad? I didn't get an ad? Oh, okay. I may have just reconnected. I'm talking about controlling parents, messing with confidence. I'm in the picture. I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people unintentionally, because like insecure parents raise insecure children. And they will unintentionally rub it off like onto their kids, and the kids get really, really anxious and they don't feel like they can do things on their own. They don't think they can live life on their own without their parent like literally attached to them. And it's very, very sad to see, because it's like, as a parent, you should always understand, excuse me. I said, excuse me, even though it's just like, I just selected the wrong layer. Oh, how do I want to do this? Let me see. You have to always understand that you're building, like a lot of people want to have children. They don't want to grow adults. They just want to have a child, like a damn pet. And the child says, yes, daddy, no, daddy. And that's it. That's all they want. They don't want to actually foster, a good environment for a child to turn into a proper, self-sufficient adult. And they really do just see kind of children as like a pet. And it's really, really unfortunate, because like you have to understand at some point, your child's going to grow up. Your child needs to leave the house. Your child needs to be on your own. And you need to encourage that behavior, no matter how painful it is. And the fact that, I want my child to be with me the rest of my life. Yeah, that's always great. That's a great feeling. However, that is extremely selfish and self-centered. And it's really, really sad, because I've seen the effects of people who've had really, really insecure parents. And it's just like, it's so annoying. And then usually around the ages of like 25, and this is my own experience, 25 to like 29, they start to really, really realize what their parents have done to them, because their, I guess, brain is developing, and they start to resent their parents. And I'm like, it sucks, because like, I don't think anybody should resent it here, but at the same time, like the parent hasn't done the best raising of their parents. Like a lot of people don't have perfect parents at the end of the day. Like again, like my dad, for example, he was really good at raising me to be a very confident individual. However, my dad was very out of the picture a lot of my life. And whenever I was showing too much emotion and become like crying like a girl, or showing any characteristics of being feminine, he would yell at me. He would, yell at me if I started crying. So I could never come to him. And the worst thing that my dad did I'm just blasting him right now, is whenever I got too emotional, he'd be like, all right, fine, I'm not talking to you anymore. And then to me as a kid, I did not process the fact that my dad is going to eventually talk to me again. My dad is eventually going to come around again. So it felt like I was losing my dad. So there's so many times in my life where my dad has left and not spoken to me for months at a time because he's pissed for whatever reason. And to me, it gave me the feeling as if I just lost my parent. And I found that very fascinating because I brought that up with my dad and he was like, since you're going to, I brought this up with him like, I want to say like last year. And he's like, oh, since you want to say I'm such a bad father or whatever, I'll stop talking to you. I'm like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you literally just did it. And it's funny. I was like, you literally just did it. And he like, was real quiet. And he realized it. And we went fine. But guess what? On my birthday, I had a huge fight with my dad. And he disappeared again. And I have not talked to my dad since August 3rd. So, ripperoni. So, parents aren't perfect. And can I say I resent him for the way he does things? I don't know, because technically I do know he came from a very hostile living condition when he was a child, and hostility is really all he knows. So can I really, blame him, I guess? I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I have to understand, like, me personally, I can forgive my dad for his behavior, but at the same time, I can still be hurt by it. You know what I mean? Because I am very much hurt by it. I was supposed to come, I flew to his house to see him for my birthday. We got into a huge fight, and he abandoned me at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. And I'm laughing because it's kind of funny if you think about it. But at the time, it really, really sucked because, like, I am, a physically small woman, and I was by myself in the middle of nowhere in Texas, and Austin was an hour away, and so was some other town where my younger brother lives was an hour away. So I was literally in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't have I had my cell phone, but it wasn't properly charged. So it was very, very scary for me. And I'm like, can I ever forgive my dad for leaving a woman who's had a history of bad experiences with men, to say the least? Can I ever forgive my dad for doing something like that? And I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. However, I have to have the charitable of goodwill and maybe think one day he will change. Or there was a tangent there. We're in here learning. Let's go. Your dad. Oh yeah. Your dad is probably older than you. That's actually so funny. I didn't even realize I said that. That's actually so funny. You described me. I'm trying to combat my indecisiveness. Yeah, it's really, really hard to become a secure person when you were at once so insecure. You know what I mean? My mom and I went through some rough things together, and she started viewing me differently after that, and I now work closer than ever in my life. I respect and go a long way with parents. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are both on the same, page, like, I think that's a good thing always. I meant to the person saying we should hurt kids, like, back in my day. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's like, for example, I'm not gonna lie. I was spanked as a child all the damn time, and I think that is the source of why I get so angry. Like, sometimes, like, I just, like, get really, really angry and really, really stressed. And I know it's for a fact because, for example, my assistant, he has never been spanked as a child, in case you guys were wondering. And he is, like, so soft and gentle. And all of him and his family are so soft and gentle, and they can generally handle a lot of things that I can't handle. And I'm like, this is obviously anecdotal, my experience only. But I think it's very, very telling because it's like I have very bad anger problems sometimes. And I think, again, is because I was spanked a lot as a child. Also, I heard dads that they're a lot older than moms can cause autism. Yeah, that's a genetic truth. After a certain age, both parents can contribute to the autism in a child because of the sperm counts and the quality of the sperm and the quality of the, I think, egg in the uterus. It does deteriorate as you get older, so it is a higher chance of causing autism. I always look at the fire when something's boiling. Even if it's boiling, it'll take some time. I try to do other things, but in kitchen, yeah, exactly. When it comes to open flames, it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where you don't want to risk it. Like, even if it's like very, very low, you just don't want to risk it. Because, like, say if you're cooking something that has oil and it just tiny bit goes over into the flame, next thing you have a kitchen fire. Yeah, that's incredibly dangerous. So, sorry, I'm gonna have to go with the dad here. Yes, the child will be an adult one day. Hell for healthy people. We spend most of our lives as adults. Yeah, exactly. And, like, people just want children as, like, my kids came home for the holidays. Yay. My kid is so subservient to me. It's like they're not realizing they're getting you're raising an adult. My mom says she never wants me to move out, and she says you'd never get away with that in the real world. I think that's a very defeatist mindset, and I think that's that can contribute to confidence problems because, like, depending on the circumstance, like, for example, I was never a good employable person. So I had to create an environment for myself where I employed myself. So I think that's a very defeatist mindset, which is kind of damaging when you give that type of talk to a child. I felt like I've raised myself in a way. Honestly, my parents spent a lot of my time taking care of my disabled brother, but I'm proud of how it's going so far. Yeah, I had a friend who had a severely disabled child, and they forced her to do the majority of the, I would say the child had a mental capacity of maybe like a 3-year-old. And I think the child was, I don't know, 11. And they foisted that all onto her, and it really messed her up. And I remember every time I'd come over to her house, like, we'd have to watch the child and stuff like that. And it's like, first of all, we were both like, now I think about it, we were both like 11 or 12, like 12 or 13. It's like a severely disabled person who could have like a health attack at any time. Like, we should not be the one in charge, but man, yeah, that's really rough. So it's like, yeah, I felt the same way. I've had to really raise myself because my mom was very overly bearing in a way, is how my mom was. And my dad would always leave, Parents affecting their children's mental health and development really suits the whole, the axe forges, but the tree remembers saying, yeah. I'm sorry about that shitty situation, KO. Gosh. Yeah, it was kind of like a hectic. I was like, what the hell is going on here? You can absolutely resent that. His trauma is his own to process to get through. If he lashes out at others, that's on him. Yeah, and see, that's where it's like, I understand, but like, I always like, and again, I'm not like giving my dad the benefit of my doubt because he's my father or anything. But I have to understand, like, not every human is properly equipped to handle their emotions and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, and it's like, I do resent him. It's like, I can resent him, but I think at some point I can maybe forgive him. You know what I mean? But I'm going to let him make the first move. If he wants to reach out to me, then yeah, sure, I'll reach out and be amicable back. But I guess unless he does, I'm sitting here in a sad land. I'm back. Welcome back, happy hearts. Plus, you don't have to forgive certain actions if they do it on purpose. Yeah, like, there is something that my mom, like, again, like, I'm always talking about, because like my mom will like sit here and like check my social media, make sure I'm not talking about her. A guilty conscience. And like, there's something my mom did that was absolutely unforgivable. And she gets so bent out of shape when I'm like, I'm never going to forgive you for that. And it's kind of funny. It's like, I'm not. Like, you can't just say, hey, forgive that. Like, get out of town. You know what I mean? But I can still understand that at the time she made a very foolish mistake, and I guess I can understand and move on from there, because like it's like one of those things where it's like, it's your call to make whether or not you forgive these people. There are certain people, which I'm taking out all my drama right now. There's certain people in my family I will never forgive, and when they pass away, I will spit on their grave. I have people in my life that I'm like, there's certain things where it's like unforgivable. You know what I mean? But my mom, she's kind of an airhead, let's be real. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear that. She's kind of an airhead, so I'm like, all right, I guess it's better to forgive her than hold the grudge. But I will never forgive her for that specific thing. My parents are like saying I got whoopings too. Yeah, it really sucks, and now I have like temper problems. I do not believe, I don't know. I would say I believe, I don't know. I'm not a parent, so I can't even really say if I believe it or not. I don't think it's bad to sometimes smack your child if your child is being in a like very bad, like in a very destructive way, because like sometimes like if you're not communicating effectively, maybe that's the best way to do it. And again, I'm speaking as someone who got spanked all the time as a kid. But I think 9 times out of 10 you can raise a very healthy child without spanking it. But that's my opinion, And again, I know I have a very tolerance for certain shenanigans, and that's why I will probably never have a child, because I'm like, I am not of the right mind frame, I guess, to raise a child. Got to go real quick. All right, Tamayo, take your time. My parents are like opposites. 4 years ago when I started my channel, my parents supported me, but now my dad is not so supportive and quotes me when I say I work. Luckily, my mom's friend support. Yeah, my mom was like that in the beginning, and then I mentioned I guess something monetary wise, like how much money I was actually spending to go to Anime Expo. And then she was like really very very aware of how, you know, this is not just a joke anymore as far as my business. And then, you know, suddenly she's, I'm Kale's biggest fan. And I'm like, huh, isn't that something? But I will say the environment my mom grew in was very, very toxic. So it's like, I don't know, what can you really do? Again, I think it always comes down to, like, again, personal, you know, do you want to forgive them or do you not? Do you want to be the bigger person? Because, like, I know my mom is... I know my mom's very low IQ. She is. There's a lot of things going on in her life she refuses to educate herself about, and she pays the price and she pays the consequence. I might eat those words one day when she'll call me and be like, "You're not doing this to me in front of everybody." Yes, I am, mother. And I know, you know, that's just how it is. I know she's a low IQ. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Well, I guess I'll just try and be the bigger person because I understand that. You know what I mean? I do feel like once you kind of understand that someone is, like, just not that smart and they just refuse to educate themselves, it's like you can either choose to distance yourself from that person or you can just choose to, like, tolerate it. And I 1,000,000,000% just tolerate it. It's like, what am I gonna do? My dad hurt me as a child and I have anger issues, but I'm simultaneously very sensitive when I get mad and I'm mad. Yeah. It's very emotional instability. And I would say, like, a lot of that, like, again, like my little BPD, I believe manifested from, those times my dad would always, like, leave me and abandon me. And, it was very, very hard. It's like, it sucked because, like, when I was, I would say, like, I don't know, like when I was, like, in 1st and 2nd grade, he had to go to the first big thing for the Iraq war or Afghanistan war. I don't remember which one. And, I didn't speak to my dad for like a year and it really messed me up as a kid because, like, every time I saw the news, they would talk about the war and I would see my dad, I would, like, think about my dad and the fact I didn't have a dad. And so I spent a gazillion times crying as a kid because I don't have a dad because he's in war. And then when I did have my dad, he would throw a fit sometimes and be like, all right, well, I'm not talking to you. And I didn't have a dad. So it's like, I just had a very spotty parent. But it's like, again, like the things like, I want to say something that my dad said. And I'm like, it's actually kind of funny that he said that. But he was like, I knew the way I was raising you, you had a high risk of suicide. And I'm like, that is the most insane thing I've ever seen. And technically, that was very, very accurate. But he's like, I also knew, you know, if it, you know, you succeeded and I succeeded, you could be a very, very strong individual. And I'm like, you know, technically that's true too. So I don't know. Parenting is always a very fickle concept. Like I don't know how to really say, you know, what's right and wrong because, like, you know, there are times in my life where the way I was raised could have, yeah, like literally killed me. Because mentally I couldn't handle certain things. But I don't know, but I always thought that was so funny that he said that. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like my dad, and I think that's why I'm also very, very masculine and I'm not very feminine. It's fine. I have very feminine interests though. Like I like fashion and purses and stuff like that. But like for example, I got my first Barbie for one of my birthdays. And I was so excited because it was the first time I ever had a Barbie. And the next day it disappeared. And I never saw it again. And I was like, oh, okay, I must have lost it. Because I'd say I had some toys when I was a kid. And come to find out, I think funny enough, I think I found this out a couple years ago. And I'm 28. And my dad was like, oh yeah, I didn't want you playing with dolls. So as soon as I saw it, I threw it away. And I'm like, that was my birthday gift. And I never did get a doll after that. So my dad didn't want me playing with dolls. Because it's too womanly, I guess. I don't know. But again, it's like, can I truly criticize it if I do, you know, understand that I grew into a very, very, I think, self-sufficient person? I don't know. It's just one of those things that we'll never know the answer to, but we can sit here and query about them and maybe just get a better understanding of ourselves by thinking about them. But I apologize. Exactly. I don't have to accept it. I grew up in a household that's always crying, won't do anything, and I'm so emotional so when I cry. Yeah, see, like that's really, really tough because like I went through the same thing too, and like yeah, there's some things that make me cry, like again, like I'm a big aviation nerd, and the end of Sully. Do you remember when, like, you know, the movie about they had the aircraft and they landed in the Hudson River? See, okay. First of all, I'm a crybaby, bitches. Like, I'm a crybaby. Okay, I'm just like preparing you. I'm gonna cry eventually, but whenever they at the very end of the movie, the reenactment of it, they brought in the people who were in the actual experience, and they all reunited and saw the aircraft, and I'm like, this is so touching. And it's like, it made me, I bawled my eyes out. Like, I cry at like silly movies like that all the time. But yeah, so it really sucks, because especially like, you know, when people are overwhelmed, I think it's very natural and understanding to cry, and this aversion of crying is a very damaging, because it's a human emotion like anything else. Like, you know, anger is an emotion that should be controlled, but we cannot ignore it, because all humans have the emotion of anger. Same for sadness. And let me see. I'm gonna take these guys. Sucks because I'll just do clipping mask. Hold on. Will it disappear? No, we're good. Anger is like an emotion we're all gonna experience. That's just a fact of the matter. And I think it's how you handle the anger, like after the fact, or, you know, try your best during, is what really matters. Good thing you talk about your mom a lot. Oh god. My mother. I despise parentalizing so much. Is parentalizing a specific word? Because I'm not really sure. Here's hoping he has the maturity to see error in his ways and reach out for forgiveness. Yeah. The thing is, like, my dad is a very stubborn individual. Like this guy is from the war. He's absolutely riddled with PTSD, and he will not acknowledge that. He will not. And it really sucks to see, you know, your dad, you know, very obviously showing the signs of a mental illness that's very severe. It can be very dangerous and damaging. And you know, he just doesn't want to address it. And I'm like, that's men for you. I grew up in a house that's always, crying and a emotional thing. Yeah, exactly. Crying is actually a very good thing for you. Let's see. You can spend time teaching your kid how to draw. Oh god, that'd be tiring. Very convenient. They're suddenly supportive once they see how the success for it. Exactly. And that's where it's like, again, like there's certain things like that I resented. You know, it's like my mom had been criticizing a lot of my artwork my entire life. And I'm like, that really bothered me. And thankfully I had nothing else to do but draw all my life. So I drew. And thankfully I didn't let it get to me, because it could have killed my desire to be an artist. Honestly, feel you. My mother has one of the worst cases of foot and mouth you'll ever see in a human being, other incapable of understanding and processing stuff on every level. Yeah, I'll be the first to admit my mother is very low IQ, but she's got the spirit. And thankfully, she's in a very controlled environment to where her airheadedness doesn't affect anybody. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know when you go to a petting zoo? You're like, oh, look at this goat just enjoying its life. It's my mother. It sucks. I feel like once people get to an older age, it seems like they never educate themselves. Obviously, younger people can be the same, but I've personally noticed more from older people. You know, I've noticed that too, and I've wondered, like, I've self-reflected on my own education as I got older, and there are some things I'm becoming a little bit more rigid in, and I've always wanted to understood that, like, I could be wrong at any time, and I need to educate myself at any time. So I think it's a very what is that word I'm always using? Intentional. To keep educated yourself is very intentional. And if you give up the intention, or, you know, perhaps you don't even have the mental capacity to have the intention, I think, you know, that's one of just those things. Cause like, yeah. And back to the whole education thing, like there are some people who just don't have the mental capacity because you're so overwhelmed to like sit down and read a college textbook. But I think like in the meantime, you can at least like not take out, you know, take out your anger out on others. I think that's like the bare minimum. Like, how is that such a like controversial take to say, like, at the bare minimum, I don't think you should go and be mean to people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very interesting to see how the entire internet has changed. Cause like I have been on the internet for like since the dawn of time. And like back in the day, it was just a bunch of very niche people because only niche people had access to the internet. Because like, you know, the normies didn't know that the internet was such a cool and interesting place. So a lot of those people were very accepting of others because like they were all weird in the first place. And, you know, that's how they were on the internet in the first place. But now that everybody has access to the internet, everyone just treats it like a battleground to be as cruel to others. And I find that very, very upsetting. I find that extremely upsetting. I think I need to technically... I colored this incorrectly. Way too much risk versus reward. I'm a little confused. I probably am just too late to read in the comment. The vast majority of certain age brackets. Oh god, I lost it. Refuse to accept new information on certain topics. Yeah, I find that really funny. Viper Biter, hello, I'm a little late. No worries, as long as you show up, Viper Biter. I always appreciate it. The coloring looks ready for it. Thank you. Not chaos with the fatherless behavior. I am the epitome of the fatherless child. Like 1,000,000,000% I am very fatherless. So it's 1,000,000,000% correct. Like, again, like sometimes when I get obsessed with certain things, like I'm like, this is fatherless reasons. I just realized that my comments weren't appearing in my Ultimate Idiot account. That's weird. I didn't block you or anything. I don't block anybody really. Jesus, they sound unhinged. Sorry. I can't tell if you're talking about my dad or my mom, but yeah, they both had their quirks, to say the least. My dad was more of a screaming at you and breaking things. We weren't about, yeah. See, that's like, my dad thankfully was not like that. My dad was very, I will say, he's very, very articulate. Like more so than me. Like I like to think like I am somewhat articulate with my words. He's very articulate. So my dad, very unfortunately, can be very mean in very little words. And so it's like he never really had a result to like physical violence. And he never actually now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen him break something. Which is actually pretty good, actually. Oh, I remember one time he has like, funny enough, like he's fine with bugs. And this is the most maddening thing. So it's like, if there's a bug in his house, like he's just fine with it being there because like in Trinidad and Tobago, like bugs were like normal because it's a tropical island. And I remember one time there was a cockroach in the kitchen and I screamed and he ran in the room and saw it and then just grabbed the cockroach with his hand. And I screamed even more because that's the worst response I was ever going to expect. Like I thought he was going to like kill it with like something. He picked it up with his hand and showed it to me. And I'm like, that is the most disgusting animalistic beast I've ever seen. But yeah, I don't think my dad's ever broken anything. So I guess that's a benefit. But yeah, like physical, like I have had a experience of a parental figure, to say the least, who was that type of person. And I think that's a story for another day. But it ended very, very, very badly. And so yeah, that really, really sucks. And it creates an anxiety the rest of your life. It really, really does. Oh my god, my father hated the Sully movie because he was like, oh, it was on the news so much they never stopped talking about it. No one talks about the co-pilot. That's actually so funny. It's like, no one talked about the maintainer crew, you know, like, I know exactly what you mean. That's actually hilarious. I mean, it was an incredible feat. Let's be real. Hudson River. That's so strange. My dad is also like this. This as well, where he takes an issue with femininity, even though I'm a girl, whereas most parents would go by feminine standards by default. Yeah, my dad hated it. So funny enough, like I was one of those quirky little girls who were like, I hate pink. And if anybody's seen my room now, my room is entirely pink. My walls are pink. My bed is pink. I'm like, this is a fantastic color. But yeah, it's like, I guess my dad didn't want, he always, I guess, it's funny. It's like he's changed his ways now. And it's funny, like when I was talking to him, he's like, I'm a feminist. And I'm like, that is the funniest thing I've heard my dad say. But he does really implore, and he knows how like society can take advantage of women. And I think he just didn't want that to happen to me. So it's like there was a method to his madness, but I'm like, okay, I think we could have toned it down just a tiny bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. But at the same time, you know, considering he grew up in an area where he had extreme poverty, you know, did he know any better? I think I will say ultimately, again, like not to take the whole current situation as I'm beefing with him right now. But I would say that all things considered, he handled it very well. With the circumstances that he was led before him. For the most part. I mean, of course, like everyone's not perfect. Again, I probably am doing copium because it's my father, but at the same time, I have to be a rational person and understand, you know? Parentalizing means forcing a child to become a parent to like their sibling. Oh, yeah, no, I'm the delayed one. I just talk nonstop, and so I don't get to chat. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But by the way, my last message is regards to Barbie and Jill. Yeah. That's totally fine. Parents will push you to go to therapy. My dad doesn't. My dad's the kind of person who doesn't believe in mental illness. That's my father. Like, okay, so the funniest thing. Okay, so what's I find very funny about him being from Trinidad and Tobago, and I swear I see this all the time, like in like Caribbean families, where it's like there's sometimes they'll pick up a superstition and it just won't leave them, and they'll be like superstitious. And I thought it was really funny. Like after like the way Nicki Minaj is kind of going off the deep end, I'm not a fan of her anymore. But she was doing something that was super superstitious one time on stream. She's like, you know, like your child will be cursed. And I'm like, it's like reverting to the default of being superstitious. And my dad's kind of that way too. And it's like, for the longest time, he was like, yeah, sometimes I feel like I get these demons. And it's so funny because like my dad, again, is very, very educated man. Like he, I think nowadays, like he also was a big person for, like he got his citizenship from the military. Like he joined the military to get his citizenship, and he was very, very uneducated at the time. And if you're from Trinidad and Tobago, you kind of like have a Trini accent, and it's kind of like a thicker accent. And so it's kind of, if you're not used to that accent, it's hard for like Americans and Westerners to understand you. And so he used to get in a lot of fights because people would just, you know, call him dumb and stupid and stuff like that. So he spent a lot of his time educating himself to where he could like articulate his words better. And what's really cool is that he can do the I haven't heard him do it in a while, but he can do the code switching from changing the way you sound and whatnot. And I always thought that was really, really cool to hear him switch like his complete dialect. But he was talking about like, I get these demons sometimes. Like when I'm sleeping, I swear it's like these demons. And I'm like, oh, are you having it to where it's like you feel like you can't move and you're paralyzed when you're sleeping sometimes? He's like, yes. And I'm like, that's just sleep paralysis. And he was like, he thought they were like demons or something. I'm like, oh, it always reverts back to the whatever. Oh, thank you, Nibbers. I just saw it. I just scrolled down. Sorry. A real man ain't afraid of pink, LOL. Yeah, I guess you're right. I appreciate that, though. I really do. But yeah, my entire room is pink now. I think that's so funny. My friends are baffled when I joke insult with my parents. Yeah, it's just a fact of the matter. Like, they're gonna have to accept me as a shit posting daughter or not. I feel like men are taught to be emotionless, but in reality, I feel like the most turns to anger. So funny enough, men are, I think, like genetically more emotional than women because they have a bigger like amygdala, which is like the emotional regulation. I remember reading that. I would double confirm just to verify though. But they are more prone. That's why men are more prone to killing out of passion, as in like they are suddenly overwhelmed with emotions and they kill like a partner. Or they kill like a man and another man in a road rage. And so men are more emotional, I believe, by the inherent biologically. But women are more emotionally unstable. And, you know, the things that women get emotional about are men can't really process it well because they don't really understand it. So that's why they always think that women are more emotional. But I think like biologically, it's a fact that it's men that are more emotional. And that's why they do very sudden, you know, anger and, you know, killings and stuff like that. Because emotion is like, you know, anger is an emotion. Like, let's be real. Like women, I feel like the worst they do is they overread the situation and they start crying. And it's like, I feel like that's kind of harmless if you really think about it. But men, when they get angry, it's like it becomes dangerous, you know, or at least again, you know, from my experience, I'm physically not I really wish sometimes like I'd be like a big physical person where it's like, imagine being like 6'8" and just being jacked. So my perspective of my life, I've always found it's scary when men are angry because they can get very, very dangerous quickly. I feel them to be more unpredictable. But women, yes, they can do, you know, terrible things too. I think is way at a way less thing. I feel like women try to mess you up more emotionally than physically. But that's just my opinion. I've straight up colored my house. Yeah. Yeah, my mom too. I ask her why she thinks certain ways and certain topics. I get just nothing in response. Yeah, there's some things like it's mostly like health related with my mom. Like she has like a health condition and she exasperates it by continuing to be unhealthy. And then she'll call me complaining about that health condition. I'm like, you're doing absolutely nothing to solve it, to remediate the problem. And it's like, yeah, well, and then that's the end of the conversation. And then tune in next week when I get another update on her condition that is getting worse. You know, it's like that kind of thing. My friends, oh yeah, I already read that. As someone who spent the entirety of teens and early 20s full of anger, PTSD, yes. Oh man, I forgot the context because like I read it too late. My parents have certain adaptive today's realities. In one aspect, they spend more time on the phone. Yeah, I noticed my dad gets really, really addicted to social media now. And it's like, I tried pointing it out to him and he doesn't recognize it. So he might be lost. He may be lost. Because like I find it funny when like the dads get like addicted to like the news sources and stuff like that. And my dad's very addicted to the news. And he sits here and acts like he doesn't care about these things, but he does a lot. And I'm like, you could be doing so much with your life. And he doesn't. My dad threw a golf ball at my head. Oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry that's insane. And that's also like, I will say like as a kid, I was always of the if I was going to be hit or something, I would call the police. And that's not to say like, that's what you should have done or I'm condemning you for not doing that. But I will say like I was raised in the idea that like no matter what happened, at any time I would call the police. But that is really, really sad. My mom, a house phone at me, help. Oh, that's really terrible. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And especially from a parental figure, because like you're supposed to be able to trust this person, literally with your life. And for them to betray you, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you can't forgive that. You know what I mean? So I'm really, really sorry to hear that. My dad was a funny guy with good taste in music, though. He was clearly a very broken man, had a lot of trauma, literal brain damage, but the things he did was horrible, so I can't really... Yeah, it's such a tough situation, the way people handle trauma. And it sucks because, like, a lot of people, like, traumatic people will, unfortunately, like, pass down that trauma to other people as well. And it's just really, really sad to see. It's like, what can you do? And, like, that's why I always, I try to help to the best of my ability, people process their emotions and stuff like that. Because it's like, yeah, it's like, and imagine being so hurt, you don't even realize you're passing down your trauma onto someone else. And it's a really tragic thing. I returned again, welcome Yuki. I hate cockroaches, I can only tolerate anime girl cockroaches. Yeah, I think Matara Khan, if that's who you're referring to. I think she's really, really cool. But yeah, I was like, I screamed when I saw that he just picked it up with his hands like an animal. Like, what a beast. Let's see. Masara simp spotted. My dad was also very supportive over gay stuff in very cage-free, slight but offensive way. He was supportive of me being bi, made a lot of jokes about it. I wonder how you feel about the trans. Yeah, I always do find that funny. My dad was always fine. Well, I like my my dad would like, compliment a man and be like, the no homo shit, he would say. But yeah, he was always fine with it. Like, it never really bothered him. I think that's also another thing. Like if it really doesn't bother you, like why are you, giving a shit? But it was like he would compliment a man's physique and be like, no homo shit. I always thought that was so funny. I was thinking of Gokicha, which is a niche manga. I'm not sure what that is. Hormones also play a part in that. A lot of trans men get on testosterone, get more emotional. A lot of trans girls get on estrogen, get more chill. That's very interesting. Yeah, I will say like I have a lot of hormonal issues because like I can feel it fluctuating during my hormonal cycle. Because a lot of people don't know, but a lot of people do know. So I'm just recapping maybe that your female hormones fluctuate like hell on a menstrual cycle. So it's like the first, half of the month you have a bunch of estrogen and then the estrogen drops and then you get a boost in testosterone and then you get a boost in progesterone and all those have different effects on the body and I can feel them very, very vividly. And the very vivid experience of those hormones is usually linked to a dysregulation of those hormones, and that's usually called PMDD, which is premenstrual something disorder. And it is absolutely hell, so I know exactly what you mean about the hormonal things. Because I am a big baby a few days before, I'll cry and I'll get angry and I'm like, oh, everybody in the world is abandoning me. And I'm like, nope, I was just overreacting. And it is something that I have not gotten used to, no matter how much older I get. The larger gland coupled with testosterone in the body, absolutely. Men are far more emotional, more pro the violence. Yeah, exactly. And so I always find it funny because it's like, you know, women are like, I think an emotional thing, but to me it's like very, very harmless. Like women's emotions to me are very, very harmless. Men can get scary. My dad was always mistreated by his parents and mostly by his dad. He grew up to not like him, but every now and then he kind of would act like him. Yeah, it's like the, you know, the thing about the fact that, you know, if you raise your child a certain way, there's a high chance your child is going to reflect a, you know, my dad always did say, you know, when he would fight with his father, he was like, you're fighting with a mirror. You're fighting with the reflection of yourself right now. And that's what a child is. It is a reflection of your parent. So I just found that really interesting. Like, oh, mirror. That's a really good way of putting it. I'm the person you created. I did beef a lot with my mom about certain things. And I'm like, you know, you created this little monster of yours. Let's be real. But it is unfortunate sometimes when it turns out very, very badly. But the parenting is a very, very touchy, you know, and a situational kind of thing. So it's really, why did that turn all blue when it's, okay. And again, that's why I've never felt I'm going to be a proper parent. So I'm not a parent. We call that generational trauma. Yeah, that's literally what it's called. It is rather sad. Because yeah, I have very, very, I am very a paranoid person. And I know 1,000,000,000% is the way my dad raised me. But I try to not to get too delusional, you know what I mean? Hormones are so interesting, honestly. They really, really are. And it's like, I've tried on my own, because I do like experimenting on myself, lol. Which is not very smart if you have any sort of like emotional irregulation. And I've tried like taking like progesterone at certain times or estrogen at certain times to see if I can help this whole like emotional imbalance I'm having. In one time, I absolutely went bonkers. I went absolutely insane. I felt like, I don't know, I was so full of adrenaline. My mind was racing. I was going absolutely crazy. I think that was one of the bigger crash outs I had on Instagram. And I'm like, oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. And so I think that was progesterone. I tried taking progesterone and it's like, it messed up my body so badly. Like my body was doing things like off predicted cycles. It was crazy. So yeah, hormones are very, very fascinating. And they're very, very important. And that's why I find it very interesting. Like, and that's also another thing. Like also what I realized is like, you know, there are certain hormones and stuff that are produced in the body that calm you down and relax you. And for women, a lot of those hormones leave when you hit the, when you hit menopause. And that's why they'll become more angry. And that's where I think like the whole idea of the Karen comes from, is because like the women has hit to a point where they don't have those hormones anymore that make them feel, you know, relaxed and calm. So they're more anxious and angry and agitated because like there are times, like, again, on my cycle, I'm like, and I feel like a lot of people, you know, who have uteruses know exactly what I'm talking about. You kind of go ballistic sometimes. And it's because they don't have that hormone anymore that they get really, really angry as they get older. Of course, they really should not be taking that out in society. But I think that's the best explanation we have for that behavior at that certain age. I will say, it's me personally, there's a community called Foodie Beauty where it's a bunch of women who have hit menopause and they're all arguing with each other and fighting each other every day. And it is the funniest thing in the world. It is the funniest thing ever. I was like, there's like, there's a certain level of petty that like comes with age that only they can hit. And I'm like, this is fantastic to watch. I'm like, yes. Oh, it's really, really good. Yeah, sometimes I act like my dad and I just get, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, I'm nothing but my father's daughter. I'm nothing but my father's daughter. All right, I think we're doing all right. We can't do too much shading for this thing because we're gonna do lighter hair. Bonkers, lol. I went insane. It was so... I don't even remember it now, funny enough. But I went absolutely berserk. And I'm like, this is what I get for being an idiot and trying to take hormones on unsupervised medically. But alas, I will continue my journey. I have to test. I have to figure it out. I have to see if I can solve the problem. I think self-inflicted tests are okay. I am not a medical doctor, though. Where can I send fan art? I have pretty funny drawings I want to send. You can usually just tag me on Twitter or something like that, or you can use my one of my emails that I use for like, the fan art contest or something. But I will be making a Discord probably tomorrow, and I'll make it more easily accessible for people. But I appreciate you doing fan art. That's really sweet. Oh shit! I don't want to become more angry. Yeah, and once I heard that, I'm like, oh, I'm in for a fucking roller coaster. It's like. Like that, you know, time of your hormonal cycle where you're really just agitated and angry, like that becomes like the new norm. And that's menopause. And that's like you're going through the symptoms. Like, excuse me, you're like your body's like getting used to the fact that you don't produce estrogen anymore. And it can be really rough for people. And I'm like, I have to start working my ass off now so I can, because I think you can do stuff like hormone replacement therapy as you get older. And like, I need to make sure I can afford stuff like that because I will go absolutely batshit if I can't. Because I already know. I just know. Honestly, I think it's fun as hell when I get entered the week of blood and get more emotional. Best time to do roleplay. The week of blood. Yeah, it sucks because like I get the worst thing about me is right before it. I get really pity party. And I'm like, nobody likes me. And it's like, you know, and then I check the calendar. Yeah, so I have to be very careful with checking the calendar to see where everything lines up. Because I'm like, nobody likes me. It sucks. NGO watching old woman fight vocally to the death sounds like a... Yeah! And that's what the foodie beauty community is. It's called like Girl World. And it is the funniest thing because it's like, you know, these women, again, they're doing stuff that only comes with age. And like, they put on a show. You know, that's why like, you gotta like and respect the hags, you know what I mean? It's like, this only can be said and done by someone of that age. And it is fantastic. Just vocally, I don't know what, Tosado, howdy. Sorry, I read your comment so late. I'll just save and send when we get this. Oh, okay. This is my profile picture. I'm so lucky my hormones don't affect me too much, but man, is the pain so severe. I guess that's straight off me. So what happened for me, like, shout out to all the people who are grossed out by these conversations. I used to get really bad pain as well. And I started taking the Flow vitamin gummies, and they're mad expensive. Ugh, they're like $30 a month, which I guess, I don't know. Is that expensive? I think it's expensive. I take the gummy versions, and that has significantly reduced my pain to damn near nothing. Like, I really don't have any pain anymore. So it's like, that's what really helped me. And I did try for a while. I stopped taking them because I'm like, damn, these bitches are expensive. And everything came back. And I also noticed, personally, I crave a lot of sugar right when I'm about to go the gates. And if I have a bunch of sugar, it'll be way more painful. But those Flow vitamins have really helped me. Me too. There was a time I almost cried, but I was getting the cramps, so I knew it was blood. Yeah, exactly. I know this is so like gross, but it's like, it's funny because it's like, oh, do you guys ever notice you can see the change in your face? Like, you know, when you're about to start or whatever, I can see it in my face. Like my face shape changes. And I'm like, it's about to come. And it does. I found that so interesting. I started noticing it. Because like physiologically, your physique, like your facial structure does change whenever you're ovulating. I found that very interesting. I was raised by my mother. Stuff doesn't faze me. Yeah, and I feel like you're a very mature person. You know, some people get like grossed out by this. You know, but yeah, you're a mature person, which I really appreciate that because it's very rare. Taking note because nothing helps. Yeah, I'm telling you, the Flow gummies is like you take 2 of them a day. But yeah, that's really helped me personally. Let's see. I think we're almost done with all this shading. Funny enough, I've just been like manually shading, and I don't even like. I was not conscious of what I was doing. I was doing it by muscle memory. I'm so used to it, it doesn't gross me out. Yeah, and that's what I think. I think like it should be like more normalized, because it's like, it's just like what, 50% of the population goes through it. Like, come on, it's not that big of a deal. In fact, you know, technically, if men pay attention to women's hormone cycles, that is the smartest thing for them. Because women act different ways on different hormonal cycles, and it'd be very in their best interest to be aware, you know, when women are in different phases. See, that's when you know if you're a swag master, a true lover, a true man who's a true lover of women. He'll pay attention to the cycles. I saw one time, it was like this person was like I guess a VTuber. She had mentioned it, and this one of the fans started like tracking her cycle. I like that, it's so funny. How does it change in what way? Your face? Never realized the face changes. Yeah, so your eyes will get like the fat around your eyes will start to like decrease a little bit, so your eyes will look bigger, and your lips will get a little bit plumper, because your metabolism actually changes when you're ovulating, and your metabolism will focus on making yourself, like your sex organs, more attractive and more able to be responsive, and that aspect of you will change. So it's like, I notice for me, like my cheekbones come out. My eyes get more brighter, bigger, because like it's like I reduce in a lot of inflammation on my face. And your luteal phase, you will gain a bunch of inflammation, because that is a part of your period cycle where you cannot bear a child, because your body is creating a new egg. And so your body will naturally make you look very, very unattractive to tell the man, hey, this is not the best time for ovulation. So during ovulation, that is the only time of the month you can actually get pregnant. Your body hormones, or excuse me, your body's metabolism focuses on those areas, and actually you'll start to like lose your appetite a little bit. If you've ever really paid close attention, you might lose your appetite when you're ovulating and you're not as hungry. But when you're preparing, you know, for creating an egg, when your luteal phase, you'll get really hungry. That's also another thing whenever you do menopause, is you start to get to a point where you're pretty much just like always in your luteal phase. But yeah, you'll really slim out in the face whenever you're about to start your period and start ovulating. And so if I was ever a model, which I have no intention of being, I'll be like, there's no way anybody's gonna see me outside of my let's see, is that part of the head? Ovulation. Because like you could, like, for me, some people it's not as visible, but you ever feel like as a woman you wake up and you like look in the mirror and you're like, I am so damn ugly, what just happened? It's usually you're in your luteal phase, which is like the week before your period. Week and a half, sometimes it can be up to 7 days, 7 to 10 days. For me, unfortunately, it's like 10 days. So that sucks. I mean, people gain weight, retain water in the face. So yeah. And also for me personally, whenever I'm ovulating, my stomach gets really swollen. One time I had a breakdown over a petty argument with my boyfriend. I think I was on the TV, and I legit looked at my mirror and I was like, bro, I'm about to be period. Yeah, exactly. Also, come on, it's just blood, man. You have it. Yeah, exactly. I think like people, like, again, like, I wish people were really more honest about it or open about it, because I guess I have to be the change I want to see. So sorry guys if you know, this is period hour. Because it's very fascinating. And the more you understand about yourself, you know, the more you're like, I'm not dumb. Because I used to go batshit insane when it was really bad, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna kill somebody. Like, obviously not really. I'm gonna kill somebody one day. And then I realized it was the same phase every single time that cycle came around. I'm like, I am insane. And again, I was mentioning this statistic the other day. They said like the majority, like they said like they did a study one time where it's like they tracked to see what cycle a woman was when she was getting checked into the psych ward, and 98% of the women were like a day or two before their period start where they're most like emotionally unstable. So I found that very fascinating. Yeah, my mother had debilitating cramps to the point where she couldn't get out of bed sometimes even. I remember her being 13, hopping on my bike to the store. Aw, that's very sweet of you. But yeah, like some people have it really bad. For me, sugar, if I have a bunch of sugar, makes it like horrible. And it's funny, that's kind of like how I tell myself whether or not I've had like a relatively clean, because like obviously I like sugar. You guys see my donuts. Where I've had a clean diet for the month is how painful it is. But the flow of vitamins have like been a lifesaver for me. No idea why, and again, it sucks because those bitches are expensive. But alas, what am I gonna do? All right, let me find a way to... Don't mess with blood. Too many bad things can happen medically. Yeah. I wish humans got literal eggs. That would be cool. Sadly, that's every time I look in the mirror for me. What, the bloating? Jesus, lol. I wouldn't put it past us to cook and eat our own eggs. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's a good thing we don't actually lay eggs. Because that would be a whole, I mean, hey, it'd be a great way for women to make extra money, you know? Hey, I have some organic. One kind of bad thing that happens sometimes is sometimes when a woman disagrees with a guy, then they think they're on their period. And we literally have a phrase for here that, yeah, you know, funny enough, I know, like, so when it comes to certain phases, and like there's like another one phrase that a lot of people have, kind of like a apprehension towards, and that is the, oh, well, people have it worse than you phrase. I think it depends on the execution of it. Cause like, yeah, like sometimes if someone said that to me, it'd make me really, really pissy. Cause it's like, say I'm very valid in my anger. But then sometimes like, I literally am like, I'm literally about to be on my period. And I'm like, that's fair. But for the whole, like, you know, well, people have had it way worse than you. I don't think that's necessarily said in negligence. The majority of the time, I think it can be said in negligence, as in people are trying to invalidate your feelings. I think people just don't know how to communicate to others when they're going through something really, really rough. That looks terrible. And that's the best way they can kind of express it. Because I noticed that phrase too. A lot of people can be apprehensive towards it. Because I feel like it's very invalidating, which it can be. But like, to me, like, for example, like when I have like, again, like when I, what should I color this? Whatever. I don't like that. When I have I like this color though. When I'm feeling sorry for myself, you know, I think to myself, hey, you know, there are people out there who have it way worse than I do. And I'm like, you know what? That's very, very true. You know what I mean? I just love the change of how parents' actions could change you physically, mentally. You get hella attractive when you get bleed out like a gusher. Yeah, right? Yeah, track when your girl's on the bloody week to go vampire. I mean, heck, I guess that's certainly a thing. I kind of like this light purpley look. That's fun. Go vampire mode. This happens a lot when I'm chatting with my pals. But yeah, I found the human body and all that stuff very, very fascinating. Wish we wouldn't stray away often on those topics, but kind of like this light purpley look to her. But yeah, and then sometimes it gets embarrassing when it's like, you know, people are like, oh, are you in your period? And like, yes. Could you tell? So I guess it's like how receptive you are to criticism. You know, I try to give people the charitable, I know they're not meaning it, like charitable, what is it called? The gift of charity. There's a specific phrase. The branch of charity? No. I don't know what it is. The benefit of charity? I think it's a benefit of charity is the phrase. It is very, very fair. But I always found that there was a really good book called Your Body, or excuse me, what is it? Your Brain on Birth Control. And it's funny enough, it's not even just like about birth control, but it's about like a lot of hormones and stuff like that. And I recommend any uterus haver to wear it, or excuse me, read it. It feels like a manual of information I feel like we should have known, but I don't think people that give that much of a shit to have taught it. Jeff gonna go yander and kill somebody one day. A white man decided to sleep on my pillow while I'm laying on my bed. That's really cute. That's really cute, actually. I will say, for whatever reason, my eyes are already kind of feeling kind of dry. I'll take some eye drops soon. I still cannot believe I, like, damn near had an asthma attack on earlier. That was really funny. Let's see here. I think this needs to be lighter at the bottom. Where is this? Let's take this and make this a little bit more up here. Well, I don't want it too much up there. Take it back. Let's try like I feel like it's looking too dark up above. Let me see. let me add some snowflakes to the hair. God, this Miku is so pretty. Thank you. I think she turned out really good. Might do a standee of her or something. I know keychain at the minimum, but maybe a standee too. Yandere is killing people. My pet peeve, lol. It's my least favorite trait. Yandere yet. Gaslighting, manipulation, so much scarier. It makes more sense, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, toxic love. Ooh, I kind of like how that looked. We'll do it very sparsely, though. Yeah, because she has those little sparkles. Oh, buddy! Look at these little sparkles. Or snow, whatever. I don't like yanderes in general. As someone who has, again, like, the BPD obsession with people sometimes, it is very accurate. Sometimes. I guess it depends on the person. And some people are into that, so it's like, I don't find anything wrong with them. I find them, unfortunately, very relatable sometimes, and I'm like, oh. So I guess it depends. Do you have a Newgrounds? I don't even know. Like, I've heard Newgrounds. Isn't it like an older thing? I'm not really sure what that is. Yanderes are hot. I mean, they can be obsessed and insane as long as you're prepared for that. As long as you're very aware of what you're getting into, I think, you know, not obviously the actual killing. I'm talking about the obsession. You know. Let's see. Ooh, sparkly, let's go. If you won't kill for me, do you truly love me? Exactly. Tsunderes are better. Baka baka baka. True. Exactly. You want to be a tsundere in a relationship. You don't want to be a yandere because it's like, it scares a lot of people. Let's see. There's something I meant to tell you, Stella. I totally forgot though. Oh well. I think there's nothing more romantic than cannibalism. True. Do you really love them unless you consume them? Really? I'm dead wrong. I'm not a huge fan of yanderes, but I'll take about anything to get some kind of dairy. Tsunderes are better. You know a lot of something that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No idea. If anyone is a tsundere, it'd be Stella here. I'm kind of just putting these randomly. I don't want to put them too much. I don't think it looks too bad so far. Tsundere doesn't work IRL. Speaking of someone who has girls bullying me in real life because they like me. It depends on the man. The thing is, like, some men really prefer the intellectual challenge that comes with the kind of like very neurotic kind of women. So it really depends on the man. Some, they want like the really soft, mommy kind of like taking care of, like come home and, you know, cook dinner for them type of that. And some people, some men really, really like the very mentally turmoil women. And in fact, Socrates, he was a philosopher who did a lot of arguing and stuff like that. He had a very, very angry wife. I think that's the funniest thing. People were like, he had a very tsundere angry wife. And it's because he was into the intellectual challenge of a very, you know, argumentative, kind of emotionally unstable woman. So it really depends on the man. Like me personally, I don't know. It's like you have to be in the mood for certain of these like nonsensical things. But I think it always depends. I love it when they sneak their hair into the main character's food. Gross. But which one would be the worst in a relationship? Tsundere or yandere? The possessiveness, I mean, like I said, I've technically experienced like the very, very like obsessive person. Again, it depends. Like, I don't know if I was very insecure and I was in the mood for like an insane bitch. I think I'd prefer the yandere, but I am too old to be playing games anymore. I'm an unk. I'm an unk. I'm too old to be doing all this mess. And so I prefer tsundere at my age. I guess it depends on the yandere technically. But it is so exhausting when someone likes, you know, like looking through your comments and like other people's posts and stuff like that. They're checking who you're like. This what sucks is like nowadays, the yanderes, the very obsessive types of people, they have access to much information. And that's what I think makes it so exhausting. It's like checking when you post. Okay, well, did you post? And now you're ignoring me because you posted before you ignored me. They're checking your comments to see if you're leaving comments on other posts that are not, you know, answering their posts first. They're also checking your following. And if you're following XYZ, that means XYZ. And it's just a bunch of jumping to conclusions. And it's a miserable experience. Like, it really is. Like, again, like, maybe if I had no self-confidence and I was in the mood for an obsessive woman, sure. But no, that is very, very exhausting. So it depends on your goals. And I don't feel like right now I need to be in a position where someone's obsessed over me. It makes me feel like responsible for them. And I'm like, I have too much of my own responsibilities. But if you're, I always told people where it's like, if you can financially support one of those people, as in you had like a good secure financial income to where you had all the free time in the world to answer to all of their insecurities, then go ahead. But I cannot financially afford those types of people. I unfortunately have a job. I have to work. Another grandiose moment. Yandere ammo. I have no patience for soon. That's so funny. I'm the complete opposite. Like soon though, it's like, I think it's like, they're just a little insecure with their feelings. But yandere, like, again, like the people, like they'll start to check, you know, your social medias and read between the lines when you like certain things. Like if you like a post that they made, that means you're implying something else. And I'm like, that is exhausting. Probably because of copyright. Let me see. Socrates was based for that. Exactly. You know, like if you can mentally handle a very neurotic woman, you know, glory to you. It's not for the weak. There's no mental challenge when you're all 10 years old. I feel like that's messed up for me, knowing what love might feel like. There's no mental challenge when you're all... I'm a little confused at what you meant by that one. As ripped Socrates, you would have loved Toradora. Exactly. Sounds like a real person. Yeah, I mean, what I'm describing is like the behavior of a real person, you know? I've experienced this kind of person before. They became very, very obsessed with me in a very, very short period of time. And what's crazy is that I did not have any sort of reciprocation towards that person whatsoever. And it was obsessed. So it's like, that's the best equivalency I can say for an actual yandere is like the person, again, like they're obsessed with you, where they're checking your social media, all this stuff. And it was just miserable because it's like, I'm just trying to draw pictures. And I don't know what sparked the obsession. Again, I would have to say it's like some people process it as love, and I think it's just a kind of like a BPD misfiring, where they just get really, really attached to you, to where it almost comes across as they think they're in love with you, but they're not, because they're just like they have their own insecurities. Because the person that they're quote unquote in love with doesn't exist. Like that person, like that version of me that they think that they're in love with does not exist, because I know, like, I've never shown them my true person. You know what I mean? They've fallen in love with a false being. The best girlfriend is actually femboy BF. I feel called out. Damn. I feel like that's kind of hot though. Are you talking about the obsession? See, again, like if you have the mental capacity, like I don't, like I'm too busy to deal with all that stuff. But it's like, if I really, really was seeking a relationship like that, sure, it'd be great. But I don't have the mental capacity. The best kind of yandere is the one that values a partner's help above no else, no matter who gets pushed aside. Yeah. I think it depends. I know I've gone insane a couple times. Stop the gooning man. That's funny. Kato Lucina Tsundere, OP and intellectual challenge. Tell me about your childhood. Pulls out the clipboard. Exactly. Tsunderes are great. They're not obsessive, you know. Based in soccer pills. Exactly. He would have loved Toradora. Because it is an intellectual challenge. But when it becomes obsession into where it's unhealthy, oh, it's miserable. Yandere is like 100% they're in love and they're going to show it, but tsunderes are like, it's not like I like you. Yeah, exactly. I like that way better. I feel like most times in like anime and stuff like that, the tsunderes will like understand if they're not like winning they don't like take it personally. You know what I mean? There's like, they're sad. The yanderes get violent. It was about a tsundere. Oh, I'm still a little lost. To get the ZNO message, you have to read the prior one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's what I was responding, where it's like, it depends, like, if you're looking for that. Because, like, again, like, sometimes, like, I'm not looking for that type of relationship. So it depends, because, like, some people like the intellectual challenge. I feel like when you have a small following, the stalkers are worse because they feel like they're the only ones donating and caring for you. A lot of VTubers say that. Yeah, it becomes way more, like, again, like, for example, like, when people hate on, like, say VTubers, for example, online, they go for the small fry because if the person's receiving a bazillion messages, it's very unlikely yours is going to go through. And if it does go through, it's very unlikely it's going to be taken seriously because, like, 6 billion messages are coming through. So it's like the very, very high, you know, very, very popular VTubers, you know, yes, they get hate and stuff like that, but it's like, it can be easily filtered because it's like they have such a big audience in the first place. But it's like when you go and attack a small person, you can really tell the person's doing it in a very, what is it called? Like a very, what is it called when you predict, like when you do something, intentional, not intentional, calculated, in a very, very calculated way. I think I might make this a little bit lower. Because they know, you know, their words are going to have 10x damage. And I think that's, yeah, definitely the case. And like with the person that I was referring to, what happened is, we had similar, circumstances. And so I was like, oh, if you ever need advice with this, let me know. And they kind of interpreted that as I was giving them like one-on-one attention because they were special. And in reality, I just wanted to be able to, you know, help them because I've gone through some of the things that they'd gone through. And they went a little ballistic. And it was a little bit scary. And that is actually the main reason why I will be getting a, my goal is to get a handgun. I know that sounds kind of insidious, but I just mean it as like, at any time, you know, a person like that can appear again, and I need to be, I need to feel more comfortable and safe. A Brazilian. For me, it wasn't a Brazilian, if that's what you're asking. My thick-skulled self needs a direct approach that yandere's bring. That is true. I do hear a lot of people say that, or they'll misinterpret when girls are interested in them. So that is true. I enjoyed Toradora. I love Isaka Taiga so much. This is looking terrible. I might have to fucking start over. Yeah, we're losing the plot here. She's looking to, something's off here. Or it could be just because I have the thing too much. I really, really like Toradora. Funny enough, I don't like the man. What is his name? Ryuji? I didn't like him. And in fact, I played the PSP, which is a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Because I think there's an alternate ending where Taiga gets pregnant and has like triplets. And like that's very a little oops. It's a little strange. But in the premise of the thing is you play as Ryuji and you forgot your memories and you're trying to recollect them. I'm like, this is so much better if Ryuji just got erased. I wasn't a fan of him. I don't know. I thought he was kind of boring. Since you're a VTuber now, do you mind if I get parasocially attached to you? Sure. Feel free. Just understand that I am a person with my rights and freedoms too, so if I have to sever the connection at any time, I will. You know? And try not to get too angry, you know, if I don't perform the way that you would like me to perform. Or act the way you'd like me to act. That's all I ask. I want a weapon for house protection. Need to look for stuff legal in the UK. Yeah. Especially in this day and age. Maybe she's just being nice. Yeah. I will say, like, you know, whenever I've... And that's why I found it funny in that situation where it's like this person thought, like, I gave a shit. I'm very, very direct with my feelings. Like, I'm the type of person like, all right, do you like me? Yes or no? Okay, if you don't, I'm fucking off. Like, I don't have time to waste. I've always been very, very direct. I'm never like the whole like, we ran into each other, you know, conveniently. It's like, no. I'm very, very direct. I have no time to waste. It's like, okay, either we vibe or we don't. If we don't, that's fine. I'm leaving. I don't care, you know? That's the way I've always seen it. I'm an old man. I got no time for games. But I know some people are very, they're like, oh, I'm so shy. I'm not going to say anything. For me, shoot or shoot. That's the way I've always seen it. But I'm just reminded by the family, Happy Hearts, I'm drawing right now. I'm sorry. I will look at it. You have to be patient. Remember, I'm working right now for just like a lot of people work when they have a job. That's what I'm doing right now. This morning, I had to do business stuff behind the scenes, like financial stuff and adjust new shipping stuff that I have to deal with because USPS is having a great little, protest party in Canada, I think, and they're not accepting Canadian shipments, so I have to reroute some of these Canadian packages via the private courier, but I have to do my best to implement the option to where people do not get, they have to pay extra on, like, what is it, collection fees in Canada? So I had to deal with that this morning, and then I also have to exercise because, believe it or not, it is not very healthy to sit here and not move for 8 hours at a time. So I try to reach my exercising goals. I also have insulin resistance, so exercise really helps with that. So I maintain health. And I still had to sleep. And then last night, I had to take care of other things right after stream. And like I've mentioned a couple times, I do tutoring for college kids. And a lot of college kids know that finals is coming up. So it's becoming a little bit more rigorous of a schedule for me, but thank God I will be free this week. I'm so excited. So I just have a lot to take care of. So it's really hard, you know, when people are messaging me about orders and stuff like that, because I do run a business. I do prioritize those because like a lot of people are trying to get their orders in before Christmas. So it's really hard to look through, you know, emails regarding the artwork and stuff like that. And I have to prepare for the art contest coming out, which is very soon, which I mean, it doesn't seem very soon, but it's a week ago. So it is really hard for me to stop what I'm doing and focus on auxiliary things, if that makes sense. I do appreciate that you sent fan art, or you sent art, but I don't have the time right now, unfortunately. And it does suck because, like, again, like, I wish I did have more time, and that's why I'm going to be opening up a Discord, so it's easier for you guys, you know, to send stuff like that so I can see it. But I'm telling you, I get so many unbelievable emails a day. It is insane. And then I have to worry about my own packagings arriving, excuse me. Like, okay, where are my labels? Because I have to ship out packages. All right. You know, do I owe this person money? I do owe people money. Like, not in a weird way. You know what I mean? I have to pay for things is what I'm trying to say. I have to pay for invoices and stuff like that. I have to make sure my manufacturers are keeping stuff up to date. Are we still progressing forward? I have to deal with that legal issue. Well, not really illegal, but I have to register on Adobe Express to try and get them to stop plagiarizing my products. So it's like, there's a lot for me to mentally handle, and I'm not exactly the most mentally resilient just yet. And I'm trying to live stream, so sorry about that. It's I go through a lot of stuff, but I appreciate the reminders. I don't take offense to them or anything, but I just wish you would understand a little bit. It may take a couple days. And I know you probably think like, oh, well, opening an email is so easy. And it's kind of overwhelming for me. You know, I'm sorry about that. I don't approach anyone because I assume I'll ruin their day. It depends on, like, for example, like I've been like, are you talking about like relationship wise? It's like, I don't know. A lot of women are kind of cruel with those types of things, and they will get offended if you approach them. I've never been that type. I've been always very appreciative of the, as long as people are respectful to me, I'll be very, very, respectful back, you know. I understand, you know, men want to shoot their shot or whatever, and I think that's fine. I remember one time actually I got a love letter at the gym, and I was like, that's a little, and I was like, I don't really, I guess it's like the shoot or shoot type of thing. Nothing of course ever came from it. I think I have it somewhere around here actually. But yeah, so I mean, like, all I can say is, like, for me personally, there was like a good phrase I really, really liked that it came to when it comes to self-confidence. They're like, wear either gain self-confidence or wear something normal when it came to clothes. And I always really liked that. So I try to dress kind of weird because it will draw attention to myself. Like I wear some goofy ass looking shoes sometimes because it draws attention to myself and it makes me feel more, you know, like gain self-confidence and stuff like that. So it's like, I would say in those aspects, like, you know, maybe work on your confidence because like you shouldn't feel so bad if you get rejected. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, other people have their own desires in life and stuff like that. And so you shouldn't take it personally. I personally, like, again, like I've never ever been like weirded out when I have been approached. Because again, it takes a lot, especially in this day and age where it's like a lot of women are very, very angry as far as being approached. I always commend the person for being, you know, you have the confidence. But the love letter was a little, I don't know. I found it kind of interesting at first, and then like I read it and I'm like, I think this guy might be a little, it's giving a little, I don't want to say psychopathic, but it was just like, it was a little weird. Waiting for the new stream segment of everyone getting up and stretching every hour to save our bodies for 8 hours. Yeah. I'll add that. That'd be cool if I could, I wish there would be a way where I could toggle my 3D model on. I don't know, like a pipe dream of me not understanding. I think that'd be really cool so I could do some stretches. Moblo, the artwork looks wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're doing, oops. Oh, fuck. I hate when I do that. When I have an effect and I accidentally, I think we're doing so far so good. I'm a little confused. Okay. I'm going to change my pencil for a second. There were two of my friends that were into me and didn't tell me and I only found out a year later. Yeah, see, like to me, like that's, I would rather have the pain of like doing something and then be like, okay, it didn't work out, than the pain of regret. Like the pain of regret stresses me out so much. Sheesh, the confidence. Props to you for having the bravery to stream despite the past bad experience. Yeah, I'm so late in the chat. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it was I don't know. It's like I can't let those types of people ruin my life. You know what I mean? I will say like I had a big aversion. I actually still do. Messages on like Instagram, because it's like, to me, messages and like on DMs and social media is like me and that person being together in a closed room together, like by ourselves. And that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. So I will say, like, I still technically have that aversion. I would prefer if people talk to me in kind of like a public setting. So it's like at any time, like other people can identify this is weird. Because I will say with that person in particular, I was, they were kind of doing something called like love bombing. And I didn't pick up on it. And I'm like, if, you know, so when I kind of pointed out, for example, what they did is like, I was like, this is getting creepy, you know, fuck off essentially. And they had my address and they sent me a very, very expensive gift. It was like a $400 gift. And they sent it under a different name. And I was like, that's kind of weird. But then they were like, they sent in a note. They're like, oh, well, I thought if I sent it under my name, you would have returned to sender. And I was like, man, you know, the fact that they sent me such an expensive gift, like maybe they value my friendship that much. And I was like, all right, let me try and give them another chance. Cause I did. I tried and give them another chance. And then, people were pointing out when I talked about that after the fact, people were like, that's like textbook one love bombing, where it's like they send you these gifts that make you like forgive their past bad behavior. And I'm like, oh, you know, that makes perfect damn sense. And I'm like, I can't believe I didn't recognize it. So it's like, I always say even now, I probably will at some point, especially as if I can get a more specific schedule of like, I'm streaming from X to Y each day. I'll probably turn off my messages on like Instagram, for example, because it's like, I do get a little anxious about that. I love being in the UK and not being able to carry a self-defense as a small one. Yeah, it's the worst. Like, and that's what sucks when you're physically small. We vibe though, right? Of course. I'll tell you, Stella, if you're annoying, like you'll be just blocked one day. Oh God. Let's see. Do you wear Galaxy Wolf hoodies? No, I do not. You're going through a lot of stuff, which is what makes you listening to so interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, why not? You know, explain it to everybody. Wait, are handwritten love letters not play anymore? Explain my past fight. Well, I mean, it wasn't handwritten for me. It was like, okay, so it was the mad, like, it's funny. Like, I feel bad, like, reading something like that because it's an intimate thing, like, publicly. But at the same time, it's like, it's not my responsibility to respond. You know what I mean? To like, if someone sends you something weird, and I talk about it publicly, Is it on me for being bad for making something private public, or is it on them for making it weird privately? You know what I mean? So I don't know. But what was weird about it was typed up, and it was like a job application. He was like, I make this much a year. What was it? I think he said they make $60,000 or $70,000 a year, and that's the upper average in the America. So it was like a weird. He was talking about all of his accomplishments to me, and it kind of made me feel like I was like, this is really strange, because it's like he sees women so, I guess, superficial that like just his achievements alone would carry the relationship. You know what I mean? So it was really, really weird. Handwritten love letters. Wow, this is that one scene in Black Orchid. Yeah, I mean, technically. It wasn't handwritten, though. It was typed, too, and that's what was weird about it. It's funny, because like, I've never seen him before. I'd love a kind of scuffed 3D model moving around in a funny way. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. As a woman paranoid about talking to strangers asking me out, if I already know them, it's just acquaintance. Yeah. Exactly. It can get very, very scary. I don't think the paranoia is unfounded. It's probably amplified by seeing more horror stories in social media than news. Yeah, exactly. I remember the story on your Insta. I read it and thought it was crazy. Yeah. That's the person. And it was just the weirdest damn thing to me. And what's crazy is, again, like, they didn't see ever my, like, physical appearance. And so I'm like, how are you, like, so obsessed? You know what I mean? Bro, did you hear about that VTuber Chameleon? Yeah. I did hear about that. Man, it sucks. And that's why it's like, again, like, I've always kind of like kept a distance with these types of people. Again, I don't know the type of content. I never want to foster an environment, and obviously I'm not trying to victim blame here. I never want to foster an environment where people like feel like, you know, they want to do those types of things to me, I guess. But yeah, that was absolutely insane. And I mean, I'm glad like she was talking about it publicly though, and as real time, because like I think it's a learning experience for everyone. Because like I will say, like, I personally did not even consider looking for trackers inside gifts or stuff like that. I don't know if I'm probably, like, not gonna lie, I probably will never, and again, like, because of circumstances like that, I'll probably never accept like hand gifts. You know what I mean? Like I'll do like maybe like a throne or something like that. I think that'd be kind of cool. But I don't think I'll ever, because like throne is like a good proxy for that. But it's like, yeah, that's insane that happened. Bros optimizing for social media girls. Yeah, it was just like the weirdest thing. It's like he's making a job application. Yeah, and what was crazy, and what at first I was like, okay, this is kind of touching in a way that he went this far to do this. But at the end, he was like, if you're not going to contact me, because he put his contact information, if he's not going to contact me, and if I'm not going to contact him, excuse me, to destroy the letter. And I'm like, okay, that's fair, because it, you know, I'm just getting rid of the fact that he, you know, tried to pour his heart out to me or whatever. But the reason why he wanted it destroyed if I rejected him, was because he didn't want another man to find it and copy his idea. And I'm like, I guess copy the fact that he decided to put all his resume on a letter. And I was like, this is the weirdest thing ever. It's the Sigma grind set. Exactly. The fun part, this dude, and you know what's funny? It was a woman. That's what I found so strange about the whole thing. Like, a lot of people thought it was a guy, but it was actually a woman. The fun part is crime is like an all-time low, but we hear about crime more than ever. Yeah. Wait, what happened? I don't know what you're talking about. I know the VTuber, she received a gift from a fan, and they sent a tracker at it and tried to break into her house, and it was absolutely insane. And then I was talking about a kind of personal, weird stalker I got as well. Just open a P.O. box. Funny enough, I do have a P.O. box, and it's like, you're just like, with that person, I just made a very, very innocent mistake. And they, you know, found out my personal information. And I was like, man, it's like, cause like I second guessed myself. I was like, oh, do I really need to give them my P.O. box? And, you know, I just made a big mistake. My last comment was in jest. However, the guy making it seem like a checklist is understandable if you frequent dating apps. The win out there can be definitely seen that's the only way. Yeah, I think what's funny is the miscommunication. Like, I think like there's a lot of money, yes, that are hypergamous. I think it's what it's called, where it's like they only desire, you know, financial and stuff because they've given up on love. And I think that's valid in its own way. I think it's interesting, though, when a lot of men are attracted to those types of women who are likely to be hypergamous. I think that's the word. Because like these like high maintenance looking women, a lot of men don't understand like the very, very, let's say, social media attractive type of women. And we'll say makeup's always done, body snatched, wearing high brand designer stuff, they're attracted to that because it's a status symbol. You know, you have an attractive woman at your hip. That's a very, very attractive thing for a man. And so they're attracted to that, and then they get upset when she's a gold digger. But the thing is, the problem is usually those women are very, very, they have expensive lifestyles. So of course they're going to want somebody to, you know, maintain that lifestyle or help them with that lifestyle. So I always find that funny. It's like, you don't understand, like, for example, skincare is very expensive. Like, for example, like a lot of my personal money, the majority of my money actually obviously gets factored back into my business. But when I do have like personal, I do have like a little personal allowance. And I spend that mostly on like health, nutrition, and like skincare and stuff like that. And, you know, sometimes like good form-fitting workout clothes or something like that. And, but that stuff's expensive. You know, skincare is very, if you want to have a high quality skincare, it's very expensive. I use like a retinol. That's retinol, tretinoin, I think it's called. And it's supposed to help with like fine lines and anti-aging. And like, yeah, like I'm a hag, but, I try to do upkeep. Thank you very much, guys. So I do those types of things, but in turn, tretinoin makes my, my skin very, very, very sensitive. So now I have to have special sunscreen. And then I have to have like, you know, when I go on exercising, I need more exercising clothes, and that's expensive. So it's like a lot of men get attracted to the high maintenance kind of women, and they don't understand that this stuff's expensive. Like, I don't do the whole nails and stuff like that. I think that's like, me personally, I just don't have the financing for it. But I do paint my nails myself. But it's like when I paint my nails myself, it takes me, because I don't like to use the gel UV, which is like can possibly cause cancer. It takes me like 5 or 6 hours to paint my nails, which is crazy to think about because it takes forever to drive. So the alternative is getting your nails done by like a professional, and that was like $100 to $200. If you have really, really nice hair, excuse me, you have to have really, really expensive hair products, and you have to have expensive tools. And so it's like a lot of men are attracted to these very, very intentionally put together women, but it's like you have to have the finances for that. You know what I mean? So if you don't want a woman who wants to be really and don't get me wrong, like not all women are like this, but it's just like I feel like it's very justified because like for example, like I work really, really hard, so I don't have a lot of free time, and the free time I do have, I'm exercising. So it's like, you know, I don't want to say I want, you know, like a money provider, but it's like it would be good. So like that's why those women provide, you know, excuse me, they want money providers. I strongly avoid any kind of apps, so I prefer in-person connection. Yeah, that's really the best. I've never done any dating apps. This guy sounds like a weirdo. Yeah, that's news to me. If that's what you're talking about, the female, yeah, it was. That's why I never specified the gender, but I'm like, I slipped up the other day and said, and I'm like, oh, wonder if anyone caught that. But send one real Brazilian coin on a massive box to your PO box. I'm a little confused, Jeff Jefferson. I love gold diggers. Like, yes, slay queen. Yeah. I mean, it takes like a whole, like, you know, if a woman is, you know, sticking around with you because you finance her, like, I think that's a very strong-willed woman. You know, I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, but, you know, it's like, there's certain type of women, you know what I mean, that are quote unquote gold diggers, you know what I mean? And I find it very interesting when men are attracted to that kind of like demographic in a way, and you don't understand that like that demographic has like really high standards, you know? And it's not to say that women, because like again, like for me personally, like I don't date or do any of that stuff, so I don't need the, you know, financial backing, but it's like I don't think there's anything wrong in a woman wanting a man to be a provider and just to finance their life. Because I feel like if everyone had the opportunity, I feel like you'd want to take it. I think some women are just more open and honest about it. It's true. I've been using the same eyeshadow for 5 years. Skincare is so expensive. Like, it really, really is. Like, and if you really want good, high quality skincare, it's really expensive. And to eat healthy, like, thankfully, I'm very much of an ingredient person. Whereas you eat like a bag of baby carrots. I learned if you like microwave baby carrots in the bowl for like what's it called, like 3 minutes, half of them get really soft and it's tasty, and the other half are like really crunchy, but it's like it works. But having a really healthy diet is expensive. I have to take like again, like I took those type of vitamins and stuff that help my body or whatever, and that's expensive. So it's like I always find that very interesting. My girlfriend feels bad for how much I spend on for her. That's sweet though. I'm really, you know, I'm glad you do that. Like some people is really like their love language is giving money. Like for me, my love language is like giving people time. You know what I mean? Like if I draw you, that's my like honest, my highest honor essentially. Cause it's like, it's a direct, it's my time. You know what I mean? But some people are like, you know, they equate their money as time, and, you know, they give gifts as a love language. And, you know, some people are like more like, you know, doing like notes and like love, you know, poems and stuff like that. You know, people have different love languages though. And I always find that, I think it's really cute when people have different love languages, you know. I tried the apps, got hurt really bad. It's to be expected because think about it, like, I'm not gonna lie, and it's like, I mean, I don't want to be like a pick me or whatever. Like, this is just my observation. Like, a lot of people, actually, I don't even have to specify the gender. A lot of people go on there and use it as a what's it called? A validation, like a tool of validation. These apps be like, oh, look how many people are interested in me. Isn't that funny? Hee hee. And that's all they use social media for. Is a like anything else. Like a lot of people use social media for a crowdsourced source of self-esteem. And I believe dating apps is like the #1 place for that, because who doesn't like to be, you know, perceived as attractive? Like, you know, if you know that someone finds you attractive, like it's quote unquote an honor, you know what I mean? So it's like people use social media platforms nowadays as just like a means of attraction rather than actual means of connection. So I'm not surprised. And I, again, like thankfully I've never really had to use the fucking apps or whatever. I think like, you know, when I was younger even, like they weren't like a huge thing. And I never had to have an experience with that. So I know exactly what you mean. I think they're really, really damaging for people. And the fact that you can just slide across another person, you know, and just judge their appearance, because that's really it. That's all it is. You're just judging people by appearances, is intellectually lazy, and it will only set you back because, you know, if you just look at someone and be like, let me move on. I don't know. It's like, I think that's just like, it's very superficial. Sending 1 coin on a humongous box to you through P.O. Box. Women be shopping. Yeah. And a lot of women like to shop. So it's like, you know, I feel like that's just like a thing, you know. OMG, same. I hate material stuff. Spending time on someone is a true form of expression. Yeah. Like I am kind of at the age, and again, like the place of life where it's like, I appreciate material gifts and stuff like that, but it's like, that's personally not my, unless like you're really, really like it, like say if someone bought me like a Black Rock shooter item, like obviously I'd prefer it. But if like, I don't really like the little gifts and stuff like that. But like, for example, like fan art, that's why it's like one of the greatest things. Like that's a direct reflection of your time. And it's like, that's what I really like. Cause like you can, you know, keep fan art, you can look at it forever. But I don't really like the little like gifts and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, time's always been my way of communicating. OMG, I thought you were going to say love language is skibbity toilet. I mean, it is. I simply use self-deprecating human to boost my self-confidence rather than the internet. I will say the only problem with that though is people can sense that it's a point of insecurity. Like if I came on here and was like, guys, I'm sorry, I'm such a bad artist. Guys, I'm really sorry, I'm a shitty artist and I am a failure. It makes people kind of uncomfortable because you're like, well, very obviously I'm looking for somebody to disagree with me. And then someone in the comments like, oh yeah, no, I actually love your artwork. And I'm like, really? Oh, I would have never guessed. I'm such a bad artist. So it's like, I will say self-deprecation can come across as very like attention-seeky. So I will say like me personally, whenever I experience someone who's doing this self-deprecation, it's funny every now and then if it's very, very real. But if it's like too much, I can tell like it's very obvious this person has a confidence issue. You know what I mean? So I would say like, you know, it depends, of course. Like, you know, I do self-deprecation stuff every now and then too. It's like I'm the piss tuber. Because I have to pee every 10 minutes, which I think I'm doing very good with. Thank you very much, guys. But it's like, if you do it like too much where it's like, it's very obvious, I'm like trying to fish for attention, it can make the situation very uncomfortable. You know what I mean? The only ever time I had luck around matches on dating apps was around anime cons. I put cosplay pictures up. Yeah, I mean, if you really show more, like, hey, like, more of your personality, I think that's more attractive than, like, because, like, you could just be anybody. But it's like, if you show you have a desire and passion, which that is also very, very attractive, I find, in other people and people who are attracted to you. If they see that you are very passionate about something and you're very interested in something, they're interested in you, because like so many people nowadays just spend so much time on like social media, and like TikTok becomes their hobby, scrolling Twitter is their hobby. And it's like, how damn boring is that? Because like you guys are not going to do anything or have anything to talk about other than like, this bloke made me angry on Twitter. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, putting more of your true personality out, I definitely think could help you. My love language are definitely quality time and physical touch. Yeah, like a lot of people like the quality time thing. Like me personally, I've never really cared. Like to me, if I was in love with something, rather than spending time with them, I'd rather like do something for them. You know what I mean? Like draw something for them and like be like, here, all right, I'm leaving now. Back to the cave. You know what I mean? If you ever allow us to send a P.O. box, I'll send you the watercolor BRS art I made in high school. That'd be awesome for sure. Actually, I mean, like I said, I do have a, I can post my P.O. box. The only thing is do I check it off then? Cause all my charm packagings, it has my P.O. box on it actually. But yeah, that'd be actually really cool. I'd love to have that. I did a lot of self-deprecation humor back then, but I think it was contributing to my low self-esteem. Yeah, and like if you sit here and do a feedback loop, let me finish reading first. So now I do the opposite and say I'm the coolest, funniest, greatest human being all the time. Yeah, that's what I do too. Like you have to have a level of delusion because otherwise you like, I don't want to say manifesting it, but you'll start believing it. Like if I say I'm a bad drawer, I put a line, I say drawer. God, I started saying drawer unironically. I started saying it ironically and now I'm saying it unironically. I'm a drawer, which is actually kind of funny. If I sat here and said like, oh, I'm so bad, I'd start to see like more of the flaws in my artwork. Like, oh, this could have been drawn better. Like this could have been colored better. Yeah. But if you have to have a level of delusion, have confidence. Cause like, I'm delusional enough to come on live stream and be like, I'm going to talk to all these people today. I'm going to quote unquote put on a show. Like, I think I'm worth listening to. So it's like, you have to have a level. And I really don't like society, how they kind of penalize you if you have like a lot of confidence. They're like, they call you cocky, self-centered, vain. Like if you appreciate your physical appearance or your accomplishments or you lost weight, they're like, oh, well, you're just dogging on people who are used to be your old size. No, I think we really need to promote self-confidence in people, obviously to an extent towards like, you don't harm other people with it, but it's like, if you think you're the best drawer, here I go again, or the funniest person, like, why not? You know what I mean? Like, you're the one deciding anyway. Like, I think sometimes my humor is the funniest thing ever, but it's like, of course I do, because like, I'm the one who decides for me what I find funny. You know what I mean? There's also an in-between of love languages being time and solid things when you're making a craft or something for another person, which can also be nice. Yeah. Again, and it's like, and I have to understand, like some people, like, can express their love language to you and you don't have that same love language, but it's like, I think you could appreciate the gesture at the minimum. I mean, no one really has one love language. Yeah, I would say like more mine. Like again, like mine is like time, I've never been a really big gift person. Also same, also doing things is primary my love language, especially if I cook or bake something. Yeah, a lot of people like the cooking too, the cooking aspect. That when I was in high school, I used to like cook for a lot of people I love. All my friends, like I would bring food to them in their class and stuff like that. And so that was a big part of me. If anyone gives me something they bake cooked, I'd fall in love instantly. Hilarious. My type of self-deprecation is more the kinds of comments I made earlier, asking if I could pair social chat. Oh, okay. So like to me, I don't really see that as like self-deprecation. I see it as more as like, it's like almost being meta self-aware. Like I see that as more like deprecation to like, to deteriorate yourself is how I take the word deprecation. But being self-aware or something like that, more akin to making myself the butt of jokes. Yeah, like that's fine, when it's funny and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I do know, like, some people think that self-deprecation is funny. And they're like, oh, of course I'll never get a girlfriend. Just look at me. Like that type of self-deprecation. And it's like never really funny. It's just really uncomfortable, So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I love being a cocky, smug little bastard man. But those are usually the characters I can meet. Yeah, exactly. I like very, very, confident characters and stuff like that. I hate to break it to you guys. I have to use the restroom real quick, so I will BRB. I've returned. Oh god, a lot of comments. My cat is in the way. Hold on. Gossip Girl. The way I portray myself in jokes is usually cocky, meta, self-deprecating humor where I'm confident to the point where I become the point of the joke. Yeah, I do like that too. It's like I'm never wrong. I have every correct opinion. And I've never done something dumb. Yes, piss, let's go. No. Her art looks yummy. I'm gonna eat it. Thank you. Eat to your heart's content. Hello, zombie low. My ears started fluttering all over when she came back. It's tracked my eyebrows. Oh, that's the joke. Gossip Girl is Go Piss Girl. That's actually really, really funny. I didn't pick up on that either. I was like, okay, Gossip Girl. I feel ya. I've returned, mother. Welcome back, Clizzix. How are you doing? I'm in my coloring phase. It's just a running joke for streamers. That's funny. I've never heard of that before. I just want to be like Sampo Koshiki Honkai Star Rail. I have no idea who that is. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this one I know. I didn't know. Okay, guys, I'm a hag. You gotta keep me up to date with all the funny jokes. I just finished eating dinner. I'm locked in. What'd you eat for dinner? When I was a kid, I ate a lot of what's it called? Hamburger Helper. Okay, I think we're doing pretty good as far as the some of this stuff goes. But yeah, all I know is like a lot of people with social media are misinterpreting relationships. So I feel like we're gonna get to, excuse me, we're getting to a phase where relationships and stuff like that is like at an all-time low. Because there are a lot of people, again, like I think like this internet is just so, you know, have created this environment of being very, very negative. And it's really sad to see. Because I think innately for most people, and Stella's gonna be like, actually, I think innately most people want a partner, you know, to create an environment that kind of like rejects our only opportunities to create partners or find partners. It's very, very sad. Chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans. That sounds fantastic, actually. I think today I ate some French toast. What else did I eat? Some coffee. What else? I ate something else. I forgot what it was. I eat to survive. And then I forget because it's like I don't really care. So I ate stuff, but I don't remember what it was. If you Google him and see him PNG him, you know exactly the type of person he is by his little face. Oh, I think I was a lost. Wait, your P.O. box was probably actually already in the last merch package. Yeah, that's literally it. So sure, feel free to do that. That'd be awesome. Very one-of-a-kind item for my Black Rock Shooter collection. Stella. Hold on. I got this. No! Oh, I thought I selected the wrong one. Yeah! Exactly. This is Stella. Actually, I need to get some glasses. I need to use my toggles more, but like 9 times out of 10, I'm just drawing. I feel like this one, like, you guys better go shower. We don't want to be stinky. We don't want to be stinky. The no cutoff. Oops, wrong one. I hate showers. Guys, we don't want to be stinky, okay? I hope you get noticed when you get P.O. box packages. I hope, okay, you have to tell me. I will say, like, I have to manually check it. So it's like, there's a really good point. Oh, God. That's true. I totally forgot about that. I have an absolute steal on my P.O. box. I only pay like $120 a month, or excuse me, $120 a year for it. I'm like, that's a steal. What if I want to be stinky? It's part of my loser core nerd aesthetic. I've seen more people like, they like what is it, the girl failure? I'm like, have you been around a stinky girl before? Have you ever had a girl roommate before? This next level stink. Oh no, my model froze. Oh well. Exciting news, my big KOs order placed and your Black Friday sales are strike. Awesome! I hope you enjoyed everything. I really appreciate you placing that order. It's funny, I was so busy. I couldn't even really advertise my Black Friday thing, but I really appreciated everyone who participated. Well, that's good to know. Good feedback. Fine, I did take a shower yesterday. I am like one of those insane people, so I shower like twice a day. In the summer here, because it's 120 degrees. Excuse me, it's more like 116. Let me not be exaggerative. I'll shower like 3 times a day. Because like I'm already inherently a sweaty person. Which I think that, funny enough, I don't think I have hyperhidrosis, which is like the excessive sweating. I did have a friend that I used to see sometimes at the gym, and they had it, and they were drenched as soon as they walked in. I'm like, that is not me. But I think like it's kind of like an anxiety thing. Like not really anxiety in the way, like I just have so much cortisol because I'm all wound up. And when I get really, really excited, I get sweaty. So if you could guess, the majority of my wardrobe is tank tops. Tank tops and crop tops. Because I am sweaty. Yes, I'll tell you what they strip. LOL, I'm just dehydrated the eggs. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm about to have a gourmet experience from Stella. Oh, Lord. I'm excited. God, Chef Stella. Not like I like you or anything. Don't crush my neat girlfriend dreams. I don't know. I've had some like bad female roommates. It was a catastrophe. Big stinky. But then like, I don't know. I feel like men always have bad reputation, but I guess technically. I don't know. I don't think you guys have experienced a big stinky. Big stinky. You sound like an average Valorant player. Here in Brazil, it's pretty common to shower twice a day. Yeah, I think it's like the temperature. Like I live in Las Vegas, so it's like, isn't it crazy? I recently found out that we are, let's group all these hairs. I think this hair is decent. We are like an hour and a half from the hottest point on Earth. And I'm like, that's weird. Cause like for some reason, cause like, you know, the Middle East is like desert and stuff like that and really, really hot. I always thought that was going to be the hottest place on Earth, but no, it's Death Valley. That's the hottest place on the entire Earth, and it's like an hour and a half away from here. And even though Arizona is usually hotter than Las Vegas, I would never live in Arizona. Every time I hear about a psychopath, they're like, I'm from Arizona. I'm like, this person is to be feared. It's like people here in Vegas, whenever they're wearing skin-tight clothing in the summer, I'm like, this person is to be feared. They fear nothing. They don't care if anybody sees they're sweaty. They don't care if it's uncomfortable or chafing. Like, those people are to be feared. All right, we're going to do the line work a little bit. Because I think that will amplify the experience. I have hand and feet sweat all the time. Yeah. Sometimes I have a drawing glove, and I have to, make sure I have a double on standby in case I sweat through this one. But for me, it's like mostly my armpits. I know that's kind of weird. But I sweat so much my armpits. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm getting a... Oh my god. I was looking at this gym the other day. And it was like a little small like boutique gym. And online they said we have free passes. And for 3 days. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Let me try this out. And the gym's not very close to me. But I was like, let me try out a new gym because like I'm a very like when I'm in the gym, I like to like really, really focus on my you know, just like my life and stuff like that. And so I was like, I like to change up my gyms to like get a like new perspective, fresh perspective on life. And so I went to this one and it wasn't too bad. But then I get there and he's like, oh well, we don't have the pass anymore. We'll let you work out though. And I'm like, okay, sure. And I go there and then they're telling me that this tiny ass little gym, which that's the reason why I went to it, because it's really, really small. Like imagine if you were on a cruise ship and you were like, you go into the gym and you're like, you know what? This gym's not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you go to like a hotel and it has like a good gym, you're like, this isn't bad, but it's not huge because you're like, you know, it's not going to be a huge gym. It was like that. And then they sit me down and tell me that this gym is like $89 a month. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And then ever since I showed up that one time, and then funny enough, the owner of the gym called me that evening, and he was asking me about it. I'm like, I don't like feeling like I need to be hounded to do anything. And he was like, oh, how was it? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be very, very honest with you. As someone who also runs a business, and I understand you want to present yourself a certain way, I'm going to tell you my my true feelings about the gym. I was like, I think it was a very bad impression that you are charging this much, and your treadmills are very subpar. So much so that the first treadmill I got on actually had was broken. And then the second treadmill I got on, it was like tilted. So it's like when you walked at a certain angle, it would tilt. And he's like, oh, I had no idea what you're talking about. Was it this treadmill, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like, he was taking my feedback very, very positively. And I was like, and also another thing. And then I kind of explained something else about it that I'm like, I think this gave the wrong appearance. Oh yeah. The front desk person, was gone for, I think, like 40 minutes. So I just stood there and I'm like, I don't think that's very safe, first and foremost, because it's a small gym and like the only person in charge is gone. And so I told them about that too. And ever since then, they keep calling me and they keep trying to say like, oh, well, we have specials. And they are so desperate for people. And I'm like, this makes so much sense. They clearly are hemorrhaging for money. But they've called me probably 6 or 7 times. And that was just them calling me just now. And it is very, 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 very frustrating. Because why are you this desperate? You know what I mean? I've been to Death Valley when I was a kid. It's a cool place. I've never been. Funny enough. Death Valley is a great name for a Stardew Valley. It gets pretty hot in Houston. Equinox? No, it's just like a little boutique gym. Like it's like a privately owned gym. Like again, like I don't want to blast him because he's like essentially that small. I will say it was really cool talking. It's funny enough, like I feel like I could be friends with the guy. Funny enough, he was like, I think he's like 50 something. I feel like we could be good friends because we both like, you know, have integrity in like the way we want to present ourselves. And, but I just don't like when like companies like hound you, you know what I mean? Like $80 for a gym, which like no offense. I know you can't compare small businesses to big companies, but Planet Fitness is $10, you know, and we live in Las Vegas. It's not exactly the cheapest place, you know what I mean? So that was who was just calling me. Order consists of a KO plush, a donut lanyard, little wooden KO pin, a new KO donut stand. Because I accidentally broke the tail. Aw, that sucks. And a new mouse pad. Thank you, I appreciate it. The KO's a shrine. I really appreciate it. It always weirds me out when people buy like my character stuff. And I'm like, wow. I think that means they like me. I appreciate it though. The gym is like my worst nightmare. Place full of buff, sweaty strangers working out and be there with full of them. I'll be there with them to also work out. Yeah, I don't think the gym should ever be perceived as a negative place, but a lot of people have the anxiety of the gym. Again, I've been going to the gym since I was 16, so that's kind of lost on me. And I know you know, people who are newbies, like I'm a pretty physical person, and a lot of newbies get really anxious about it. And all I can say is like, you know, like definitely like prioritize the gym no matter what. Like I know like some people get anxious, but like you got to try your best to go because it's a very beneficial thing in you. And, you know, I implore you to try not to think about, you know, other people judging you or whatever. But I always recommend, and a lot of the gym elitists disagree, but I always recommend Planet Fitness. It's a really, really good gym. It really is. It's very good for introductory. Like get a Planet Fitness membership. It's real cheap if you have one where you're at. And everyone's like, it's not a real gym. And that's correct. Most of the people there are in jeans. Whenever I go, I'm like, these people like... And yeah, it's like during the summer. Okay, the worst part, I'm not gonna lie, the worst part during the summer, they allow kids to work out for free, which I like the message. But also, like, it becomes a playground, and I cannot stand it. But it is a very good introductory point for a lot of people starting out with physical fitness. It's like, I have a membership there. I think there's nothing wrong with it. What is this? Oh, nothing. Yeah, excess price. Yeah, and it's like it was for like, the entire gym was like, man, okay, let me think. Maybe 1,700 square foot, maybe. It might be a lot. It might be even less. I'd say probably like 1,200 square foot. It there's a gym next to my grandma's house. You should go. You should go. And I will say, like, you know, like a lot of the very, very physically active people go all the time, and they're not paying attention to people. Like, I never, ever sit here and pay attention to other people. Every now and then I'll notice if someone's dancing, and that's about it. And that's, I'm like, oh, okay. You know, get it. But that's really the only time I ever, like, notice other people there at the gym. And I do hate, like, you know, again, like, and the guy's kind of corny, but his name is Joey Swole, but he is like the life watch of people like trying to make fun of other people going to the gym because he's a big fitness dude. He's a little corny about it, but he always calls up people like when they're making fun of like people, like, oh, like, you know, look at this person who's not physically fit going to the gym. I do appreciate him for that aspect. My climbing gym is $95 a month. Oh my god. There's some really, really nice gyms here, but they're not in my tax bracket. But I have to be motivational and say they're not my tax bracket yet. Because I'm an ambitious person, but whoo, $95. Gosh darn. I guess like if it's like, you know, if you really, really enjoy it, it'd be worth it. Like for me, like I could get the same, if I had to pay $95 for a gym, I'd pay for it. But because I can get that at Planet Fitness and I have no standards, nor do I care, my happy little ass will be at Planet Fitness. You know? Lunk alarm be damned. The KO plush is actually real. Actually? What do you mean actually good quality? Like, you're surprised? You're surprised my plushie's actually good quality? I see. Just mess with you. Yeah, that plushie took me like 2 years to design. I appreciate you liking it though. Is also gender dysphoria thing? I would say so. Oh, it's also. I thought you said like, yeah, I definitely think it's a thing. I see. I don't really know to the extent of like what you mean by that. But that's why I'm always definitely championing people to build their self-confidence. Because I think like a lot of this compare and contrast, like you feel insecure. I think it's something that can be untaught if you put intentional effort for it, and it just makes life better. Swole. Joey Swole. I live in what's basically a retirement community. They have little gyms no one uses, and I really have to force myself to go. I mean, you have to take it very slowly, one day at a time. Like me personally, and people lose their mind over this, and I think this is so shitty. I just go to the gym a lot of times just to walk on the treadmill. And like, why do you need to go all the way to the gym and have a gym membership just to walk on the treadmill? That's so embarrassing. Okay, I like it. I didn't change your environment. I enjoy it. Leave me alone. So I'll go to the gym and just walk on the treadmill. So I always recommend like starting out being, because like I will say for me personally, like again, like I, you know a lot about nutrition, about physical health, personal training. When I go into a new gym, I get anxious, you know, because I don't know any of these guys. You know, I don't know any of these people. So every single time, the first thing I do when I ever go to a new gym is just walk on the treadmill until I get like I suss out the entire situation. You know what I mean? So I'm doing my I almost said OPSEC. That is not what I'm talking about here. My reconnaissance. There we go. I'm doing my recon. And then when I get a little bit comfortable, then I'll start doing the machines. So I know like some like machines can be very, very intimidating, and you have to be very careful sometimes. And that's also what I like about Planet Fitness as being an introductory gym, is it's mostly machines, and it's really good for like preventing injury. So I'm a big champion supporter of Planet Fitness. I got a whole opping $8. I mean, I have some charms, like technically during my Black Friday sale, for some dirt cheap. I have technically my older charms that are like $3 a piece. So you might be in luck, depending on, you know, what you're looking for. Climbing is fun enough to keep me going when a normal gym would be too boring. Yeah, I've tried a few climbing things, and I don't. So funny enough, I'm very, very careful, since I'm an artist daily, with doing shoulder exercises, because it feels like it uncalibrates my arm and hand-eye coordination. Because like my arms will be trembly, and so I stay away from. I used to do a lot of swimming. For exercise, but it kind of made my arms a little too trembly, and I couldn't control them when drawing, so I was like, I'm giving this up. Yeah, I just mostly do like mostly just do cardio actually. I used to be really big into like weightlifting and stuff like that. The like squats and stuff, and I got the little injury, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. I can just do cardio. I don't care. And now I do a lot of my favorite machine is a Stairmaster, second to the treadmill. I really like the Stairmaster. It's a great machine to build up mental endurance. Like, if you can do an hour on the treadmill, like, it's game over. Like, first of all, guys, take back everything I've ever said about building your confidence. Just work and do an hour on the, work up to do an hour on the Stairmaster, and you will have all the self-confidence in the world. Because it's very rare when people can do, like, a long time on the Stairmaster. It's a mental game. I'm back for the third time. Welcome back, Happy Hearts. This coloring's stunning. I didn't even know how that's possible. Thank you. I love that plushie so much. The stale is squishy and I'm obsessed. Thank you. The vouching from Estella. I also get free guest passes for climbing if you want to go in Seattle. Sure. If I were in Seattle, that sounds fun. I am afraid of heights, however. So if there's a little kiddie area, you know, when they, where it has a very, very soft floor, that might be my preferred. The plushie's kind of expensive in Brazil. The dollar is so expensive. Ah, I see. I try to keep it really low in price as much as I can afford. I don't make a whole lot off my plushie. I'm not gonna lie. I probably make like maybe like $7 or $8. Because like that was really, really expensive to manufacture and produce because of all the details and stuff like that. No valid though. There's such a huge impact on the mind of changing your physical space and can influence your performance. Yeah, I'd change that. Take back everything I ever said. Just go find a Stairmaster. Get to the point where you can do that for an hour and you are cured. Nothing else needed. Stairmaster's fun though. Because it calls a lot of people. You can be like, I like it when it's like you see the big buff dudes get on it. They can only last like 10 minutes. And I'm like, this is my territory now. You thought you could come here? Challenge me in my own home? In my own home? Get out of town. Stairmaster was a lot of fun. I've never fallen off of it, believe it or not. Also, for very, very high intensity calorie burn, Arc Trainer is a really good machine, but not every drum has an Arc Trainer. I used to really like the machine, but then I was like, Stairmaster is more of a show of power, if you will. Because you're taller than everybody in the gym. You're like looking down, you're like, yes. All you people down there, I'm walking the stairway to heaven. It's a lot of fun. Stairmaster is actual hell. Exactly. Like, you will be insane if you can do a bunch of Stairmaster. It's a path to hell. It's the stairs to hell. You get mad, sweaty. Oh, God. The worst part is doing, like, Stairmaster and stuff like that in the winter. Because, like, you're so soaked in sweat and then you get out in the cold and you're just freezing. I will say, like, that's very understandable if people don't do Stairmaster in the winter. It can make or break a man. How'd you get your YouTube name? Was it Inspo? It was actually, it's a name I've had for, like, literally, like, 15 plus years. I had a Neopets account named this, named Keoza. And, I lost the Neopets account because I was a child and I would always lose my accounts. And then I added an I and, just randomly because it's like, I don't know, for whatever reason to me, I'm like, that doesn't make a difference. It's still the same name. And, it became Keozia. And, that's literally it. And that's why I call myself Keoza because, like, that's the name I know. But it's technically pronounced Keozia. So I lost the original Keoza account. Shout out to Neopets. I think they're trying to revive, actually. They're releasing new merchandise and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know what? I see you guys. I like it. They'll do everything but make a proper Neopets mobile app, though. And that really, like, they're just dropping the ball. Like, with, like, Genshin apps, like, you know, and Genshin is such a high-quality app nowadays. Like, they still don't want to make a proper Neopets mobile game. They just keep making all these random-ass Neopets subgenre games. I'm like, you're dropping the ball here. Kales will only climb over the big foam blocks pit. I have no idea. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I have that little safety net. Assert dominance, climb those stairs. Exactly. It's a lot of fun. Fun, not really fact, is that when the Trump got elected, the dollar got more expensive. I'm not surprised. A lot of people thought, you know, well, think, I guess, the economy is going to skyrocket, and we shall see. That's all I can say. I mean, it's a possibility, you know, our economy in America goes up. There's also a possibility it doesn't. So all I can say is, like, I mean, we shall see. I'm gonna spend my last $8 in your store. I mean, I would prefer you to, properly save, you know what I mean? Let's be responsible here. I appreciate you just being here. That's enough support. You know? Hey, Google, what's a tariff exactly? I don't think people really understand, how tariffs work. Alright, now let's take this. Nope, we forgot this area. It's gonna be very fascinating to say the least. That's why I'm trying to hunker down and get my spending under control. Be very, very financially responsible because it could get a little rocky. I need a little darker. Neopet stream one. First of all, I've lost every count. So I have to make a new account. And second of all, I'm an idiot, believe it or not. I could never figure out how to do, like, because, like, a lot of Neopets is, like, economic stuff. I could never figure it out. So I couldn't figure out how to make money in the game. So I always had the default, like, Neopets that had this, like, the default colors. Because I couldn't figure out how to save up enough money to get the paintbrushes. I'm looking an airhead at, default. I save my money for years. Once I spend it, I freak out about a simple thing. Yeah, there's a point where it's like you have to have a very healthy relationship with money. And some people start to hoard it. And it's like that, I think, is very bad as well. Like, for example, I've known some people who literally have had, like, millions of dollars, like older people. And because they're too afraid to spend their money, and then they just die. And the money just goes, you know, disperses wherever. I'm like, that's such a disservice to yourself to never, you know, reap the benefits that you've sown. But I also very much implore people to be very responsible with their money financially. Especially, let's be real, in this, you know, age and circumstances, it should be taken as a priority. You know, never feel bad, like, especially in the day of, like, social media and stuff like that. Like, you know, there's other ways to support the people that you really, really care about. That's not just financially, you know what I mean? And I think, we're gonna see a big severed, I don't know how you want to call it. So COVID killed a bunch of small artists because a lot of those artists relied on conventions and stuff like that to make their income. And because you didn't have any more, artists in event conventions, let me see. No, I prefer black, sorry. No longer did you have a lot of conventions to make money off of. A lot of artists, like, had a closed shop, essentially. And, when it comes to this day and, like, age, like, right now in our countries and our, like, you know, recession, people are becoming more conservative with their money because it's like it's harder to make money. It's harder to, you know, do all of the above, save money and what, because, like, wages are still, like, insane. And I think we're about to see a big culling again of people and businesses because, like, you kind of need to understand you need to pivot. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like, I'm not to say, you know, I'm immune to, you know, the entire environment this world is in right now. Give me a second. And, like, for example, a very, very smart decision for me, financially, is to start doing things that, don't cost people money. Like, for example, live streaming. You know, just for people being here and just for making YouTube videos, I generate income. So it kind of puts a safety net under me. So I'm not just relying on store sales. So yes, although, like, I really do want to, you know, work on my business more, which I do, that's ultimately the true goal. I'm also doing, you know, a double-edged, like, a very smart move by moving to platforms where I get paid just to post. You know what I mean? Why did I even start talking about this conversation? I don't even remember. But, let's see. I save my money for years once I spend it. Yeah, oh, I guess, like, yeah, it's like, so we have to understand, like, you know, we're about to, you know, become in a very, tight financial spot in society, I believe. And what's the worst that could happen? Is if you're conservative with your money now, the worst that can happen is just like, oh, you have a stockpile of money and the economy does good. But the worst case, like, I mean, like, that's a, like, you know, that's the worst case. But best case, you know, you're prepared if we, go through a very turmoil-ic financial period. You know, so I think like, again, like a lot of artists, I'm already seeing like a lot of artists right now getting small ones, getting cut off because after COVID, everyone thought convention artists make bank and it's going to be very easy, and they don't. And so conventions got eaten up because now they're more competitive to get in. And so it's always smart to be, if you're going to be a very flexible and I guess successful business owner, is to always be able to pivot depending on how the market goes. But unfortunately, some people will learn the hard way. And it sucks because like not everyone is going to succeed as like a person who makes YouTube content or a person that makes a content creation. And that's what really sucks about social media is like for the last couple of years, they've been pressing mad hard on being a content creator. Like nowadays, it's almost damn near impossible just to be a, let me see, do I like that? I kind of do, low-key. I might make it a little darker though. Just to be an artist on social media. It's certainly possible, don't get me wrong, but it's very, very rare. Now you have to be a content creator, you know? And so a lot of people get cold in the process of the entire economy and world changing. I'm really glad my job's a union job because the cost of living has built in the contract. That's really, really good. That's why I'm always very happy for people who have government jobs. Because you guys are doing pretty good. I always think of the scene in Ferris Bueller saying off when the teacher is playing terrorist and no one's listening. Yeah. Never seen that show, but like I understand. My internet died, but is resurrected. Easter moment. It's hard to save money when you got new shelves and started for your collection. I mean, like in a real talk, like if you need to be saving money, you should not be spending money on frivolous, unimportant luxuries. And I would say figure collecting is that. So I know you might be saying your comment in jest, but like a lot of people think that they need to buy all these like, cause like at the end of the day, like figure collecting is just a luxury. It's a indication you have surplus income, or at least it should be treated as such because that's what it is though. You're saying, hey, I have extra resources to put towards decorations, you know? So it's like you have to be very, very careful with your money. I know I'm annoying, but reminder of the fan art. Happy Hearts, I'll check the fan art eventually. Actually, ask me one more time and I won't check it for a week. This is Miku. Yeah, Moirin. Hi. Yokoso. Korega Miku desu. Tumulus is the word you're looking for. Probably. Tumultuous? I think that's the word. I gotta save up $2 more. Invest in K-pins and use it as money for the fallout. Cute. Thank you, Moirin. I'm trying to post edit stuff. I think, on YouTube. Yeah, it's like small stuff like that. Again, like I think it's the, a lot of people are turning to, social media because like, yeah, like, you know, just you guys being here and watching my channel, you know, will technically make money. If you have money to invest, stocks have always gone up no matter the president. Yeah. I think the S&P 500 is one of your safest bets. I say think because like I've looked into it, but I have not done it myself. But I think the S&P 500 is the safest bet. Like every year after year, it goes up to 7 to 10%. Excuse me, 7 to 9%. Tumultuous. I'll have to look up that word, get the exact definition. Yeah, true important stuff on KO's store. Yeah, definitely not. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I do care about people's well-being. So it's like, you know, like if I'm not worried about that. You know, people like please support my store. And it sucks because like I don't want to guilt trip anyone. You know what I mean? Again, like I'm in a very fortunate position where it's like again my artwork is very popular. And I'm very thankful for that. But it just sucks because like I see creators who are like, you know, like really begging people for sales, and it's like, I don't know, it feels weird. I'll want this. Have you tried learning Japanese? If you do, what's your favorite? I know a little bit of Japanese actually because of I used to live in Japan. It's kind of like little conversational type of things. I'm a bit rusty. I'd like to finish learning the language at some point. Where's my airbrush? After watching you for a while, made me want to draw a little OC guy I was going to use a VTuber. You definitely should. You know, really, like, VTubing is going to be around forever. And what I think is going to go extinct is this weird kind of obsessive idol culture of it. I kind of like her with, like, the lighter eyes. Look at that. But definitely, and again, like, I took forever. I took two and a half, almost 2 years before I became a proper VTuber. And starting now, you know, can pay off down the road. Because maybe you feel like you're not ready right now, and you probably aren't ready right now. But eventually you'll be ready. Yes, S&P 500 super safe. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try and look into next. Because I have a high yield interest. And as the interest rates keep lowering, it keeps lowering too. And I'm like, oh God, stop it. I invest in a similar fund in Vanguard. No cap, gotta spend your last dime when I start. No! You'll be banned in chat if you do that. You gotta be financially responsible. The Donut Tachis, which I always forget to call you guys that. I don't know, I think like sometimes the little role playing of the names is a little silly, but the Donut Tachis have to be responsible financially. You have to put a good reputation on the, I don't know, VTuber, streamer environment. We're financially responsible. We're educated. We don't judge people. We're very nice and welcoming. We're very, responsible individuals. Let's see, I was thinking about little... I think it looks good so far. I was learning Japanese for a while, but kind of burned out. Yeah, it gets a little tough when you have to, like, learn the, adjectives and stuff like that. I always get motivation from these videos, but when I try to do something, it's a different story. Use a heavily reference something. That's the best way you can get over, what's it called? Like, so, like, use, like, a really heavy reference. That's what's always gotten me over, art block. No, I missed so much of the stream. Oh, that's totally fine. I'll be streaming, let's see. How long have I been streaming for? I'll be streaming for probably another 4 hours, so no worries. Gotta build that, stamina. Where did my thingy go? What expense ratio? I'm a little confused, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, he's asking about the investment. Okay, okay. I was like, aha. I guess it's good to start being financially responsible at my age. Yeah, yeah. Just don't let it get to your head, because like some people will, like, think like saving is the only thing, and it's like I would never be anywhere where I was to this day if I saved my money. Like I invested, like I would say like 80% of my money back into my business. And still, it's still roughly around that, probably a little bit less now. So that's why I'm always finding like new things that I can add to my business. Does that need to be there? So don't let it drive you mad, because like that type of like hoarding is like a, give me a second, I gotta cough. A bad thing too, but it is good to be knowledgeable about your money. Like understand now that, you know, these little luxuries and goods like fashion and toys, like anime figures and whatever, that's all they are. And it's not that serious. And if, you know, you got to work on your personal finances first before you spend your money on things that are unnecessary. Because a lot of society really pushes, like, you have to have the newest, blah, 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 the newest iPhone, as they say. The newest figures, the newest clothes. Like, I really like Lululemon, actually. And a lot of the women, I like the Lululemon subreddit. And a lot of women in there, you can tell are very, very addicted to it. Because like they'll buy things like every whatever. And it's really, really sad to see. Because like they'll have like a collection of clothes. And they won't even have like the tags taken off of them. And you can really tell that it's kind of like by their post history, it's kind of bogging them down. Like they're stressed when Lululemon releases new clothing. I'm like, that's not how it should be. You know what I mean? So to get into the mindset that, you know, you don't need these excessive things, I think it's pretty good. This extra 13. I was looking into becoming a PNG tuber since Friend did that stuff, but I got lazy. Yeah, I mean, if you have to, it's a lot of work for being a VTuber, like getting all the stuff together and stuff like that. So definitely, if you have the intent, like if you have the intensity to do it, the motivation to do it, do it. But if you don't have it, it will be more stressful than it is worth. But like I really like it. I like VTubing. I like, you know, people see my art case or art showcase as my model. I like to speak. Look at this coloring, guys. I think we're doing great. I gotta sniff again. Hold on. I think we're doing great. But you know, don't feel like you're being pressured into doing something you really don't want to. Yeah, be a kid while you can. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a lot of kids are growing up too quickly nowadays. The coloring looks amazing. Thank you, Casey. I really appreciate it. Oh, even my sister isn't that addicted to Lulu, even when she's constantly chasing new releases. Me and your sister would get along. I really like the defined jackets. Those are my favorite. It's like they work though. See, like Lululemon, I really like Lululemon because they make clothes that are very form fitting, and because I have a rather uncommon, as in the physical standard body, ratio from my hips to my waist. Lululemon really does good in creating clothes that accent that and feel very form fitting. And that's why I think, because like like I have a very physically fit body, and nowadays that's not exactly common, so they have to charge a lot of money because like it's not like stuff that's purchased as frequently. At least that's what I understand. But I have tried, let me see. And like they have sales and stuff like that, and like that's the best time to buy stuff. Where the hell are we? There we go. But some people are like buying stuff, and if you had like a personal trainer, what's it called, certification, stuff like that, you get discounts. And there's also like medical support discounts. I think it's like a military discount. So there's ways to get the clothes for way cheaper. And they, again, like I said, have a lot of sales. But some people, man, they feel like they need to buy this. They buy this stuff full priced. Whoops. That definitely looked weird. And I'm like, damn, that's a little crazy. Well, the hair color looks so good. Thank you, Frisk Kimura. All I know is that when I get to the age of 62 and retire, oh, they're talking about, okay, the finances. Oh yeah, this Miku's popping off. Thank you. As a coloring enjoying, this is indeed great. Thank you. My avatar would be like a Banui twink. I like drawing twinks. That's good. I'm glad you like twinks a lot. I'm more of an online Minecraft player, aka server called Lifeboat, cause my two brothers play it. Okay. I think Minecraft is a cool game. I need to rewatch the stream because I want to know how the heck you color this. Yeah. I colored it for sure. That's a good question. Like, you know, like, it's fine. Like, I also kind of like it because I'm talking so much. I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention to my movement. So it's like almost like instinctual what I'm doing. And so that's why I was like, oh, wow, this actually doesn't look too bad. Now, the real question is when you saturate anything, because sometimes I'll adjust the saturation based on my own personal appearance or preference, I mean. I kind of like it a little bit saturated. Wow, this is turning out. Does anybody know the Neopet Feepit? Give me a second. I swear, you guys gotta look up a Feepit real quick. Hold on. It's like a pet, sorry. Neopet Feepit. Yeah, it looks just like a Feepit, like the coloring. Man. What sucks though is like when I do some really intense coloring like this, and I'm like, oh, I have to just color this again on the back. Good lordy. But I think we're doing so good so far. Oh yeah, I was deciding if I was going to saturate it all. I think we can have a little bit of saturation as a treat. I think that looks fun. It's so dreamy looking. Thank you. I need to redesign him. Yeah, like, you know, take your time when it comes to like, you know, doing a VTuber thing. Again, a lot of people think that you have to sprint through this. All right, now the real question begins. The outfit or the silver embroidery? I think maybe a mixture of both. Let me get some white in here. Oh, what I should probably do is being responsible and doing this thing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how I'm gonna do the where'd you go, buddy? This. Actually, I think I know. Let's take this. Okay, we're about to see insanity of trial and error. Block. Okay. Okay, so the thing is like this thingy is insanely randomly colored. So I might have to just randomly... Okay, we're gonna just try some stuff. I don't even want to say trust the process because I don't even know what the process is, but you know what I mean. Ew, there's a fly in my room. Ew, gross. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of bugs here in Vegas. Oh god, the back. Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing I don't like. You know, like, I do like drawing the backs, don't get me wrong. Or, I like having the backs on my characters. That's the answer. Oh, I'm doing that there. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I'm going to redo everything. The coloring on the back as well. Because of course. I love how the color fades from one color to another. Like, yeah, it looks really, really gentle. Grab it with your bare hand. Gross. Be my dad. Okay, so I think this. And I don't think that's bright enough. Alright, let's try. Maybe a little bit more purple. No, saturate it. Let's saturate everything. And then see what this looks like when we kinda... Kinda... Let me see, I'm gonna try different versions. I kinda like the way that looks. Because we want to make it... I'll do alpha lock. Hold on. Very gentle, so I gotta add shading, but that's not too bad. But I think, if I'm not mistaken... Oh, God. Yeah. Just scorpions. You know, funny enough, I've seen one scorpion. I take it back. I've seen one scorpion since being in Vegas. And it was outside walking, and I was like, that's fine. And I've only seen one rattlesnake too. Why are we not oh, that's why I'm coloring. I was like, why are we not erasing? Airbrush. I caught a lizard today in a plastic box in my bed. That's really cool. I used to collect pets like that when I was a kid living in Tennessee. I had a little pet field mouse for probably 6 months. Okay, I don't like that actually. No. Take it back. LOL. Let's take this, make this alpha lock so it doesn't look as bold. Film. Okay, that doesn't... maybe more of a... Let's do it more of a pink. It's a red tail. Oh, you wouldn't do well at my grandma's house. There's a lot of flies. Usually since we have some chickens in the backyard. Yeah, like I said, my dad grew up in a, you know, an island, so he's fine with bugs. And I'm like, that's disgusting. Okay, I think kind of like that. The problem we have is that I feel like it looks weird. This area. Welcome back. Welcome back, Cricks. Wow, it looks super good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get our inking. I think this might be my prettiest Miku. Well, tied for that one, Zane Miku, I think her name is. But I call it blood because we have blue lizards here. I love Coddle's crypts. Oh, Lord. I remember you had wall scrolls in your shop. Do you not make anymore? I had a Halloween Miku one. I think it's still available. I'm not sure. I definitely need to like make more designs for wall scrolls because I like wall scrolls. Okay, how does this look? Not bad. Okay, now we are cooking, I think. Flies, cockroaches, ants, anything else? Oh, I used to have a cockroach infestation when I lived in Florida. I lived in some super ghetto apartments in Florida. And, it was like every night when I turned on the lights to see things, because I surprisingly have to pee every 12 minutes. There was like literally a like 80% chance I'd turn on a light and see a cockroach crawling, like a huge one. And God, it is the most... Living in a cockroach infested environment is so stressful. Like, it was just like every single time. I'd have to keep a broom right by the bed. It's like I knew if I turned on the light, there was gonna be cockroaches. I've never seen so many cockroaches in my life than in Florida. Let's see, I know this is technically going like this. But do I like it when I'm crossing? doesn't look too bad. I designed my own model, but I didn't have the time to make it, so I just set it aside, but then wanted to make one with my pawn character. I see. You know, whatever works for you. Facts, I hate roaches. They're disgusting. Disgusting. And what sucks is because, like, funny enough, it seemed like it was a very just common issue in the area in Florida I live, so it wasn't even necessarily... I mean, the apartments I lived in were kind of old, I'm not gonna lie. God. Roaches are next level. Mood, my house roach arc was the worst. It's the worst. At one point, I think the worst I've ever had bugs is, bed bugs. My dad's apartment. That was the, worst thing ever. Like, you get, like, like, bug infestations give you, like, this next level of paranoia that's, like, so innate and designed, like, just within you to have this, like, paranoia everywhere you go. Oh, my God. Thankfully, I only had to deal with that once. It was so gross. I love your Billy Harrington figures. I love Billy Harrington so much. So thank you. He was a very inspirational man to me, actually. He had a very optimistic and very realistic approach to his life. Like, obviously, yeah, he was an adult actor. But he was very, very respectful and polite about everything, and about the fact that, you know, he became so popular, and rather than, like, you know, using it as this means to make a lot of money because he became so popular, like, he could have copyrighted, like, his images and stuff like that, so people can't make money off of it. But he was very, very, open with it, because he appreciated the fact that, you know, people were so kind to him. And I really, admire those, traits in a person. And especially in a person like him. He did, primarily, before, if anybody doesn't know, Billy Harrington is, I think on my Twitter banner, he's there, and I have little figures of the guy. He's like a little naked guy. You see my background sometimes. And, he did primarily gay porn, to say the least. But, he was one of those people who just did it for, because it was profitable for him. And he started out as a model. And a lot of people made memes about him in Japan because, like, it was just kind of funny. It used to be, like, the reason why it blew up initially is because, like, people were, like, using his videos, like, to rickroll people. Because, like, you think it's one thing. Like, look at that. I don't think that looks too bad. And then next thing you know, it's just, like, these guys, gay guys, wrestling. So it became a huge meme in Japan. But, he was always very respectful about the process. And, you know, respectful of the people he worked with or whatever. And, you know, like, especially, like, you know, he, quote, you know, looked like the epitome of masculinity. But was willing to do things that society doesn't really see as masculine, which is homosexual erotica. And he always was very, you know, very rational about the process. You know what I mean? Like, very respectful about it. And a very, very kind individual. And unfortunately, in 2018, he actually passed away in a car accident. And it was just so devastating because it was very rare to have, like, such a good influential figure in, like, any environment. And especially in something one is, like, you know, with the whole topic of homosexuality, blah, blah, blah. But he was very inspirational for me. And nobody asked, but that's why I like Billy Harrington. The most insulting part about roaches is that they find us disgusting gross. I don't think that's insulting. I hope they find me gross. Then we have mutual respect for each other. There's also one time I saw a huge cockroach in my toys, and I think I was younger. Oh, God. Not the cockroach stories. I bought a flat, so I'm crazy about designing it. I live with my parents, who are not crazy about me having anime merch. Yeah, do whatever you want now that you're free. You know, if you want, like, you know, titty posters on the wall, like, you know, why not? To be cringe is to be free. He was bi wife. No, funny enough, he was straight. He was actually straight, and he confirmed it in a tweet one time, and he's confirmed it in interviews too. He was never bisexual. He just quote unquote gay for pay. But he was always very, very respectable with the process. You know what I mean? He didn't, like, you know, insult. How did he call him? He said something like what is it? Talents, I think is what they call in the industry. Like, he never insulted or talked down to his talents or anything like that he worked with, like his coworkers. But no, he was a straight dude, which is also even funnier. Like, again, I don't don't know, to do something that like, you know, society, you know, generally looks down upon, or at least at the time, so openly, I think is very admirable. It takes a very strong individual to handle that type of pressure. There's one time I had a terrible nightmare and I didn't know I was awake or not, so my mother's room talked about it, and I stepped on a cockroach barefoot. Ew. I hate when you step on a bug barefoot. Billing Harrington from Billing Harrington and Conqueror? I don't know if that's I don't know, one of his shows or something. Yes you do. I'm a little confused. I have 2 sections of shelves in my office. The one viewable from the hallway, my harmless figures. The only one viewified is the spicy ones. Yeah, you know. 2, I don't feel like I'm properly equipped to communicate those feelings I have. You know what I mean? That's what I have to say. I subscribe to the Blue Fox Shrine. Good religion. There we go. I feel like we're getting a little too pink here. Yeah, this looks kind of bad. Why does it look... Oh, that's why. I was coloring. I was like, what? It's fine. I thought I was erasing again. I was like, man, we're looking a little too pink here. Okay, there we go. I feel like these kind of topics are best handled in person. The detached nature of the internet makes it much harder to speak about these things. Yeah. And it's like, I have to technically be careful where it's like, you know, saying everything like in context, and then people will try and clip, you know, conversations. I did it again. I swear to God, I keep selecting the wrong one. And so, but you have to go, like, you have to go really, really deep to like justify, why you feel certain ways. And I don't think I'm equipped for that right now. So yeah, man, the only thing is like, I knew this area was gonna be hard. I understand you gotta be careful with religion stuff, and I'm Christian myself. Yeah, see, it's like, sometimes like I feel like, of course, like, you know, I'm an anime drawing channel. I don't feel like it's my place. But I do have very controversial religious opinions. But I just think there's like a time and place for that. You know what I mean? I have a very important question. Opinions on mushrooms. I like mushrooms. I appreciate you guys perceiving the situation as being strange and trying to change the topic. I do appreciate that. I do really like mushrooms, and I have pickled mushrooms in my pantry, actually, my fridge. Except one time I ate a bunch of them and they made me vomit because I ate too many of them. Let me get some water. Drug mushrooms. No, drug mushrooms. No. You know, I've always kind of wanted to take some of those like scarier things. And but I'm afraid. I'm definitely afraid. I don't know. Can you talk about marijuana on YouTube? I'm not sure. Let's see. Drugs are bad. I mean, technically it depends on the drug, because actually there's certain drugs. What is it called? There's a specific type. I'm not going to say the specific because I don't know off the top of my head, but that can help with PTSD recovery. And I think certain medical facilities are actually using that as a means to help cure people's PTSD, or not cure, help alleviate. You know what I mean? So it really depends. And I will say, like, you know, being in Las Vegas, this is not looking good. Marijuana is legalized here. And, I mean, I've seen a lot of people take it and they do just fine. I tried taking it. I tried being a little, I had a little pothead arc and I went absolutely insane. And I ended up in the hospital with a $10,000 hospital bill. And I didn't have insurance. So YouTube doesn't care about anything. Okay. Like, people are always like saying like, it's like not that I really care, but it's like I just don't want like I don't know, a strike on my channel. I don't know, you know what I mean? One time I saw a pack of weed on the ground. For the sake of reaching the biggest audience, any plans to multi-stream on those other sites like Twitch? Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do it. I think Twitch would be a good one to try out for sure. Weed is harmless in comparison to my other legal substances out there. Yeah, exactly. Like alcohol. Let's be real. I completely agree with you. Yeah, I've seen like for me personally, because again, like I have a I'm born higher dope levels of dopamine. And weed literally made me lose my mind. Like I thought I was having a heart attack because I was getting really bad panic attacks. And I called the ambulance on myself. And I want to, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, funny enough, the anniversary of that is coming up. I will say, I talked about it a little bit on Twitter. I had a really bad history with something that happened a long time ago. And the anniversary of that date was December 1st, which I made that my debut. So I was very, very happy to have rewritten history and made that date that once really was a bad reminder for me. Turn it into something positive, which was like my little VTuber career or whatever. But it was funny because around that time, it was like the year anniversary of that event. And I lost my damn mind doing like, I think I had edibles. Like, and it's just, I was just so stressed and I went to the hospital. And it was just an absolute shit show. But it's funny because like, I think the anniversary of that, my little 10K hospital bill is coming up soon. I thought it was very interesting. And then lo and behold, I found out like you can actually like negotiate bills like stuff like that with the hospital, and I did not know that because I was so worried to ruin my credit as a business owner. Okay, I'm really glad I have this big visual up here because this looks terrible. Okay, give me a second. I think it's because it's too colorful, but if I do it too light, all right, I gotta sit here and think. I tried weed before. It made me laugh. I don't know. It was really, really good until it wasn't, and then I started getting really bad paranoia. I thought I like broke my neck. It was just a shit show. The only thing I need for my PTSD is long stretches of sleepless nights thinking. Weed is bad on its own, but other stuff can be in it. I mean, it depends. Like, if you have like obviously unregulated, like it's regulated here in Las Vegas. When I was a child, I was very scared of mushrooms. I had microphobia. It was horrible. Then this year, I wanted to stop. I looked at a PNG of mushrooms, and I started liking them. That's good. I'm glad you overcame that fear. Question about Vegas. When I end up there next year for Evo, what are some things to do while I stay here? It depends what you're interested in. I personally really like, do you know who DSP is, by the way? I really like DSP. He got 4th place in Evo one time. But, DSP, excuse me, I personally really like Red Rock Canyon here in Vegas. It's a nice big mountain area, so that's what I personally recommend. But it depends, like, if you're into drinking and stuff like that, just go to the Strip. But the Sphere is also really, really cool. But I personally just recommend driving through Red Rock Canyon. The hair is looking insanely good. Thank you. I work in HVAC now and find a lot of mushrooms. Oh, yeah. I bet. I had to get my, I have issues with my HVAC at one point, and it's very annoying to deal with all that stuff. I don't think so because people think weed is so safe they use it while driving. Oh, no. First of all, it's illegal here. Like, it's like a, what's it called? What is it called? When it makes you, what's it called? Like, not a psychotic, you know what I mean? Intoxicated. It makes you intoxicated. So it's like, you're not allowed to drink, or excuse me, smoke while, driving here. It's like handled and regulated just like alcohol. Do you like spicy foods? I really do. I like spicy foods, but as I get a little bit older, it's, a little bit harder to consume. You know, I have to have the Pepto-Bismol. It's 2 a.m. here. Thank you for being a very nice radio hostess. Hope you'll stream tomorrow. I probably will, Flare Devil. I appreciate you stop by. I don't know if you're leaving though. It sounded like you were. Either way, I appreciate you being here. I don't mess with weed anymore because it makes me feel weird. Yeah, it was fine for a while for me, and it's like I could see so many creative colors, it felt like, and then I just got really paranoid. Always remember most hospitals run as charity and forgive debt for anyone that makes under. Yeah, see, I could have done that, but because like I had no insurance at the time and I didn't know that. I was just afraid of them tanking my credit, my credit because I was just like at the infancy of my business, and I'm like, you know, as a business, I can't have bad credit, so I definitely paid. I'm out the ass for that. Stream since Darkside Field mentioned 0. Darkside, did you see his most recent video? Oh, he was so funny. He was like begging chats for $100 so we can go eat Popeyes, and he's like, guys, if you don't donate by 3 o'clock, unfortunately my wife will have to put something in the stove, and we really don't want that, guys. We really want Popeyes, so make sure you guys donate. And it was the funniest thing ever. Do you believe in ghost demons? I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of people believe in ghosts and stuff like that, and I absolutely do not believe in ghosts at all. I don't think they can really be scientifically proven, but the only thing, like these uncommon and weird feelings you feel, I think can be caused by like, I think like different like temperatures and conditions and stuff like that in the atmosphere. So it's like, I can understand it, but I do not believe in ghosts at all. It's called a DUI. It's still, yeah, it's driving under intoxication. Yeah, with marijuana, it's a DUI. Exactly. It's dumb and reckless as anything else. Yeah, exactly. My phone is at 3%. No, oh, Jeff Jefferson, I'm sorry. Mushroom only pizza. DSP is funny. He is so funny. He's so funny. Cause like, how are you telling me you're coming to us and you're begging for Popeyes? How did we get to this point? And I love the way he talks. It's in a very, very panicked way. And it just sounds really fun to listen to. I don't know if you ever heard the guy, what's his name? What is it? I think it's just like Dark Side Bill? I don't know. Like, he spells it a little bit weird. Dark Sea the Flow. He makes music with DSP's voice. And it's actually really, really good. It is so funny. It is so funny. And it's actually really, I listen to it like once a day. There's one like called, that he made called It Time Go. And it's just DSP's voice. Time to use my other phone. Oh, look at you, big Jeff Jefferson with the dual phones. Like fancy. I can't keep up with DSP anymore. I think since the Turkey Tom video, he dropped off the map for me. He's doing... He got a really big... I think he got on Keynote Casino and got an ego about calling himself a king. And then he started publicly doing his gambling for WWE. And I think he's going downhill. It's very interesting to say the least. It made really fun learning how he spends almost all he makes. Yeah, and the gacha game, yeah. He filed for bankruptcy because he was like thousands of dollars in debt for a WWE gacha game. Do you know Golden Time? I know of it. Isn't that the same author as the Toradora series? Charlotte as well? I think if that's the girl if that's the main character. She kind of looks like an adult taiga. Maybe. Oh, Charlotte the anime? I've heard of it, but I don't know if, like, for sure. It's not my old phone. Oh, I see. Yeah, I have some old phones. I have to for my, like, streaming and stuff like that. I feel like I am messing up here. I don't know. Keynote Casino, you're in deep. I am. It's funny. I really do. I really do like. Yeah, I'm quiet because man. I don't like the way this looks. I'm not gonna lie. So it's like I'm trying to think. You know, it's easy when I'm talking and it's easy when I'm talking and I'm not doing something so hard. And it's like, it sucks because like this is a very sheer thing. And remember, I'm mostly a cell shade artist. So it's like to do things that are not cell shaded because this is more gradient and like semi-transparent. I am struggling, and I don't think this looks too bad. So it's like, you see, it's like, ugh, I don't even want to zoom in because I don't think it looks like that at all. Oh God. But yeah, I love lolcows, like watching them. So I'm really in deep for all of these little guys. Break you later, chat. You think Golden Time is better than Toradora? I don't know about that. There's some fighting words here. Man. Okay, so this... Damn. I'll get my ass beat by these damn things. I don't even want to look at them right now. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, but I have no choice. I cannot run away. Alright. I might have to try a different attempt. You're my main phone now? Awesome! I appreciate being your main phone. First attempt. Let's see. Alright, let's try this. Clizzix. I see people saying bye to Clizzix. Oh, see ya. I understand. Gay son or thought daughter, but T-O-T-H-O-U-G-H. Daughter. I don't even think I spelled that right. I tried. Okay, so what if we took some of this and made it a little less abrasive by doing air. I feel like that looks a little bit more gentler. Maybe. Remember that time my mom almost watched Torador with me? That was very odd. Maybe. I don't really like watching romance animes with people. I feel like I get secondhand embarrassment. So that's fair. Thought daughter. Opinion on chicken nuggets. I like chicken nuggets. I like to eat the skin on the outside of them. First. So I think chicken nuggets are pretty good. Man. Okay, let's take this. Let's see if we're gonna do something like this. No. Maybe multiply. And then lighten. I think that's a little bit better. Okay, I think I know a way I can tackle this. Man, this is the twin tail catastrophe all over again. Give me a second. Alright, I think we got... Okay, I have an idea. Let's take this away so I don't get distracted, because that's really distracting me. Alright, let's do... We're just gonna try a little bit lighter. Every time I watch an anime with my mom, the anime ends up having some inappropriate scenes. Yeah, that's what I don't like about watching certain animes with people. It's just like you get that weird, uncomfortable... Like, you know when your body starts heating up because you're like, this is so uncomfortable? It's like that. I hate that. That's why I don't really watch anime with people. And not that it bothers me about fan service or whatever, but it's just like, it's uncomfortable to watch with other people, I feel like. Okay. Have you ever watched Cory X Kenshin? I do not know what that is. Is that like Cory in the House X Kenshin or something? I don't know. Remember when it was a meme to watch Cory in the House and call it your favorite anime? Real antiques, no. My mom is chill, so it's fine, but it's awkward. Yeah, I don't like those awkward moments, you know what I mean? Okay, I think let's go all the way up here. Oh yeah, if I remember. Real veterans know. Man, okay. Okay, I think this is looking a little bit more like... okay. On Anime Melon, an anime website focused on learning Japanese, they have Cory in the House. Oh, that's awesome, actually. Maybe that's probably where it all came from. Filthy Frank had more impact on the anime community than anyone. I don't think I agree. I believe he had a good impact. I used to be a big Filthy Frank fan, actually. I don't know if he really had an impact on the anime community, because really what all did he do was do the reenacting of the openings with Pink Guy. I used to be a fan of iDubbbz too. And good lord. All I can say at least is how he did a very big 360. Okay. See, the thing is like it overlaps here. YouTube fan subs have the biggest impact on the anime community. Yeah, agreed. I know it's probably said in like, you know, dramatic effect, but it's like, I don't know, did Filthy Frank even like, the only time I saw him do it was like a reenactment of the Naruto opening, I think it was. Did anybody watch Max Mofo? I still love his content. Well, I haven't watched it in a while. But I always liked how he's very, very open and honest with the fact that he's a hoarder, aka collector. I like that a lot. You meant 180? 360 with me, he ended up in the same spot. I think that's usually the joke. I don't know if I said it or if someone else said it in chat. Oh, did I say 360? Oh, okay. Okay. I did technically mess up the numbers. Okay, he did a 180. There we go. I'm not really good with numbers, I'm not gonna lie. Let me take this and erase this. Another grandiose moment, exactly. I wasn't being dramatic. YouTube fan subs introduced so many people to anime. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah, I remember the whole crew. Max, iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, good times. Yeah. I remember Max Mofo was doing kind of like a what's it called? That podcast with Anything for Views. And I really, really liked that until I realized, like, you know, I'm just watching these men drink massive amounts of alcohol. I'm like, that's not a really good thing. I think. But yeah, I was a big iDubbbz fan. I really liked his critique over certain things at some points. It was a good, funny enough, because I did a Kickstarter at one point. You know, I had a Kickstarter. But I found his critiques on those Kickstarters, you know, valuable. Yeah, iDubbbz is his own lol counter. Yeah, I could. God, the way that he handled Creator Clash 2, it was just, to me, it was just very, very irresponsible. And, you know, anybody, you know, he's never done something like that before, but it's just like, I don't know, it's like, how did he expect that to succeed? You know what I mean? I'm an old man, same. I heard iDubbbz apologize, which is fine, I guess, and nothing else. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, it's just he handled the whole Creator Clash very, very poorly. Oh, he had I don't know if you know about the Creator Clash, but he had a charity event, and there was a big controversy on like who was able to fight in the charity event and blah blah blah. And come to find out, he admitted like months later that the charity event made no money, and I think they lost money. And it was because he just did kind of think like kind of irresponsible things. Like for the fighters, he bought an entire hotel for them rather than, I mean, like, you know what I mean? It's like YouTube celebrities are like celebrities, but they're not like, it's not like, I don't know, Mike Tyson. You know, so he bought like an entire hotel for them being there. And it was just like mindless stuff like that. And it's like, you know, if you're doing something for a charity, you need a damn near penny pinch. You know what I mean? And to buy like an entire hotel block, from what I understand, what do I remember, is like super irresponsible. So it's like, and he also thought because he saw his first charity event as a success, he thought he didn't need to market the second one. And again, that's just a very irresponsible like thought process. And when it comes to something as important as charity, like, don't get me wrong, run a business like that if you want, because like you're the only one who's you know, negatively being affected. But when you are doing this with charity and people are giving you their money because they think it's going to a charity, you need to be real damn responsible. Because at the minimum, if he couldn't have handled running in a charity event, name the charity event after yourself, do whatever you want, and then like hire professionals. So it's like, I really lost the majority of my respect for him when I don't know, it felt like he just didn't take the whole charity aspect of the charity event good. And to me personally, again, I don't want to be too messy, I guess, but I feel as though he was one of those situations where he did the charity event to atone for his past controversial record, like, you know, his history of being controversial. And to me, and again, this is just my own vendetta, I can't prove this or not, this is my own personal opinion, the way that he handled the charity event so lackadaisically kind of solidified that thought. But again, I might be just seeing him through a negative lens because I'm a little salty about how he handled something so important, you know, so carelessly. And there's just a bunch of drama between the fighters behind the scenes. And for me, as someone who was like someone who was tuning in, if you will, he definitely like made it seem like everything was going to charity. And then it kind of got leaked that he was paying all the fighters like thousands of dollars. Like, don't get me wrong. I do believe fighters, especially because, like, you know, they can get lifelong injuries from these fights. I think it's very, very fine to pay them, but make that clear to your audience that because he was saying all the time, from what I remember, that all of this is 100% going to charity. And I felt like that was misleading to very quietly pay the people without letting anybody know, you know what I mean? And it wasn't just that he was just repaying them for their, you know, time lost of, like, you know, taking the time off to be a content creator or whatever to do the fight. It was like a good amount of money. And so, I don't know. Again, me personally, like, I've never held a charity event at a grand scale, but I have held my few charity events, and I think it's... God, I got a cough. Sorry, give me a second. Hold on. I feel as though you need to handle these with extreme care, and if you cannot handle these with care, I don't want to say don't do them, but at least at a minimum, in your circumstances of being a probably a multimillionaire YouTuber, hire somebody who knows what they can do. You know what I mean? So, like, for example, like, if a small creator made the mistakes that he made, I really wouldn't put, you know, such harsh judgment on that creator because, you know, the good intentions were there. Oh God, we're kind of looking goofy again. But in his case, when I know he could have financially afforded to hire somebody else who could have handled this whole thing way better than himself, someone who has never really, you know, specialized in holding charity events, I found that an incredibly breach of responsibility, if you will. You know what I mean? All right, so let me take this. I'm still stuck on this. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, Erin from the Game Grumps is going up against Sauce Boss. Man, I don't know that one, actually. I don't know those people. No, I don't know what this is at all. Never watched anything from that guy. Yeah, he used to do really good criticisms and stuff like that. In a bit of a over-exaggerated negative way, but it was a pretty accurate reflection of how the people were on the internet at that time. And but he suddenly out of nowhere got a really bad guilty conscience of it, and I think he tried to overcorrect himself because of that guilty conscience. And I'm not really sure why, what changed that made him have like such a guilty conscience. Because, like, for example, Filthy Frank also made extremely controversial videos of his past. And okay, I think at the minimum, I gotta go and take this because, like, this dark line is killing the illustration. Like, for Filthy Frank, he also had, like, you know, edgy humor, controversial humor. And he... Why is this looking ugly? Just said, hey guys, I'm done with this. This is the past. I don't really agree with these things anymore. And he left it at that. But for whatever reason, and I think that's fair. And I think, like, you know, people can grow, people can change their sense of humor. They can understand, like, you know, the jokes and stuff like that lasted at the history are not jokes you can joke about anymore. And I think that's fine. And it showed that he had growth, and he became Joji, that one singer that went viral on TikTok, and then nobody, I feel like I haven't heard from him since. But he has a very good, successful music career. Okay, I think it's a little bit better. I still might need to do it a little bit lighter. But iDubbbz went on this huge let me atone for my sins campaign, and turned around and insulted his audience, saying, like, you guys are essentially, like, kind of like incel type of people. for ever supporting us. And, you know, when you were the ringleader of that, like, you're going to turn on the people who, easily made you a multi-million-dollar, entity. And then not to mention, you know, I love my little lol cows. And, one of my, lol cows I liked. All right, I'm just gonna have to take a break on this little, I'm losing my damn mind. I think I'm gonna have to take a break on this, this part. I'm gonna keep drawing, obviously. I'm gonna have to take a break on this. Cause like, I don't like the way it's turning out. I'm not gonna lie. There's this guy named Airsoft Fatty who iDubbbz, you know, I was following Airsoft Fatty, before he got to iDubbbz. Cause like, I like my little cows. Thank you very much. And Airsoft Fatty was a really, really funny content creator. He was a big fat dude, and he made airsoft content and role played and did all these like silly little videos. And nobody really knew about him because he had maybe like less than 200,000 subscribers. And iDubbbz did a video called, I don't remember what it was called, but it was a documentary talking about Airsoft Fatty. And it's like, that was so good in theory because like it brought a lot of new eyes to Airsoft Fatty, and he could then lean on the you know, the support for him, etc., to give him a new audience. Like, you know, iDubbbz was a huge creator, and so he uplifted Airsoft Fatty. But the thing is Airsoft Fatty is like extremely autistic, and he definitely is the type of person who needs to live a life where it's like he has like help from others, and he couldn't financially afford it because Airsoft Fatty was you know, kind of little guy, and like, you know, had low resources. His mother didn't have a lot of resources and stuff like that. And really what made his channel so charming is that he made little content and skits of just like, you know, a very humble, you know, poor guy doing like role play of Star Wars. So he's really, really autistic. And, so iDubbbz brought a bunch of eyes onto him, and he got a lot of publicity and stuff like that. And, Airsoft Fatty, I don't think could understand how to handle the intense amount of like eyes on him and stuff like that and publicity. And he handled it badly in the sense that like, I think he kind of thought that like his life was going to be made now that, you know, he had a video go viral for iDubbbz, and iDubbbz did not pay him for this documentary at all. He basically paid him in exposure, which again, like I was kind of talking about that earlier about whether or not I agree with people being paid in exposure. And Airsoft Fatty had a bunch of hardships and just couldn't handle himself. And iDubbbz made so much, you know, got so popular off that video. And I believe that video was monetized for the longest time. So he definitely made a lot of money off of it. And when Airsoft Fatty was going through some really tough financial times because, like, you know, he's not the best with this, you know, newfound fame and stuff like that, and how he should have marketed it himself. He was like, you know, really like crying one day in stream, like, you know, saying like he tried reaching out to iDubbbz to say like, hey, can I, you know, have some sort of advice or help in this situation? Can you at least like, you know, retweet my newest video just to help me, you know, get by? Because he didn't really know how to handle, you know, a lot of people don't know how to handle, you know, sudden fame or whatever. And iDubbbz just ignored him. And the fact that, I don't know, it was just so poor to me because like, to me, it gave me the taste that iDubbbz definitely just took advantage of someone who was, you know, very disadvantaged, because it made him look good on his channel. Because again, like after iDubbbz, you know, had all those controversial videos and stuff like that, he tried to do like this new, like, hey, look at me guys, I'm the most charitable man ever. I'm giving the small autistic man a platform. And he did it with another guy who I think was also autistic, but I don't remember, Dex Flame, I think he was. And I don't know, just the way he kind of saw people was just, and especially as someone who had been following him for a while, like iDubbbz has always been a very, very cruel person to other people. And now all of a sudden, like when you've put your personality out there that you are a very cruel individual, and now all of a sudden you want to, you know, act like charitable and look at me, I'm a big guy giving the small autistic people a platform. It was very superficial to me and a very disheartening to see. And then he had some beef with like Sam Hyde. Oh yeah, and there was like the Sam Hyde controversy, which funny enough, I only really know Sam Hyde from he made this one video, and it was like him saying like what was it? He was him eating Fiber One bars, and Sam Hyde kind of like pranked him. So iDubbbz was going to go to Sam Hyde's house and make a documentary on Sam Hyde, basically saying like, look, this funny comedian guy who was controversial fell off the planet and he's no longer relevant. Hardy har har. Like that was kind of like the whole nature of the video. But Sam Hyde, I guess, somehow anticipated this. And when iDubbbz came to do his like little interview with like documentary on Sam Hyde and his fall off, Sam Hyde like faked the entire thing, and he got like a fake girlfriend who looked like she was like a crackhead, and just like joked around the whole thing because like he I guess he anticipated that iDubbbz was gonna try and like paint him as in like, oh, look at this failure comedian. And it took a lot of time out of what is it called, Sam Hyde's life. And once iDubbbz had found out that Sam Hyde had figured like, once iDubbbz had figured out that Sam Hyde faked the entire like documentary, he threw a huge fit and was not going to release the video. And the only reason why the video was ever released was because Sam Hyde talked about it publicly, and iDubbbz didn't like the fact that he had the one up on him on like YouTube. And then I only bring up Sam Hyde because Sam Hyde actually saw Airsoft Fatty struggling, you know, financially, because like Airsoft, like not everyone's gonna be a financial like literate person, and Airsoft Fatty is truly, I think, for the like from what I understand, is a very tender-hearted person. You know, he's a very innocent person, and he really helped support Airsoft Fatty because like he understood that iDubbbz had just dropped him like a trash. And I was like, that's just so cruel. I still keep up with Airsoft Fatty. He's on a weight loss journey. In case you guys are wondering. He's doing like, oh, and then like another thing is like, I don't know how it happened, but Airsoft Fatty like lost everything, like lost his house. And it sucked because like his mom left him that house, I think, if that's I recall correctly. And so he became like pretty much homeless at one point in time. And Sam Hyde bought him a little like what is it called? A small home. A small like a little home. And I'm like, that is like, you know, like that's like truly, and it's like, I don't know Sam Hyde's financial positions, but it's like, you know, that's how you really help someone. You don't just like expose someone who's autistic to a bunch of like, you know, social media clout and then abandon them. Like you have to be responsible about these kinds of things. You know what I mean? And again, like knowing iDubbbz's history, and again, like if it was a small creator who did this by mistake, sure, fine, whatever. But iDubbbz knowing his history of being extremely critical to other humans, being extremely sadist to other humans, and now all of a sudden, like, you know, it's just, I don't know. I did not like iDubbbz, and it was just really sad to see. And I still to this day do not know what changed him. Full Force, yeah, that was the documentary name. I do not know what changed him out of nowhere to feel like guilt and remorse about his past history. You know what I mean? Oh god. Let me see. I like his joke more than his serious music. Yeah, some of his joke songs were really funny. BRB. I have no clue what's going on here. But yeah, I was just going on to like a little details about iDubbbz. Sam Hyde thing was hilarious. Yeah, the fact that Sam Hyde, like if iDubbbz had just played along, been like, all right, Sam Hyde, you got me, you know, you pulled one off of me. It would have been so much better, but he threw a fit. And I'm like, that's just so childish. You can tell iDubbbz is a very controlling individual. And again, like I had been following Airsoft Fatty for the longest time, and I was so happy when iDubbbz reached out to him, because it's like, you know, like this is this little guy's break, you know, to get into, you know, I guess the real world of content creation. And he gained like a lot of followers. Excuse me, what is going on here? He gained like a lot of followers from the iDubbbz documentary. But to see iDubbbz just kind of drop him, like he's like, all right, well, I benefited from the documentary from you. I don't remember, but does anybody remember if the Full Force documentary was monetized? Because I'm pretty sure it was. At a minimum, I'm pretty sure iDubbbz received a sponsorship in that video. I think it was for Raycon. But it was just so heartbreaking to see, because like you cannot like treat people like that. Sam, yeah, just learning about iDubbbz lore. Exactly. And then now I don't know what he does. He tried rebranding and doing like, I don't know, squirrel videos. Like, it was like, these videos would have been funny in like 2014. And it's just like, don't act like we don't know your past. Airsoft Fatty is a true Michigan representation. Exactly. He was so funny. Like, he's just a very innocent guy. Doesn't, It doesn't know a whole lot, you know? Just living life, doing his little role play videos on YouTube. I don't know. Sam Hyde was also a big flashpoint in the controversy around Creator Clash. Also, yeah, like I think Sam Hyde had purchased like tickets and it was going to go to charity, but iDubbbz refunded it because he didn't want Sam Hyde there because he got like bested by Sam Hyde. And I'm like, is this really for charity, or is this like, again, like a ego stroking or a self-masturbatory project? And I believe it was the latter when it comes to iDubbbz. So it just sucks because like I know like controversial things, people change. And again, like, you know, at the time, like that was very supported. But like that was just not the way to handle it. You can change as an individual without doing some like do you think we're such fools to where we don't see that you're very obviously trying to virtue signal? I found that very funny. Hello, my little Chaosa, can you read my last comment or can I type it again? What was your last comment, Click6? Do you know how to change my name on Alexa? My friend changed it to something a bit dirty. I don't know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm in the only place fandom. You know, I don't know what that is, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I found your donut logs, OMG. Yeah, I love donuts. Which I gotta do like a video reviewing all of the donuts I had this year, which is probably like 300 now. I gotta have some water. Sam Hyde was also told he was fine, had flown out, gotten hotel rooms out of his own pocket for a lot of his friends. A lot of his friends, and they showed up in the event was turned. Yeah, and they were and he was like turned away at the door, and it's just like, you know, like iDubbbz, like, again, like iDubbbz is a very calculated individual, and I don't think that's a bad trait. He cannot help it if he's very calculated and very intentional with his behavior and actions. So it's like he knows what he's doing, and that's what I'm saying here, is iDubbbz knows exactly what he's doing. But again, I don't know. I could say that maybe iDubbbz is on the recovery and up, because I haven't seen his recent content, so I don't know if he's changed as an individual, but I remember that, like, that personally left the biggest taste, like, bad taste in my mouth, so I checked out completely about that guy. It's just like, it was just so sad, because, like, again, like, you know, I was one of the die-hard Airsoft Fatty videos, and it's like, he used to do live streams, and he lost, like, everything, and it's like, he had a cat he really loved, because he just, like, again, like, was just not financially, like, literate. And I think, like, you have no one to blame when the person is, you know, that level of autism where they can't handle or have, like, a normal job. So I just felt it in very poor taste. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see your chat right now. Crap, I'm gonna get in trouble. A lot of people blame Anisa for iDubbbz 180. Yeah, I did see a lot of that, and I don't know. I think the taste about the whole OnlyFans thing is like, I'm a true feminist. I think women should definitely do OnlyFans if they make money. That's fine, because like you cannot blame the provider when the customer is what's asking. I think it's totally fine for women to have OnlyFans. And it seemed like he was very insecure about that fact. And it's like, you've spent your entire life criticizing other people. And now one point of criticism, which, yeah, a lot of people don't agree in OnlyFans people and women who are in sex work. A lot of people don't think women deserve respect if they're in sex work. And so it's like, that's like it's a thing, you know what I mean? It's a common thing. Again, like, unless, like, again, like, it's one of those things where it's like, unless you're equipped to talk about the conversation, it's a tough conversation to have. But I'm a firm believer of, you know, feminism, free to nipple, whatever, all that good stuff. But he handled the whole fact that his girlfriend became an OnlyFans model very childishly. It really sucked because, like, a lot of people, because it's like the Streisand effect or whatever, where him acting insecure about it brought more hate to, like, OnlyFans people, and it's like, you're doing more damage than good. You know what I mean? Yeah, the whole thing was just to show, it was really, you know, sad to see, you know, someone who could have handled the situation so much better, way worse. But I don't know. I'm a gooner, so I have no clue with it. Exactly. Like, and people have to understand that some people are just into the whole, like, paying for a woman. Like, they're into that. That's just, and you know, what can you do about that? Why are you blaming the woman? I think ultimately it comes down to like kind of like a jealousy thing, which is fair. I'm not gonna lie. Like I am jealous of women who can do an OnlyFans and become multi-millionaires almost overnight. Like, but am I gonna sit here and be like, oh well, you know, I'm gonna devalue those women and they're worthless? No, of course not. You know, I'm also jealous of people who win the lottery. It should happen to me. Every time there's $1 billion lottery, it should happen to me. You know? People get, you know, jealousy is a very, you know, sad thing. Like, yeah, I'm mad jealous. Like the fact that, like, I've seen like some of these women, they make like 40 million like a month or something. Like, could you imagine? Like, could you imagine? That's wild. You have a better chance at winning lottery when it's less money. Yeah, that's true. But every $1 billion lottery should have gone to me. And that is a fact. This is me if you even care. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely did do that. Did I do that last Christmas? I don't even remember, actually. It's so funny. Again, like I wanna do more cosplay stuff. I just don't have the time. There's only a small percentage that make it big on OnlyFans, usually famous people already. Yeah. And sometimes they just have the genetic perfect physique for it. And that's just a fact of life, you know? I can sit here and be, what is it? Spoiled grapes. I think it's what it's called. It's when you're jealous of somebody, you know? I don't know if it's spoiled grapes actually, lol. Maybe. Yeah, but there is like a, you know, there are people who make it really, really big. Like the Hatsune girl. I'm very jealous. She did one video and then became like a millionaire. Not this again. Stop it. I'm very jealous of that. But I'm not going to let it cloud me or my judgment or what I do with the rest of my life. You know? Let's see. I think her shoes are, the ends are silver. About 9% of creators. Wow. 9%'s a lot, actually. And technically 40,000 is a livable wage sometimes. Yeah, welcome back to Moyo. I believe so. Distinctly remember opening Twitter on my phone Christmas Day. That's so funny. Merry Christmas, all this. That's hilarious. I didn't even realize I did that, actually. That's so funny. The Hatsune girl ended up milking it so much. You know, I agree, but it's like, it's one of those things, like, it was such a, I don't want to say, whoops, sorry guys, a dumb reason to make millions of dollars. So it's like, at that point, like, what do you have to lose if you milk the hell out of it? You know what I mean? Because it was such a dumb reason. And so it's like, you have no, you know what I mean? You have no reputation at that point. It's like YOLO. I think she should have done more. You know? Hey, money's money, I'll make it dry. Exactly. Like, and all she did was Hatsune. And then the Talk to a podcast. I love it when people were like memeing on it and being like, she's talking about all these super scientific things on the Hatsune podcast. I thought that was really funny. Hatsune means to spit on a man's, I mean, yeah, it's, I mean, an adult making a adult sexual contact comment. So it's a, I mean, I don't think it's a really weird if you're an adult. I think it was like, there's a, like, what is it called? Like crass humor or something like that. Yeah. Some people find like sex jokes funny. I think that was a big thing back in the day. So that's why I think it got so popular. Uh-oh. I didn't do that right. Yeah, it was just a stupid reason. I don't think, funny enough, I don't think her joke was funny. Because it just really wasn't. It was funny that she became like a multi-millionaire over the joke. That's what was funny. You know? Like, that's wild. Like, I've seen some people like really, really blow up in as far as like, you know, monetary wise. And that was the funniest reason I've ever seen. I don't like OnlyFans, but treating OnlyFans models like they do not deserve base respect or job. Yeah. And again, like exactly, like you don't have to like, you know, if you don't like OnlyFans, like I don't know, I've been that kind of person where it's like, well, if it's on the internet for free, like, why would you pay for it? But I did find out, people are very, very into the whole paying for a woman's attention in a woman thing. That is a very real thing. And, I guess I can understand it. Because I guess, like, again, like, if, like, for example, like I said, my love language is time. And some people equate their, time into money. And so if they're giving, you know, the woman their money, that's a direct reflection of their hard work and, you know, that they put into. And so they, like that. And, although I'm very jealous of every recipient that, has a bunch of, there's a lot of people that will pay for them just because of their appearance only. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, really. You know, as long as the, all parties are consenting, they don't need my consent. How do you do that thing, OMG? I'm a little confused. Danganronpa fan? Let me see. Your art is so cool, thank you. I could be weird, but I think, okay, yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah, and it's like it's not like hot, like when you, it's like that noise, so it's like, yeah, but in the context, it is weird, I guess. Yeah, adults will always find, like, I don't know, like, I always found, like, when people, like, draw, like, genitalia on things, I always thought that was, like, really childish, but there's some people who find it really funny. Yeah, my favorite talk to it episode is when she started talking about the pros and cons of nuclear propulsion and space exploration and how, like, centrifugal nuclear thermal propulsion engines are cutting edge. Yeah, I loved it when people were doing that. Like, that was so funny. Adult business is not my business. Yeah, it's just like, and it's not even just all adults, because, like, I don't even find it funny. It was just funny that, like, such an insignificant little video, like, wasn't it on, like, a street? Like, she was just, like, being interviewed on the street, blew up, and it's like one of those butterfly effects that are very fascinating to watch, you know what I mean? I haven't really seen, like, I do find it fascinating when something very, very small is life-changing to someone, you know what I mean? It's low-key kind of inspirational, because it's like at any point in time, something can just absolute skyrocket your popularity, and then next you know, tomorrow you're living a different life than what you're living now, you know? So it was really, really funny. I wanted to watch your live stream, but my friend started showing me all of the My Figure Collection accounts now, and I'm gonna sleep. Okay, bye-bye, Chaos. Okay, bye-bye, Phrase. Take your time, have fun. Just a random encounter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what was so funny about it. It was just like out of nowhere, and now she's a multi-millionaire. I think unfortunately, cryptocurrency scam, maybe. Chaos. Yeah, everyone spells my name incorrectly. It's like, I got the vibe. You know what I mean? I got the vibe of it all. Random encounters. Yeah. It's literally like the lottery. It really is. Like, didn't those, like, kids, I don't know too much about them, but those kids at, like, Costco, like, blow up in popularity, too. I guess they were, I don't know, just doing something at Costco. It's like, I think that's cool, too. The Hawk Tua girl was so polarizing. Because there's a bunch of people who didn't find it funny, and then there's a bunch of people who find it funny, so it's like they're clashing. Meanwhile, she's, laughing all the way to the banks, to say the least. I've never spelled your name incorrectly, ma'am. It was funny, like, when I first started, when I used to check my analytics for searching, I could see people trying to type in my name, and it's like they would spell it wrong so many times, and I thought that was really, really funny. I know how to type your name, OMG, I just mistyped. Yeah, no worries. I know the idea of what you're doing. I won't ever take offense to that. Yeah, you know, it's a made-up name, so I'm not upset about it. Never spell your name either. Everyone's like, oh, I've never done that. Just shortened it. I appreciate that, Tamayo. Oh, buddy. Time to call you Zia now. I don't think I've been called Zia now, so, I mean, that's a new one. I know Stella likes to call me Yoza. So Zia is brand new. I always said Mother Chaos, exactly. Yeah, I will say if you guys, like, at me, because I think it shows up the orange, it's easier to, I can see the ats very easily. Than just, like, the chat sometimes. So if you super want to get my attention, and try not to over spam, but, like, the at, I think it's like at and then Chaosa. I think I see it very clearly. I just shortened it to KO, yeah. A lot of people do. You know, there's a trend where people are, you know, there's a trend where people are ignoring big content creators and they get JoJo Siwa first and off the hawk to a girl in big controversy because people there money. Yeah, I heard about the whole ignoring celebrities. I have very conflicting opinions about certain big celebrities. I believe their business model does more harm than good to society. And therefore, I don't think they should be supported. However, everyone has the freedom to do their own thing. And who am I to say that because I feel they are leaving a negative effect on society that they should not have a platform, you know what I mean? But like the whole Kylie Jenner, I think ultimately I'm not happy. I'm not happy with any celebrity. And I think everyone should have every right to alter their body in any way they find personally. I think that should be normal because it's like, who's to say, like, you're not the person living in that body every day. So you don't understand the mental turmoil that that body can bring you, you know? You know, I'm pro any surgery that makes you feel better about yourself. I do think you need to be in a good frame of mind because like I've seen sometimes where people do the surgeries where they cut off their limbs because psychological issues. I saw a girl on TikTok one time. She cut off her arm in a psychosis episode. So obviously citations. But when a person's entire brand is about getting surgery and then acting like it's their product that gave them the surgery, in her case, the lip kits and stuff like that, and giving all these girls, you know, body dysmorphia, essentially, I think that's a very, very terrible thing. And then acting like you didn't get surgery until after the brand has been kind of washed up, if we are to be real. And then now that you have nothing to profit off of these lip kits anymore, because who the hell talks about Kylie Jenner's lip kits? Now you want to talk about how, I'm embarrassed about my lips, guys. It's like, where were you when you were making multi-million dollars, giving people insecurities about their physique, telling them that they would get plump lips like you, like your surgery-induced lips, in the form of a $34 lip kit. At least I think it was $34. I don't recall exactly. It's those types of situations that I am very adverse to. Chicken nuggets for real. Exactly. I gotta have some water. I don't mind the hawk to a girl since she did at least turn around with her money and do charity work. Yeah, see, it's like, you can like, you know, when certain people get money, they do positive things, but I have no idea. I've not been caught up with the whole crypto scans. So I don't know anything about that. I don't know how it works. I don't know anything. YouTube algorithm led me to the stream. Your art's gorgeous. Thank you, Nameless Nameful. I really, really appreciate that. I'm working on So Miku right now. Is it weird I find the word mama more endearing to be called than mother, so I tend to call you mama sometimes, but you only notice it when I say mother? That's funny. It's not intentional. But either way is fine. It's up to you. But it's funny, I've always called my father. If I'm really, really stressed, I'll revert down to daddy. That's what I called him when I was a kid. But I've always been a father person. Yes, my father. It's funny, he was always like, I'd always hit this phone and be like, yes, my foolish father. And he's like, yes, my insipid daughter. Like, we were always like real dramatic about that. You can appreciate the good memories. Streamer's mommy now? Yeah, some people have decided that I'm their mother. And I'm like, sure, you know? I'll be you guys' parental figures. Why not? The crypto scan was bad. Yeah, see, I don't even, like, so the thing is like, I don't even know what considers, like, what is considered a bad crypto scam. You know what I mean? I just don't know anything about the topic. If I had a lot of money, I'd buy a lot of manga for real. If I had a lot of money, I think I'd make sure my comfortable needs were met first, and then yeah, I would try and help as many people as possible. I do like reading. Celebrities should be more transparent. What is the point lying about getting on surgery? That's what I don't like. And it's like, again, I think it's fine for you to get surgery. I think it's fine. But when you sit here and act like you're natural, it makes me so angry because that body is like biologically not able to be achieved. Sometimes, yes, but from the average person. And it's just like, some of these celebrities, like, they exist. I don't think it's so much so anymore. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a kind of changing breed. That they just like spit in your face like, oh, you know, I have all this power and you don't. But I think celebrities are becoming more humble. I think they're being forced to, because these like, oh, look at me, I have all the luxury and finances that you'll never have. I think it's dying out because a lot of people would rather follow small creators who are more in tone to, like, you know, their positions in life, than these big people who have a gazillion Chanel bags. That is so posh, lol. I know it's not intentional. You said the bigger my message, the less you see, right? Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that's usually the case. I don't know why, though. I find that very fascinating. But feel free every time you say my name to add it. That way I can see it way more clearly. I gotta have some water. What's up? What's up? Hello, Cake Cat. How are you doing? When I want to annoy my mother, I just add her as Ma. For some reason, I think it had to do with the fiction. My mom, she doesn't like the word mother, like mother dearest. I think it was like an old, like, I don't know, series or movie or something. And she hated it when I call her mother dearest. Whatever reason. Are you opposed to answer questions about the business side of your business? No, feel free to always ask questions about my business. I'm always fine with questions about myself, my experiences, and my business. So anything that I've experienced, I'm welcome to talk about. So feel free to ask away. Stewie Griffin. If I had money, I'd buy a PC, food, and figures, and then help people in that order. I like it. Because truly, though, like, you know, unless you are totally happy in yourself and content, it's really hard to help other people. You know? So, yeah. I like to inspire people to be more creative. Again, like, you know, creativity is really all I've had in order to make a career. And I didn't have a lot of resources, so this has been a really, really good crutch for me. Being creative. Being open with myself and all that good stuff. What type of margins do you have on products? The money I make off of products. Man, heavy hitter right away. I don't make, funny enough, if you check my products and compare them to the average cost. So for example, compare one of my double-sided keychains. The fact that they're double-sided costs more money. And the fact that, what's it called? Hold on. They're 3.5 inches, which is a pretty expensive size to print on. If you compare my prices to the average charm of those standards, if you will, mine's significantly less. And that's just my personal preference to make my products as accessible to the biggest market, which is like the cheaper it is, the more you can, you know, the more market, I guess, you can have access to. So I do not make a lot of money. I won't even lie, and I'm not even trying to like another product, like, oh, Kayla's just avoiding the question. When it comes to certain things, I don't know off the top of my head. Like for example, like I print different charm materials sometimes, and I do not know because like I am my business is very self-sustaining right now. I don't really need to focus on penny pinching in a way. And I think the reason for my success in my business is the fact that I do price my things, I guess you could say under market value, but I personally think, again, like that's my own philosophy that I want to undercharge what I'm doing. And perhaps that has done damage to the artist community. I don't know. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't think you really can compare someone else's keychains to my keychains because the artwork is completely different. You know what I mean? And that's just the way I handle my business. So, for example, I know off the top of my head, my plushies, I sell them for about $30 a piece. And they cost me about $22.75 to produce. Because it's a little bit, it's a very complex designs, the ones I have. So I don't make a whole lot. My pins, because I've produced them recently, I probably make $7 to $8 off of them. Maybe, I think they usually call me, I think it's like $11.40 something, the pins, depending. We'll make that. Some of them, the bigger ones are a little bit more, the huge ones, the huge pins are like $20 or $30 to produce. So it really, really depends on the product, but I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to exactly how much the margins are. Um, but I think, you know, again, because like in my circumstances, I don't need a whole lot of money to be happy, and I'm certainly not starving. I have a little assistant that I pay, and I think I'm gonna hire him up for that full time, which obviously is a good reinvestment back into my business. And yeah, so I'm in a very, very fortunate position. And again, like there are certain products in your store that can be very, very high profit margins. Like stickers are a very, very high profit margin item because it's paper you're printing. And you can charge a good amount of money. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know what I'm... First of all, I just realized, is that... No wonder why that looked really weird. Hold on, give me a second. That... Okay. Yeah, I was like, why does this look so weird? It's because, like, look, that's the only one that you can see. Hold on. That goes between this. Like, you see how this is just like this? There's nothing between it. I put it in between it, so I have to go back and fix that line art. So a lot of artists in Artist Alley, as a comparison, do a lot of, what's it called? Paper goods, because paper goods are really, really dirt cheap to produce. And they cost maybe like $2 to $3 to make. And then they'll sell them for like $20, sometimes even $25. And again, I'm not shading anybody. This is just how I want to handle my business. But I just don't like charging that high of a margin, because if you pay attention to my business model a lot, I have a tendency to draw like anime figures. Anime figures that are very, very expensive because, you know, people like those anime figures, but they can't afford them. So I'm like, I try to provide an option that is a lot cheaper. So I gotta have some water. Even though I'd prefer to help people, I'd need to get content in my life. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I do appreciate, you know, bringing that up. Cause like, yeah, you have to be truly happy. Cause like, I will say, like, again, like with my business, you know, I could be grinding nonstop, which I look like I'm grinding nonstop, but I'm not. Or I wasn't, with putting out, you know, products that make me a lot of money. But I really want to focus on my mental health first. And that's why I kind of took a hiatus from all my like business creation stuff. And, it's been the best for me. Cause like now I feel so clear headed and I feel so happy. And yeah, I took it as a cut cost, but, it's really, really important to focus on your happiness first. I did that really ugly. We were so close, guys. I have a whole gameplay if I win the lottery, basically invested in a lot of dividends. Yeah. Yeah. If you were smart, like, you know, maybe really been smart. Buying property to live in Japan, however many days out is year allowable for non-residents, for sure. Me of collecting figures, anime, animal pins, and plushies for a job. That was the part of the reason I asked, actually. Your value per dollar is extremely high compared to others. Value per dollar? What do you mean by that? I'm a little confused. My value per dollar. That's why Chaos is the GOAT. Thank you. I was first introduced to you at the booth that you had at Anime Expo. I've always been curious. Do you profit much of the booth at the con, or is it mostly breaking even and getting exposure? It depends on the convention. For Anime Expo, it used to be a very profitable convention. But Anime Expo, if you've been paying very close attention, which I don't blame anybody who's not paying close attention, because like, why would you need to unless you've been there? It is they changed ownership back in like 2020, 2021, and they've now are really, really focusing on growth. Oh my God, I thought something landed on my arm. They're really, really focused on growth now. And it's made it extremely, extremely competitive to get in. Or not to get in. It's always been competitive to get in. It's very extremely competitive to make money now. I'm not going to lie. So last year, I did not make a lot of money. If I damn near broke even, I'm not going to lie. But that's because conventions are changing. We are going through a recession right now. So it's to be expected, but Anime Expo has, I think, increased like, I don't know, like something like 40% of the booths. And it's just very fatiguing for the average customer to come in. Like, if you have that much competition, it's very, very hard to succeed. So now I'm kind of doing Anime Expo as just a promotional thing. And my booth this year, next year, I would say this year, is going to be way smaller because I don't want to overstress, because like it does take me months to prepare for Anime Expo. Let's see. I want to know if I can send you more money, Kyoza. Vegas peeps gonna help each other out. I mean, it's funny, like I appreciate that comment very well, but it's funny, like I'm still like trying to get comfortable, and so like for example, like I think I can turn on memberships on my channel, and I still have yet to do that. But I appreciate the offer. There's like a Procreate shuffle where you select the line art, the reference, and fill in a layer. I have no idea what you're saying. I really want to make plushies of my characters, but I really don't want anyone to do anything sexual with them. Yeah, that's also, oh, funny enough that you mentioned that. Yeah, you have to understand, once you kind of put yourself out there, you have to be realistic about doing those types of things. Because there was a person following me who was very intimately attracted to stuffed toys. And it was around the time where I was announcing my stuffed toys. And they followed me, and I was like, that is very, that is brand new. I have never seen that before in my life. But yeah, like I said, like when you put your content out there, you have to kind of understand, like, you know, people will enjoy it in ways that maybe you did not anticipate. To say the least. You know, and plushies are very, very expensive to produce. I think I paid, I paid out the ass for those plushies. I don't really think I, ultimately, maybe I broke even. But that's fine. Because as a kid, I was like, you know, like that's a dream to have like your own stuffed animal. And I'm like, this was a dream of mine. I don't even care. The people's keychains. I make keychains for the people. Someone's got to do it though. Someone's got to make the keychains for the people. How did you find your target group? Damn that hustle. I'm still gonna pride Prince though. How did you find your target group? Hold on, I have an real quick. Give me a second. Hello, Kyoza, can you give me another character to draw? I want to draw with you. You can draw this Snow Miku. Just type in Snow Miku Symphony. And we can suffer together because that's the true drawing experience is suffering. How did I find my target group? A lot of people, you need to check the market. And that's what a lot of artists don't like to hear. If you're going to sell your artwork and be successful at it, there's two things. Like you can either sell your artwork as like a hobby, or you can make a career out of it. And if you make a career out of it, you have to be very, 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 very stringent with yourself, I guess you could say. And every time I would release keychains or something like that, I would check Etsy and see who else has released keychains of this character. You know, does my artwork look better than theirs? Does my artwork look worse than theirs? And there were certain series that I'd stay away if I knew that there was a better competitor out there. And I just wouldn't draw them. But I knew there were smaller series where it's like, I could definitely draw better than what's on the market right now. And so I provided for those series. So that's one way you can, you know, technically profit off of artwork online is checking out the competition. You know, if the one, let's say, one Snow Miku, whatever this, what is this Snow Miku Symphony? If the one Snow Miku Symphony keychain is out and it looks really, really poorly designed and poorly created, then now you have a very, you have an opportunity of being successful by making a better version. And it's rather cruel to say, to, you know, compare and contrast about you being better than another artist. But that's the one thing you have to be objective about when you're running a business is my product look better than the other competition? But if you want to do, of course, artwork just for fun and just for funsies, sure, don't even worry about what the competition is. And like for me personally, there are some series where it's like, I don't care what the competition, like I don't care how many Mikus exist. She's very oversaturated. I just enjoy it. But there are other times where I'm like, do I think I could, you know, have an impact on this, whatever. But also, secondly, go to small communities and see like very small niche communities. Like for example, my first one was Doki Doki Literature Club. It's very, very small niche communities, and there was not a lot of merchandise being made of the series. And I actually truly enjoyed the game. And so I could connect with people and put a lot of effort into making Doki Doki Literature Club merchandise. And show that like, hey, look, I really, really actually like this series. And people are more likely to buy from, you know, fellow enjoyers of the series and fellow, like they feel like creators in their community. So go to really, really small fan bases and provide that way. Like for example, like Girls Frontline was a very, very gracious community toward me. And they're very, very nice and gentle. And they've always been very, very supportive of my artwork because like not many people make Girls Frontline merchandise. Because good God, those designs are absolutely hell to draw. So whenever I drew anything, they were very, very receptive and they really appreciated it. And they wanted to financially support me and support my girls' frontline characters that I drew. So basically go to a position where a person is a little community is in need of a space to be filled. And funny enough, I guess there was a space to be filled in the girls' frontline community. Let me see. Oh, straight up, I'd have rushed your AX last year trying to see everything. Yeah, it was just so... It was so much. It was so much stuff. It stressed me out. Like, I completely understand my sales work, like, obliterated. I hope yours turns out amazing. Thank you. I think you're talking to Moyo, though. But either way. I've only been up to Level Up in Las Vegas since they're local. Yeah, I've been rejected from Level Up Expo for the past, like, 3 years. So, that's why I'm missing in action. They don't like me. Maybe I should just make one plushie for myself and people I trust. Yeah, I mean, that's always smart because like you have to understand, like plushies are expensive. Like plushies, like for me, the whole process, oh man, thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars, the whole process for me. But I paid it over a small period of time and I had a little Kickstarter to help me out. Damn right she does. I own 53 of hers. I love the specific, you know, like, oh, like, yeah, 53 to be exact. Of course, I always appreciate that. I've been buying her stuff since before she opened her own storefront. Yeah, see, like an OG right here, which is crazy. That's where your DDL keychains are from, Holy Based. Yeah. And at least 20 of KOs. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm being out, buddy. I don't own too many of her keychains, but I bought pretty much every single limited release KOs has. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate every last one of the effort you put in the girls' frontline keychains. I'm looking at that community again. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, damn, these designs look incredible. But God, it's going to be, everything's going to be like 6 billion. Because like, if you notice, like my art has really changed since then. And so it's like, they were very smaller and less detailed when I did those girls' frontline communities or charms. And now it's my artwork's very, very detailed. I'm like, these are very scary illustrations. I have a ton of Mikus now. Thank you. Space to be filled in my narrow heart. Yeah, I definitely want to do a new Naru because I think K, I didn't realize, I thought I saw this K fan art, or excuse me, this K styled fan art of Naru for the longest time. I didn't realize K actually drew that fan art. So I'd like to make a new little Naru charm about that. And the little Naru creator follows me on Twitter and it's like, I want to help support this little guy. I think that's so cute and sweet. He's a very, very kind person. For sure. You didn't see it, but can you give me a character too? Oh, but preferably a boy. Okay. Let me think. Date Masamune from Sengoku Basara. I think that's my favorite male character. I love how when I tagged KO, she still didn't see my big message. Scara, I'm sorry. Like I remember I'm trying to draw. Okay, let me see your big message. Hold on. Oh, give me something to draw too. I thought I read the first message twice. It has to be a girl and it has to be a Hoyo game. Oh god. Not Rin. Oh, limitations. It has to be a girl and it has to be from a Hoyo game. Okay, Nadina from Genshin Impact. How about that? I really like her design. I still might draw her. Even though, like, I don't think anybody talks about her anymore. I got her in the game and she is so cute and I probably will draw her. So Nadina from Genshin Impact. Let's see. I mean, they're right on the wall in my office and they're all hanging boards. I count them right here. And it's not just KO. Every time I find an artist I really like, I go ham on buying either merch or wall art. My house has a ton of various pieces. That's awesome. You know, those people, people like you are what's, you know, single-handedly, you know, inspiring a lot of artists to continue to create. I think this looks good so far, but again, I'm running into the conundrum where it's like this xylophone thing. I don't know, this musical instrument thing. Like, oh god, how am I gonna draw this? I'll have to do a second layer. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Okay. I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'll do it on top of this, and then this on top of that. What did you say he was from? Sengoku Basara. He's a samurai. And is a hashtag me for real for real. He's an eye patch. Whoops. Got the wrong color. Nahida. Yes, Nahida. I've not played Genshin in so long, but I really love her design. She's adorable. Oh, I feel like that green looks really, really pretty. It really pops out this color. Are you me? A true patron of the arts. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think Magical Girl Pixel Hero Series has any fan merch. Yeah, so technically, that'd be a great series to create fan merch for. Thank you, Mother Chaosa. I need to draw him too, actually. Get a whopping 3 sales off of him. So I always like characters that are like nobody likes, and it's like, you know what, that's fine. That's fine. Nahida is Scar's adopted mom. Oh, wow. Very fitting. Very fitting since I'm your adopted mother, allegedly. Perfect. So I'm your adopted husband's mother. However that goes. Nahida is precious. Yeah, the cutest. Cutest little thing ever. I love her in the game. It's like, that's the only reason why I'd continue playing Genshin. But Genshin. Pro's playing Genshin. Genshin. Con's playing Genshin. Genshin. Is it me or the green background? Yeah, it accentuates the colors. Yeah, I agree completely, actually. It just makes it look softer, I think, because like everything's like a blue hue. It looks so... First of all, it looks so much better. Let's see. We have been streaming for 6 hours and 14 minutes. Not bad. We got 2 hours before we could even consider a break. I'm feeling pretty well. I'm feeling pretty well in this whole situation. When I finish drawing Nadia, will you see it if I posted it on here on YouTube? I think so. I think I should be able to. I've just been doing homework. That's fair. The final season is coming up. Just a little bit more of that. I don't have to deal with that nonsense. Good riddance. My name is pretty unique, so you'll have no trouble finding me. Okay, that's good. I think this is... Man, the back's gonna be a nightmare. But I'm optimistic. Like, she would look so pretty as a Christmas ornament. And I think... The thing about pins is it takes so long because I'm a perfectionist. So I think I'm going to pin her too. But it'll probably be, by the time we finish, December of next year if I were to guess. But I get pin manufacturers in my DMs all the time and it's actually really, really funny. Okay, actually I don't need that up here. And one sent me a voice message the other day, and I'm like, I am not opening that. I'm sorry. I was like, okay. I understand you're trying to get my attention, but I don't know if I really want to listen to a voice message. But I appreciate the determination. The dedication to the game. To get me to try out their factory, you know? My online college has no set finals. Occasionally one class will have one, but it's built into normal classwork. Oh, God. I don't like any schoolwork, really. There's plenty of Scar Simps, but only one Scar Simp 101. That's good. You know, only one Scar Simp 101. Oh, by the way, my VTuber model is, like, done beside 3 hair strands. That's awesome. That's awesome. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to stretch for a second. Oh. Okay, yeah, my screen's still showing. Hold on. Which is fine. I'm just gonna make it look prettier. There we go. Oops, let me color this first. Yeah, I gotta start learning to take stretching breaks. Look at that. Ugh, I can't believe I'm dying on this little rail. I knew it was gonna be bad. As soon as I saw it from far away. Oh, sorry, kitty. I saw how bad it was from far away. And I'm like, I didn't really realize it once I started drawing. I'm like, oh, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. My mom's gonna be going crazy because I'm trying to stretch. Don't want any blood clots. I will say I'm like super afraid of blood clots. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'll try and like lean somewhat forward for my audio. But so I wear like compression socks and stuff like that because like blood clots are terrifying. 517, but the iPad says 941. That is because the iPad is hooked up to a visual aid, I guess you could say. It's hooked up to my MacBook, and every time you hook up a MacBook, like an iPad as a display, it reverts to 941, which I think is a reference to when the first iPhone came out. And it is so annoying. And it's so silly. And if you'll I don't know, it hasn't happened yet today actually. But eventually the screen like light shield will turn on, and there's something I can do to turn it off. It's just automatic, and it's really annoying. Okay, I think my let me see if I can pop my hip. Give me a second, guys. You guys hear that? It's my hip. Let's see if I can do the other one. Oh yeah. We got the hip popping ASMR. I don't know, my hips have always been able to do that. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I will continue to draw. Be right back. God, my model made such an ugly face when I left. I'm back. I looked like a pirate for a second there. Oh, damn, that's loud. Yeah. And some hip popping ASMR for you. I know, pause at the wrong time. Yeah, it looks really bad. I probably should have gotten eye drops. Darn. Oh well. Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta put on some eye drops. I love the eye strain. When it comes to, looking at screens all day. They returned. Oh, even an uglier face. But let us continue. Actually, one last thing. Sorry. Fix my chair. You should make some Yukine pins. Yukine? The little bunny guy? I'm not gonna lie. I cannot stand drawing Yukine. That is the worst part about drawing Hatsune Miku. I'm just not a big little, cutesy animal drawer lover. Great suggestion, though. What are the odds that I convince you to draw Yu from Zenless Zero? I wanted to draw some more, Zenless Zone Zero characters, so, I mean, maybe. Let me see what she looks like real quick. I'm assuming it's a she. Let's see. Because I really like Zenless Zone Zero. I think it's a really pretty looking game. What is it? I think it's Chingy. Oh, okay. I think she's kind of cute. She looks like a 3-star or something, though. I'm not sure if she is, but she looks like she has like, you know, when you can tell right away where it looks like a low star. I don't know if it is though. Where's my glove? Oh god, my glasses. Oh god, I'm ancient. Can I add to my own stuff and ideas and stuff to him? Of course. You know, I'm always promoting creative freedom. You know, do whatever you want with him. Or I'll make him to a twink. Do whatever you want with Dante Masamune. Where's my chapstick? Hates animals confirmed. I hate I don't really like drawing them. They're very, very round. And they're just not very detailed. I think Zenithzone Zero would be good profit too. And technically, I do forget about that. Genshin Impact is your MiHoYo is very, very pro fan merch. I like that Bernice song. And I'm actually a huge fan of Real. I've been following Real for a long time. She used to do Vocaloid covers and stuff like that. And she recently sung the song No Dazzle, No Break for, I think, like the rapper character. And I'm like, damn, you know, supporting my favorite artist. I think I can really, really mess around with Zenithzone Zero for that. She tiny staff robot. Oh, really? She's a 5-star? Wow. Dang, the roast. You look like a 3-star. It's like that's the kind of like attack you could only ever do to someone who understands gacha. Hooray, I'll make him a badass for real, mother. Okay, for sure. I look forward to seeing it. I really like Dr. Mizone. A Jane Doe pin? Jane Doe? I think I know who Jane Doe is. Yeah, I really gotta find a better pin manufacturer. It's really rough. Like everyone I've had has been like a nightmare. Miyabi's my favorite character. If when you do start drawing girls from Girls Front Night 2, UMP45. Okay, UMP45, hold on. I thought she was I only thought I saw UMP9. Hold on. GFL2 UMP. I really want to draw Ryby rolls. I know it's very unlikely. Does UMP45 have an official design for GFL2? Oh, that's what I was saying. I was going to say, like, I thought, like, it was only 9. But, I hope they add, I know it's not going to happen, but I hope they add Ryby rolls. Ryby rolls is my favorite Girls Frontline character. Alright, so let's take this off, and then let's focus on just this. And then we'll focus on the top layer after. Living mask. I think a very light shade of blue would be a good, color for her. Or maybe like shade of purple. Almost all the characters are 5-star. Oh, that's very interesting. I always find it really interesting when they don't make 1, 2, 3, or 4 stars, and they just do straight 5 stars. And it's like, that's fascinating. Whoops. Oh, I guess I did not select the color. I'd also love the Australian New Zealand Miku Expo design. Looks a little hard. Is that the one done by Nami, or is it done by why is this not drawing? Oh, I hate when I do the selection, it doesn't actually select. Nami, or is that the one drawn by Zane? I think it's Zane. And funny enough, like I was really inspired because I think it's Zane who did that Miku English V3. I wanted to draw that because they did the big illustration for the Miku Expo. I think this might be a good color. Let's yoink that out the way. She does what? She does what? There's no way Ryby Rolls is available. Hey Mother or Brothers or Sisters 2 Hat Games from Girls Frontline? Is that game from 2? I know it's a game and that's it. It's a girls game. It's a girls game. It's a game with the anime girls have guns and they're named after guns. And it's a really, really pretty and cute game, I think. But the designs are like, good God. They're very, very monochromatic, which can get kind of boring for me to color and draw. And then they're very, very technical. So a lot of like, you know, game accurate, real life accurate guns and stuff like that. And so it's a very, very tough series for me to draw, I'm not gonna lie. Nami, okay. See, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a big fan of that specific drawing. Again, sometimes like when the Miku is just like too like super sweet looking, I'm like, I wasn't even a big fan of the it's kind of grown on me, but the what's it called? The Miku Expo 10th anniversary. I wasn't a big fan of it at first. It reminded me too much of a different Miku design, but I don't remember which one I'm talking about actually. Fix this a little bit. UMP45 and UMP9 both show up later in the story. I'm glad they're showing up. I did like UMP45, but UMP9 is very, very cute. Is it on mobile? It is on mobile. It's on mobile and I think PC and like iPad and all that good stuff. They're not named after guns anymore. Really? That's weird. I guess probably the market to like bigger audiences. Is there like a lore reason for that? Or is it just something that we kind of like have to accept? I bet it's because it would be more marketable that way, you know, than to say like, oh yeah, I love UMP45, you know. That's interesting. Might also be copyright issues. Yeah, that's true. That's weird. What? That's so interesting. There's a 10-year time skip between the events of Girls Frontline 1 and 2. Oh, all right. That's so interesting, though, that they decided to, let's see. I want a little bit of this way. Because it curves around her hip a little better. Let's see if this looks good. It might not. I'm not gonna lie. But let's see. I think it kind of works. YOLO. They're not part of Griffin, the PMC anymore. They're just normal people? Are they dolls still? Oh my god, I'm a hater of change. Like those old people, like when you change the cereal, they lose their mind. That's me. Are they still dolls? They actually skirted around that in the first one by associating their designation with fictional entities. Okay, you mentioned Triss from Cat Fantasy a few streams ago. I love Triss. Oh, that's awesome. That's why I have no idea who that character is. Other than that, where is that Good Smile package anyway? They said it was shipped. Oh, speaking of which, actually, let me see. I'm not gonna lie. I think I may have run into an issue regarding my first Nendoroid giveaway. Hold on. And maybe if you guys can weigh in a little bit. But let me verify. Where is my search bar? Give me a second. Let me zoom out so at least you guys get something to look at. Give me 1 second. I'm checking on YouTube. Verify because I don't want to spread misinformation. Where's my YouTube? Good golly gee, I tried so hard to change to Android, and unfortunately, I think iPhone got me. I tried to switch from iPhone to Android, and I think they got me. I think I might be stuck with iPhone the rest of my life. Right, community posts. I also found it cool. Okay. Okay, does that help at Gmail at Yuki? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, the person never messaged me to claim their prize for the Teto giveaway. I had to verify, so I wasn't talking my ass. Sorry about that. Private company manufactures those guns. It's like making a burger. Anime girl, name it Big Mac. I see. That's very fascinating. I didn't know that, actually. I don't know. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They're still dolls. Okay. As long as they're still dolls. I love the aspect of them being dolls. That's why I really like Chobits, because like she's like a Persicom. I'm like, that's so cool. Okay, well, songs are still dolls. You know you're in my YouTube bio? I did not know that I was in your YouTube bio. I wonder what it says to make me your YouTube bio. Yeah, I don't think the link is shared in chat. It sucks because like I wish I could like verify when things should go through. The dolls can also use any weapon. Oh, see, that makes sense. Okay, so they definitely changed the lore and stuff to optimize it for like more understanding gameplay for like new people. That makes sense. Okay. All right, you got me there. But yeah, I announced the winner of that giveaway on my YouTube post, and I guess the person never saw it. And so they never contacted me for to collect their prize. So it's like, I think I'm gonna have to make a rule on that, where it's like you have X amount of days to collect your prize. Because like, I don't have that person's contact other than just tagging them, adding them on YouTube. So I'm like, what am I, Doshio? At least, bleh. It was in a recent live stream for Mika Team along with the teasers for more familiar faces to come. That's cool. that'd be really cool. Where's Ravi Rolls? Ravi Rolls. I looked it up and that TBF Girlfriend Line 2 doesn't look very good to me. Really? Don't be mean. That's my OG series. That's all my homies you're talking about. But I understand, like, if you really like the MiHoYo stuff and, like, the very, very colorful things, it would not be your cup of tea. But that's what I was kind of saying. Like, drawing them are kind of like a pain because it's a lot of very monochromatic colors. But I think the designs are really, really pretty. Oof, people turn off their notifications all the time. Yeah, damn it. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't want to be the type of person where it's like, again, when I do work on the Discord, I don't want to be the person who's like, oh, the only way you can win the prize is if you enter in the Discord. Because I feel like that's annoying. I'm not gonna lie. But, like, what else am I supposed to do? And I can't, like, have people just like, hey, put down your emails in the comments. That's weird. I don't know. I'm heavily biased. I've been waiting for this game for years, but the gameplay is great so far. Yeah, it looks really good. Especially for, like, they don't know the trenches we were in. Shiki-Con. We were in the trenches with Girlfriends like 1 compared to Girls Frontline 2. So yeah, this is wild of an update. I never would have expected this, honestly. Yeah, I also don't like Woo-Wah very much because it's so dark. Yeah, I think that's also another reason why I don't like Woo-Wah either. It's like, it's a really dark, like, bluish kind of color scheme. And it's never really fit well with me. But I do like when I do like really cool, like that is just like, to me it looked like a color palette I wasn't a fan of. But with Girls Frontline, they look cool. And if a character looks cool, I really like when characters look cool. And I love military themes. So I do kind of like that aspect of it. So I'll make an exception. But I will say, like, that's the same reason why I didn't really like Arknights either, is because, like, it's very, very dark in, like, coloring. My favorite colors are neon. I'm biased. That's fair. Everyone has favorite colors. You're still live? I am. I try to do, like, 8 hours a day if I can. I'm glad that way I have something to listen to while I get back to drawing. Awesome. Glad you're drawing. Welcome to the drawing club. Yeah, I'm trying to do at least a minimum of 8 hours a day. I think that's reasonable. I think that's smart. Is there any one character in Woo-Wah you might like design of? Look up Chameleon. Let me see. Let me see if you know me well enough. Woo? Well, and also I didn't like the way Woo-Wah sounded. Like, I know that's the acronym. I'm like, I don't like that. Kame. Oh yeah. Oops, spelled it wrong. I'd say correct. I'd say for sure correct. You know me pretty well. Very smug looking, kind of. Let me see. Yeah, I actually like this character. All right, you got me. You know me well. The type. I played Woo-Wah, but I uninstalled it. The Lion Dancer Boy is my favorite, my main. And I also like Shorekeeper, but I didn't get her. Like all these games coming out. It's just so stressful. She's almost a yandere as they come. Oh yeah, then 1,000,000,000%. Spend the pot of crazy. Oh yeah, then she's like right up my alley then. Like characters are not fun unless they're a little bit of batshit insane. You know what I mean? Shorekeeper is prettier than Cammy. Okay, now I gotta see Shorekeeper. God, Woo-Wah. Let me see. Shorekeeper. No, I cannot. Funny enough, I cannot stand those types of characters. Like the very, very elegant. To me, these types of characters are so boring. I don't. If you played Azur Lane, like what is it? Illustrious had this type of character. I don't really like the wistful looking characters that look sleepy. I don't know. I've never really liked the really sleepy looking characters. Like Laffy is a really, really popular sleepy looking characters from Azur Lane. And I just don't like the sleepy look. Like funny enough in Blackrock Shooter, they made Empress look really, really sleepy. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never really liked the sleepy characters. She's the canon what? So true. Wrong. I like this chameleon one better. Like, where's the spice? Like I don't know. And I guess I just don't really like the personality type of like, she just looks like the innocent maiden who needs rescuing by the main character. And she probably has secret powers that will, you know, help the journey continue. I don't know. I don't like those types of characters. Girl failure sleeping up. Yeah, a lot of people like them. I never really liked them, really. Who's another really sleepy character? I don't know. It's just get up. Get up. So we don't have time to sleep. I will say technically, the one exception is G11 from Girls Frontline, because she was really, really sleepy. But whenever she was getting close to being heavily damaged, her like outfit and icon changed, and she was like really, really angry, and it's like she's like, "Oh, time to take things seriously." And I'm like, "Yeah, I like that. I like that." It's funny whenever I'm like really, really stressed. I'm like, "All right, time to do a G11 severely damaged version." But yeah, I don't really like the dainties. You know what I mean? I love G11. KO's I hate sleeping confirmed. Correct. That's why I must spend every moment live streaming. I have really bad problems sleeping. And Shikikon, I'm really looking into that sleep study thing. And ironically, I was like, that sounds a little too, that sounds a little bit too relatable here. Always Evie. But when she realizes she's locking, exactly, I like that. I like that. Like, gotta take it seriously. The stream is still going. Yes, I tried to stream for 8 hours a day. My record, what was my record? I think it was like 9 hours. My record was 9 hours. That way people don't feel like, you know, pressure to catch my streams, and I focus on my work. Here we are with the progress so far. Ta-da! Shorekeeper, Woowa, and Firefly are basically canon love interests in game. I see a smaller character that's next to her in this esports article. Let me see the second one. I don't like Zahenzi, whoever that is. I don't know. I like the small and cute characters. Mother KOs I have finished. Awesome! That was very, very quick. You're a very quick illustrator. You are bullying me with your power to do things so quickly as I take hold on, one last check. I will see how long we've been drawing for. This canvas? Oh, 22 hours. How embarrassing, guys. How embarrassing. This has taken me 22 hours. Oh, God. Oh, God, you guys. Oh. I think it's just because I'm rusty. I haven't drawn in a while, like Chibis. 22 hours, rookie numbers. Oh, God. All right, my D&D group's about to start, and they're all yapping in my Discord. Have a good rest of your Thank you, Shikikon. I appreciate you coming by. Always and forever. My friend just gives me some of his trazodone. Isn't that a prescription sleeping pill? When I have bad weeks of sleep. Yeah. The thing is like, I don't like, funny enough, I'm a big baby, so I don't like the feeling of something forcing me to do something. The only time I like that is if it's like caffeine. Like if it's forcing me to be awake, I'm totally fine with that. But when sleeping pills, like if like it feels like it takes over my body, it makes me so anxious. So I have to be lulled to sleep like a very small baby. I'm posting it. Where are you posting it? I'll be able to check it after stream. I have trouble drawing without music. Yeah, that's fair. Like I will say in consolidation to that, I am in complete silence, and cause like for some reason it doesn't play my background music that you guys can hear. So I'm in complete and utter silence right now. But like I mentioned the other day, I think it's a benefit because it helps kind of like subconsciously let me know that there's an awkward silence, because it feels like an awkward silence when I'm not talking. And yeah, I have to lock in sometimes, like when I'm drawing, I'm like, oh, I have to really, really concentrate and I can't talk well. But it's really funny because like I'm in complete and utter silence. And I don't know, I wonder what the effects of being in complete silence while talking to yourself for such a long period of time. Because technically I feel like my body only recognizes me talking to me. I wonder what that will do to one's psyche, to say the least. I actually can't hear the music of the stream either. Really? It says it's playing. I think it's just really, really low. Oh yeah, I heard you mentioned the Discord earlier. Where does one pilfer a link? I don't know what the word pilfer means, but if you could explain to me what that means, I'd like to know. I like to learn new words. I'm working on it actually. I wasn't gonna do one, but I realized it is a very effective means of communication. So I think tomorrow, after I do a little bit of business stuff, I will start on making the Discord. So it might not be ready tomorrow because like, I don't know how long these take. Not gonna lie. But then I will have one though. And that way it's easier, you know, because people like to show me stuff. And I don't have to check my email because my email is overrun with just nonsense. Talking to yourself is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's arguing with yourself. I like arguing with myself, actually. Like, arguing different perspectives. I do that little voice. I'm like, well, Kayla, well, actually. And it's like, I'll sit here and have like a schizo argument with myself. It gives me, +1 mental integrity, I think. I posted it. I hope you like it. Where'd you post it again? Oh, to your YouTube. Okay. As long as you tag me, I should be able to see it after the stream. The greats drew in complete silence. That is, you know, that's real. That's true. Back in the day, you know, there was no music to listen to. I like that. The greats weren't great because at birth they could paint. The greats were great because they paint a lot. Macklemore. I love that. Like, it's such a profound quote, and then it's Macklemore who said that. Is Smeagol confirmed? Smeagol? Talking to myself? Okay, I guess that's fair. You guys a little scrawny little guy. Pilfer means steal. Okay. Might add that to my, vernacular. Shikieki, you really shouldn't be taking tridosone sporadically as withdrawal symptoms. Yeah, that's also another reason why you shouldn't take other people's prescriptions. Because, you can do more harm than good. Like, for example, a lot of people... You guys might not know this, but a lot of people are addicted to, damn, what is that? What is that called? Give me 1 sec. I have to say it because it's like, it's a specific type of nasal spray. Nasal spray addiction. What is it called? Because I have some of it, and a lot of people don't know that it's very, very addicted to your body gets adjusted to it really quickly. Afrin! It's called Afrin. First of all, Afrin is the most effective. I have to use nasal spray like literally every day to breathe. Because I got a messed up nasal cavity. Give me a second, I lost my references. But Afrin is incredibly addicting to the body. But good God, does it work so effectively whenever you use it. So a lot of people get an addiction to it, and it's very sad because like they have to take it all the time in order for their nose to clear. And I do even know, I think it's called a rebound. I even notice when I take it like even once or twice, I get a rebound. So I never take Afrin. Drugs yummy. Yeah, depending on the drug, I guess. Hello, Green Cat. How are you doing? I'm drawing a Miku. My drawings from 2 years ago scare me. Like, bro, what do you mean it took me 5 hours to draw shaky line art? I mean, you know, you grow as your brain grows as you get older. Because I am a way better artist now than I ever was before. Because I am a hag. And I love it. We only have hag enjoyers in chat. When I got my wisdom teeth removed, I had a narcotic as a painkiller, and Loki got addicted to it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's the problem with like these types of things. I had a very clean, nasal removal. What's it called? Wisdom removal. But when I got my nose surgery, I also was giving a type of I think Percocet, I think is what it was. And funny enough, I was in so much pain, I didn't feel it at all. So it was really like neither here nor there for me. But yeah, that is really scary when you get like accidentally addicted to things. I just found diamonds in Minecraft. That's awesome. Mine those diamonds. Negative. I'm not scared of some withdrawal symptoms. Oh, see, I don't think maybe you don't. Do you understand how bad withdrawal can be? Because it's your body that gets addicted to it, not you mentally or anything. Your body starts to think it can't live without it. And that's what's so bad about addiction. Hag enjoyer, exactly. You guys are, I'm forcing you guys to be hag enjoyers. I'm not afraid of deadly withdrawals. Yeah, like some withdrawals are extremely deadly. So, I mean, it's good that you're not afraid of death. You know, actually, that's a very honorable way to live. I'm not afraid of death. I like it. You know, gotta live with a little spunk in ya. I got full diamond armor. I'm cooking for real. Awesome. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds like you're having a blast. Me, who's scared of caffeine withdrawals. Yeah, I get caffeine withdrawals. Like, I think that's my worst thing that I get addicted to and don't fix properly. And then I try melatonin, but sometimes it just doesn't work on my body. So I'm just eating the gummy for a snack. But the Goalie melatonin gummies taste amazing. Guys, it tastes amazing. It tastes like tart cherry. And I was looking at the ingredients. I don't think there's any tart cherry there or anything. But it's so good. So tonight, I'll be eating them again. Even though they probably won't work. I'm 13. What do you mean? I'm a little confused what you meant by that. Clizzix? Oh, my guy's mining a diamond. My guy's diamond when they can buying lad. He's 13. That's actually... What do you mean, Clizzix? Take advantage of the receding economy right now. What are you doing? Come on. God, I mean, did you not miss the first 2008 financial crash? How old were you? 3? That's actually so funny. I drink soda every day to avoid withdrawals from caffeine. I've never been a big soda drinker, funny enough. It's never been... I love energy drinks, however, but it's only the zero sugar ones. But, I don't really like soda. I like root beer, but it kind of gives me a headache sometimes. I find. I have $8 to my name. Why are you not buying property? Oh, good God. Clizzix, get your life together. Should have bought a house in 2005 instead of being removed from my mother's admin. Yeah. You guys, disappointments. Good God. I expect so much more out of you guys. Shasta Cola? That's like the like Walmart brand or like Kroger brand of something like the cola, I think. No name brand cola is what I'm trying to say here. Well, it's not no name brand because I know that brand, but it's like almost like a knockoff in a way. I'm trying to stop drinking soda. It's bad for my teeth. Yeah, it really is. I'm more of the sour candy kind of person, but I kept eating it and kept breaking my teeth, so I stopped that too. But donuts are my fascination right now for sugar. I could buy a blade of grass for real. I'm 18, I have $5. Okay. You know, you have $5 right now. I think if you save, you know, you'd be progress. I wish I bought a house in 2008 when I was 12. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you can even sleep at night. Shiki eki. Like, how do you even sleep at night? Good God. You had the opportunity right in front of you and you just let it slip. Arm spaghetti. Knees weak. Arm spaghetti. There's vomit on my sweater already. Arm spaghetti. On the surface, he looks arm spaghetti. Drop bombs. Arm spaghetti. I love that version of the song. I'm saving for a PC, for real. Christmas money is gonna come in clutch. Yeah, that's a really smart thing. A good PC can get you far. Bro, if I bought property in 2002, and instead of Bionicles, I'd be set. Yeah. You guys are rookies. Like, what were you doing buying Milo ponies and Lilith's pet shops? Good God. I thought you guys were more responsible. I'm a little older than KO and I spent it too much on our art. You guys, you gotta be responsible. Mom spaghetti, exactly. I'm constantly thirsty and I'm proud to say that over the last year I've successfully switched from Coke to water. That's really, really good. Yeah, I know high levels of sugar can increase your thirst. Because of like diabetes onset or something. That's really, really good though. Funny enough, I was having troubles drinking water too because like I just hate having to like pee every 10 seconds. But now that I'm doing live streaming, I have to talk a lot, and so I'm constantly drinking water, which actually, speaking of which, I've drinking no water today. Just look at my water bottle. But the idea was good in theory. But it does really, really help because I have to constantly take sips of water, you know, to help me stay parched. Instead I bought a house in 2021. Wow. If you did buy a house, that's impressive. Housings are a rare thing nowadays. Mom spaghetti. I'm asking for my grandparents to pay for my car insurance for Christmas. Oh, that is so boring. That is so real, though. Good God. Like, that's the thing about when you get older. You're like, Hey, do you think you pay my insurance policy? Do you think I could be on your insurance for a little bit longer? I think the limit's 26. I was on my mom's insurance until I was 26. I'm gonna be so real with you. If your parents, guys, chat, if your parents allow you to be on their insurance until the complete longest time possible, which I think is 26, do it. It is very, very smart. It is very, very, very smart. But that is so real when you ask for necessities rather than like fun stuff for Christmas. I'm saving my money to buy some stuff for your store. For real, for real. Oh, you're so sweet. That's really kind. Hi, I'm new. Hi, Nare Yon. How are you doing today? I'm drawing a Snow Miku. And here's what we're at so far. I'm coloring her body and it's taking a lot of work, but I think we're making progress. 2000 tweet. I know. That was like so embarrassing. I hate when I trip over my words like that. It's always with the blah. It covers it. Back in the Navy, I would get bored. I would just drink water to pass the time. That is the worst thing. I mean, watch will do that to you. Watch will do it to you. But I hate having to pee. So. Was only 3-year-old when the last recession in 2008 happened. So literally, that's so funny. That's actually perfect. 26 for now. Okay, that's good. The advertisement, or excuse me, the insurance. I know for now though. I don't know. After recent events, it might be increased to like 30 or something. It seems like they're being very, very gracious nowadays with the insurances. And I wonder why. I think that was crazy. My mom's been on my insurance since I was 24. Oh, that's sweet of you. I was on my mom's. That was very, very sweet of you. The hair is so beautiful. I can't even thank you. I was doing like part of the little glass thingies in the hair earlier and it was not coming out. So I'm going to have to come to that later because I was losing my damn mind and morale was dropping. Doing good. Thank you, Nare. I think that's how you say it. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a quick break from the stream. Be back soon, Mama Kayoza. See you soon, Tomoyo. Always take breaks if you need to. Nice model. Did you make it? I did. I drew it myself and I paid someone else to rig it because I did not have the time nor mental capacity to learn the Live 2D software. My rigger is linked in the description. She did a fantastic job. Oh, my tail! There we go. How long has my tail been down? Oh, it's probably when I cleared it. Okay. And my tail is especially enticing. That's how I keep my, I retain my viewers' attention. It's because they're hypnotized by my tail. And my rigger did fantastic. Me and my mom are watching right now. Oh, hello, Nari's mom. How are you doing today? You guys enjoying this fine Sunday? Sunday where I'm at. Oh, I can see inside. You guys have a nice home. Very nicely decorated. Drawing transparent or translucent stuff drives me up the wall. Yeah. I was like, I gotta take a break from this. I will just leave. I was maybe a month old in 2008. Oh man, that's hilarious. Kaoza, you said you like Juice WRLD. What's your favorite song? What is it? Give me 1 second. I think. It's one with those like, not the pipes. Not the pipes. What is it called? The wind? Almost like windpipes? Give me 1 second. I'll actually look it up. The Juice WRLD. Do I have music on this app? Music? Juice WRLD. Oh god, stop. I don't care about my replay. You zoom out so you guys aren't looking at nothing. Juice. I thought Godzilla with Eminem was pretty good. I really, really like, I think Big. Big is a really, really good one too. And then, but Armed and Dangerous, that's the one I was trying to say. Armed and Dangerous was really, really, really good. Yeah, for sure. Armed and Dangerous, and I think Big, is Big my favorite one, actually. I don't really know how I feel about they keep releasing a lot of his songs posthumously. I don't know, post-human after his death. I find that a little... I don't know how I feel about that. My other message got nuked. The age may get decreased again if they repeal ACA. Oh, man, that'd be really messed up. I really hope that's not the case. It works. It works, my tail. Tail swaying like a Subway Surfers for us middle-aged viewers. Exactly. I'm trapping you guys here. You guys think you're here on your own free will? Wrong. Wrong. Oh, that's so sweet of her. She's a girl, right? Yes, I am a female. I just have a rather androgynous voice, I think, to think. That's so funny. I think that's a girl. Her mom sounds very sweet. I love the song Bad Energy. Man, I don't know that song actually, I'm not gonna lie. I like Fast. Yeah. That's a really good song. I don't remember which one it is, but He Motions, where he's like devil emoji. I like that. Yeah, I was gutted when he, you know, passed away. Like, man. Who else juicing their world right now? And by juicing, haha, I mean my world. Tell Shrinky Dink Lady hi. My mom just... Shrinky Dink? No, the keychains! Oh god, I see where you inherited your humor from. Oh god, I gotta ban both you guys from chat. I can't be bodied like this. That's where you got your humor from, your mother. Oh lord. I heard human noise. It always comes back to the mayonnaise. Let's see. Let's do this a little bit. Mother thinks you're funny. Thank you. I try. I try my best. I'm trying. Let's see. I don't think I really need to add any shading right here. Hi, Mecha Dragon says hi. Hello, Mecha Dragons. How are you doing today? I'm drawing a Miku. Let's see. I think I should do a little bit of shading right here. Oops. iPad Procreate, correct. I'm using a M4 iPad. I have the exact model linked in the description for the people who really want to know exactly what model. And Procreate. And I use an Apple Pro Pencil, which suspiciously has not died yet today. I literally bought a second pencil because it kept dying, and like I don't think it's died once. Well, I guess I was kind of ranting a little bit earlier. That's probably when it was able to charge. What's the full list of conventions that you sell merch at? In 2025, Anime Expo 2025, and that's it. I think that's all I really want to deal with. I'm not gonna lie, because it takes a lot of mental like processing power to sell at conventions, and I really rather focus on like YouTube and live streaming. Maybe if I start doing the simulcasting to Twitch, I'll apply for like TwitchCon or something like that. But it just took a lot of, because like the problem is like my store has so many items, like 400 plus. It is a pain to travel with a lot of my items. So I'm really cutting it down. And I look forward to not having to deal with conventions as much. But shout out to the people who still put up with them. I do apply to like local conventions every now and then, but I keep getting yeeted from those. Oh yeah, Anime Expo 2024 in the exhibitor hall and the entertainment hall. Funny enough, because a lot of the exhibitor booths will be in the entertainment hall this year. I'm hiding your walls. Okay, that's fine. You know, make yourself at home. You're good at drawing. Thank you, Mega Dragons. Here's my full drawing so far. Man layers, people here, I've been through so much. I'm 19 years old and been months since I've felt at home, but because I'm rich, I'm psyched. I'm so sad as bitch. Yeah. Because it's true. Like, you know, some people like, you know, money doesn't really fix everything. I'll call up Level Up Expo and see what I can do to get you in. Thank you. You know, fight them in the parking lot, you know, for all I care. Level Expo is a lot of fun. I might, you know what? Maybe I'll just attend. Maybe I'll take it easy. 10, but when is that? Probably February. I like to cosplay. So I have to do cosplay by then. Maybe I'll attend. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Please don't break your walls to find me. I swear I don't buy. All right, that's fine. As long as you, you know, don't do any property damage. You know, things are expensive nowadays. So as long as you, you know, if you have access to ample sunlight, I think that'll be fine. Every now and then, you know, you gotta stretch your legs. Don't want any blood clots. Whoa, thank you, Mecha Dragons. I am taking that as a compliment. I am. I'm not on Twitch though. I'm a little confused. TBH, I'm glad you started VTubing because one, I don't have to stress about cons. Two, farther away, even foreign fans can join it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I really am enjoying VTubing so far because like I like to talk a lot, as you are very aware in my little Instagram bees and stories. But I'm having a blast doing it because it's keeping my focus, and now I can draw all these Vocaloids that I've been wanting to draw for a long time, and now I have the motivation to draw them. Select, invert, take this, take all this away, unclipping mask it. That way I can only clipping mask the shading. I think I'm so clever for that. Yeah, I don't want too much shade. We want purple shading. Let me see what purple shade looks like. I feel like the purple kind of completes it. Let me check real quick. I don't want it too blue. Picture KOs a cosplay. I really need to. It'd be literally the perfect time. You do commissions? Not right now. I had to take a big break from my business and stuff and drawing artwork. Because I was getting all this VTubing stuff prepared. So, not right now, but maybe in the future. You should do Evo. I've applied. Ever since I knew that, what's his name? DSP went to Evo. I've been applying, but never got in. My friend went this year and said 70% of Artist Alley at Evo didn't have any fighting game merch. Every time I apply, I get ignored. April this year. Okay. I was Miku for Halloween. That's awesome. It's always fun to cosplay your favorite characters. Oops, I don't want to do that. I don't have any home insurance, so I hope I can use your house for... Sure, why not? You know what? Why not? I think it's fine. Sharing is caring. Welcome home. Alright. Just a reminder, we all love you very much. Thank you so much, Klizix. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are... it seems like you guys are enjoying yourself. And I'm very happy for that. It's fun to create a new environment where people enjoy themselves. I mean, the cotton candy installation walls. Oh, God, you don't want to get sick and then have to take you to the medical. Good God. You have to govern yourself. You got to control yourself. The cotton candy is not a good thing. Basically, if you stream on Twitch, I wouldn't see them. Oh, no. So what I'm saying, it'd be simultaneously Twitch streaming. So it'd be just this, just broadcast it over there too. Because there's new programs now where you can broadcast like the same feed, which would be this, which is what you're watching, at the same time to Twitch. So it's just like, it's kind of like, why not? Because it's just like, you're just exposing yourself to a second, you know, audience. But yeah, I would not do like Twitch live streams like only. I don't really like the Twitch interface, I'm not gonna lie. I really like the way YouTube looks. It's very pretty. And you can see my videos, because anytime, like, you know, if you guys miss me, you can watch my YouTube videos. You know? If you've been streaming for 7 hours, you're so committed. Yeah, I'm a very dedicated and determined person, and I've been streaming for 7 hours and 5 minutes. I didn't know it showed it on YouTube, actually. But yeah, I try to do like 8 hours of drawing a day, live streaming. And so far, so good. I think it's really, really working out for me. It helps me stay focused. And I think that's a really good thing. And plus, it gives people the time where it's like you don't feel stressed. You're like, oh, I gotta go catch her, you know, hour stream. You know, now you can just pop in wherever. And what's really funny is when people leave and then come back. And like one person went to go see it, like, okay, I'm gonna go watch Wicked now. And they went and watched Wicked. And they're like, okay, I came back from Wicked. It was really good. I thought that was so funny. I was like, yeah. Like I'm a friend, you know what I mean? Like the friend just got back from home. I think it's fun. The plan is multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, exactly. I still gotta figure it out, and I think my PC's... Speaking of which, not to jinx anything, but I've had 0, I think, internet connections from my end, which is really, really good. Yeah, if my computer can handle it, which I think it can. I have a pretty powerful PC, actually. I saved up and worked my ass off for this dumb thing, and it has treated me so well so far. I'm very, very happy. But good God that I have to save up for this thing. But, so I think it can handle it. And if it does, like, why not? You know what I mean? Why not? Because some people prefer the Twitch interface than the YouTube one. And I think that's valid. How do I say your name? I say it Kaoza, but it's pronounced Kaozia, so it's whatever you want to call me. Call me Ko, K. I think I got a Zia earlier. I have a Yoza every now and then. I have Mother by some people. That's a very interesting way to read Kaoza. But whatever you want. But I call myself Kaoza. Let's see. A little bit of this. I can't wait to draw the coloring and the line art for her white because it's going to look oh so pretty. I just bought tickets to Evo because my friend was supposed to come out. He didn't, and I suddenly work shift changed out of work. Ah, that sucks when that happens. Nothing is worse whenever you feel like you wasted money. I personally, I know this is like not even in the same realm as $150, but when you buy something from a food place and it's like garbage. Like I went to what was it? It was like a night market here in Vegas. And I bought this damn little ice cream cone thing. I need color over here. And it looked special and it was like in a weird U shape. And all it was just like a vanilla ice cream cone with vanilla ice cream and it was $20. And I wanted to I was very upset. And I'm like, I cannot believe I wasted this money on literally nothing. And I thought it was going to be at least like pineapple flavored or something. And it was not. It was just vanilla ice cream. So literally like it was giving Walmart, or excuse me, not Walmart, McDonald's. And I was so upset. I hate when I spend a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. I know culinary is an art and food is an art. So it's like, if it's worth it, I'll pay, you know, I'll pay. I'll be fine with paying because it's like, you know, everyone's time and effort, I think deserves for the most part, recognition via money in this circumstance. But it was literally nothing. And I was so upset. I'm not supposed to, but I'm gonna go grab a snack anyway. Take your time. I don't know why you're not supposed to. I feel like snacks should be allowed, but you know, do whatever. I just ate the forbidden cotton candy in the walls. Is that bad? I'm having type 4. I didn't know there was different types of diarrhea. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a little bad. But are you running a fever? I have some ibuprofen. I have 800 milligrams of ibuprofen over here. What's your career? Full-time anime kitsune girl. Exactly. I am a fox girl. That's the end of it. Let's see. I don't know. I think, yeah, I'm definitely going to color that all the way. I'm not going to add any lighting here. I just got a gaming laptop since I need something to do goofy engineering assignments, but I also need something I can take to work. Oopsie, I'm coloring in the wrong areas. That's fair. I had for the longest time, my main driver was a MacBook. And it served me well, but I could not do like VTubing stuff on this because like a lot of the software is very GPU heavy, and my poor little MacBook could not handle it, so I had to switch. But I love my MacBook to pieces. It is pretty powerful, all things considered, and I love the portability. Call her Oz, like OZ. Okay, that's a new one. I'll add that to my collection. I like YouTube's better. It would be nice if you ever got emotes for channel. Yeah, I will be working on that soon. Again, like I don't even have like memberships up, I don't think. But I would like to do like little emotes and stuff like that. I think that'd be fun. Is this just a digital coloring book, or is this a or did you draw this? I drew this myself, actually. And I drew this a couple days on stream, and it took me 16 hours to draw all this. I was a little rusty, but if you look at my past live streams, you'll see me drawing all of this from start to finish. I have 1,000,000,000% drawn this. And funny enough, a lot of people think my line art looks very good, like coloring book friendly, and I really want to release a coloring book of just my line art. So you guys can all color with me. Yay! That'd be fun getting you guys color. I was like, no wonder why. I was like, why do I have no shading? And then I realized it's because I toggle off that layer. I'm gonna get a sip of water. Should have just gone to CJ's for good ice cream. I've seen CJ's a few times, but I have not been there yet. I just got caught. My mom took the snack. Look at me, I'm a pro and another one in my pocket. Oh god, not the snack attacks. I bought a screwdriver for 30 pounds. The only magnetic part I use to attach the bits doesn't work on the screws. Oh my god, I hate when you do stuff like that. I do like Amazon because like you can return things very easily. OMG, I'm so late. It's 6 a.m. for me. Pip, oh welcome Pip. How are you doing? I appreciate you stopping by in the stream again at least. But don't worry about being late, you know? We all have things to do. There's no stress to catch my little streams. And technically, I'll be here tomorrow. Waste because my dad has screwdrivers to get you. Yeah. Yeah, I completely understand. The way I devour a coloring. Oh, that was interesting. Coloring book. Yeah, I definitely got to do it sometime. I just gotta find a manufacturer because it's like, I want it to be very, very thick cardstock. That way, if people want to use markers, it doesn't bleed through. But that will definitely be coming. Do you play any games? I really don't because this is like my full-time job drawing as an illustrator. Give me a second, guys. Sip water again. And I enjoy it. And so I do a lot of just working on my business and stuff like that. Selling my artwork, and I don't really have a lot of time for video games. And I'm kinda... It's not that I'm a workaholic, it's that I just really enjoy what I do. So I find it more enjoyable to draw than to play video games. Also, I have very, very short patience. And as soon as the video game starts feeling like a chore, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna do chores for free. Video game chores. I wish I could send you my local donut shop's donuts fresh in some way. Best donuts my site. Really? What's the name? I love me some donuts. We have one here in Vegas. Wish any Vegas locals in chat, check out Glazed Donuts. They have a pistachio one and then a really good black sesame one, and they're probably my favorite Vegas donuts. Excuse me. My favorite donuts probably ever. I'm not gonna lie. They're so good. I'm not supposed to have a snack because it's late here. Okay, that's kind of fair. It kind of can hurt your stomach. Actually, your heart rate, I think, changes whenever you eat food right before sleep. And your heart will focus more, excuse me, your body will focus more on digesting the food than it focuses on recovery. So yeah, it's actually a very good thing not to eat close to your bedtime. I think the desired window is like 3 hours before you go to sleep. Because your body prioritizes the digestion than it does recovery. And recovery is very important and the sole reason why we sleep. Would you ever consider digital coloring book? The only thing about that, I like it in theory. But it's just too easy for people to like plagiarize, you know what I mean? And so it's like, because I also I sell digital coloring book pages and coffee that way. Because I'm a little bit more protective because like I have like a brand or whatever. I find that makes me a little bit anxious. So I'd rather do physical ones because I wouldn't want somebody to take the line art, color it, excuse me, the coloring picture, and then resell it. You know what I mean? But because I'm a little apprehensive of that, I'll probably just do physical. And plus, like, there is like a good charm. Like, I mean, for me, like, I'm dying right now doing this digitally. I can understand people would want to. I might do another coloring book contest again. That was fun. I like physical coloring books. Glazed Donuts say list. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. And they're always like really early because I'm a very early eater and they're always open at like 6 or 7. It is so nice. Avon Donuts. Avon Donuts. Man, need some donuts. I have a 5-minute drive from them. It's not fair. Yeah, when you have really close access to donuts, it's game over. That's when the true strength from within comes out because you have to control yourself. And sometimes I can't control myself. I'm a stress eater, so it's really funny is like you'll see how like stressed I am based on like the frequency I get donuts. I get so stressed sometimes. Like there's sometimes where it's like I think I've had like donuts like either 2 days, like 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row. Where it's just donuts, and I'm like, I'm mad stressed. No, it's closed. Aww. I mean, for right now, maybe. I mean, it's gonna open up tomorrow though. That's fair. Oh yeah, they close at 3 because yeah, they're really, really early. They're a really, really early donut chain, and I like it. So I definitely recommend you stopping there though. My bedtime is like whenever I go to sleep. Yeah, I try to go to bed early, but it's just like it's hard to sleep sometimes. I'm so excited for a brand new day tomorrow, and I know that sounds like so cheesy, but but it's so true. Like I get so excited. See, here's that night shift I was talking about. You see how it's kind of like popping up my camera, I think, or my screen. I can't turn it off no matter what because of Apple. But I just get so excited to have like a new day, the next day to make progress, to work on my fitness journey, to work on my art career. I get so excited. I start like trembling and then I can't sleep. And it's always funny because I can't sleep and I'm not getting proper sleep. The next morning I'm like dead and I perform very well or bad at the gym. LOL. I'm just so excited. So excited to live life. That's fair. Yeah. It depends. Like with my, because like this art is like my technically main source of income, I have to be a little bit protective of it. But I think, and thank you for bringing it up to my attention though, a lot of people like the coloring contest because you didn't have to be a good drawer in order to participate. So it's like, I think I would do something like that again for sure. Especially as I, do more like creative contests and stuff like that down the road. But I forgot I had done that actually. This is making me hungry even though I just ate some ramen. Donuts are fantastic. I'm sorry, I'll never be silenced about the donuts. It is so good. And then pistachio. Oh man, when's the next time? I try to be responsible and like whenever I do some hard task or something, that's why I'll get donuts as like a reward. And I'm like, I need to think of another excuse to get donuts. Maybe when I do that live stream doing the giveaway winners, I'll be like, oh okay, this is an accomplishment somehow. I'm coping here. I can get some donuts. There's a Yo Nuts. Yo Nuts. Okay, I tried Yo Nuts. By me, that's why I usually get what everyone does. I was not impressed. You can tell that the ice cream sandwich donuts are their primary like reason to go there. And so I only ate their like the donuts that they had in the window, not the ice cream one, because I'm not a big ice cream fan. And you can tell the regular donuts were a second thought because it was just like they had the flavors on top and that was it, and there was nothing on the inside of the donut. And I'm like, this is the most, it's like sweet, it's like frosted bread. I was so disappointed when I went to Yo Nuts. I tried their Biscoff one, and I think like their strawberry shortcake, and I was like, this is gonna be good. And then I open inside the donut, and it's just like one layer of frosting on the top and then nothing on the inside. I'm like, what is this? But I know because like their whole shtick is ice cream sandwich donuts that they don't really prioritize the standard donuts, but I was was not impressed. The reward system I beloved. Exactly. It keeps us going, you know what I mean? Their hours are now 6 to 1 a.m. Really? Huh. Oh, I see what you're saying. The other night I pulled an all-nighter. That's not good. I was up to like, I think one of the nights I had been up since like 8:30, or excuse me, 2:30. And either I did a 6-hour live stream or what's it called, 8-hour live stream. And I just couldn't sleep, and it's like, what can you do at that point? Let's see. I should totally make fan art for when you get my iPad. Oh, that'd be appreciative. If you actually wait, I do fan art contests, and you can win cool little prizes, so you can always enter one of the fan art contests. That way you kind of like, hit an extra bird with a stone, I guess you could say. I appreciate you, wanting to draw fan art of me. What's your opinion on cronuts? I like cronuts. I really, really, really do. They are really, really good. I like croissants though. It's like they're really heavy though, so you can only eat like one of them. Have you tried mochi donuts? I have, but the funny thing about that is when I lived in Japan is when I would eat them, and they're called pon de rings in Japan, and they're just a standard donut. But then they came to America, and everyone's like, these are mochi donuts, and I'm like, oh, that's very interesting that you guys call them mochi donuts. And I guess like I guess they kind of are mochi donuts if you really think about it. But I always found that funny because it's like they're a standard donut in Japan, as in like we have Krellers and Long Johns, like that's like standard there, or at least at Mr. Donut. But mochi donuts are fantastic. They don't taste like a regular donut though, but they're really really, really good. I'm back. Welcome back, Tomoyo. Unrelated, I found a way to describe my favorite body type to draw. The nurse from Yamsen's body type. I'll have to look up the nurse from Yandere Simulator body type. I don't care for filled donuts personally, except for apple pie ones. Otherwise, just give me classic glaze. Yeah, the classic glaze is a good one. But it's like, how are you going to charge me like $4, $3 or $4 for like a donut that just has like a thin layer of frosting? And like, that's it. Like, you're paying so much because it's like an experience. A donut sandwich, if you will. I think we're doing really good on this shading, if I'm not almost done. When it's a high quality donut shop, plain donuts actually go. Yes, agreed. Agreed. Low key, like Krispy Kreme donuts are really, really good. How often do you do the contest? I try to do it, but I'll probably do them every 6 months if I were to guess. Don't hold my word against me though. But I try to do giveaways, like get a bunch of prizes, so that way I can pick like 10 winners. So I have to gather up all the prizes and stuff like that. And so I like will buy them intermittently and whatnot. So it depends on like if I got the prize pool ready, if I have the contest. I think I forgot to color this. I did. But yeah. I don't want to do them too often to where people feel fatigued or stressed, like always having to enter. But I'm announcing the giveaway. I'm announcing the winners, my most recent one, on I think next Saturday. I think next Saturday is the 15th. Whenever's the 15th. Have you had tofu donuts? I don't think I have. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about that one. When did you live in Japan? Back in my early 20s is when I lived in Japan. And it was certainly an experience. I much prefer America though. I like the personality of Americans. Japan is like America is like people are very, very friendly, kind of like by default. And it feels like more approachable to approach a stranger. In Japan, it doesn't really, I didn't get that vibe. It could be because I'm a foreigner, which is very understandable. Rather not, well, not understandable, but like, I don't want to say, yeah, understandable. I was thinking about it, not reasonable, but understandable. But that's the vibe I got. Long John maple donuts, gross. I'm sorry, that's literally the worst donut. Because like they have nothing on the inside and they're maple. Oh god. I wish donuts weren't so high in calories because I eat them all the time. Yeah. I do a lot of high intensity exercising. Like I'll do like walking like 10 miles at a time. I like exercise for like minimum an hour a day. On average, I'd say more like sometimes 2 to 5 hours a day, which is like not anymore because I'm streaming. But it was not uncommon for me to do exercising for like 5 hours. So donuts were like a great way to not die from the lack of calories. But I will say, in my exercising experiences, the best food to eat in order to be super energized for an exercise, like I like to do long bike rides, like 30 miles, is pizza. Every single time I eat a slice of pizza for breakfast before I exercise, I have the best workout of my life. I guess it's like a mixture of the carbs and the protein, but it works so well for me. Yandere Dev, another local. Yeah, you should have seen it. I don't know if you were in here earlier, Lich and Fish, but somebody was telling me, because like, I don't follow him so closely, but someone was telling me that like he confessed to like a girl like emotionally manipulating him, and the girl was 16. My kitty. And it was so funny. I started choking my water and I had an asthma attack. And so I had to leave like really, really quickly to go find my inhaler. Cause like I was like literally like having an asthma attack. It was so funny. I was like, there's no way. Krispy Kreme cinnamon rolls are best. Oh yes. That's also another donut that's like slept on, is like the cinnamon roll. Like Dunkin' has a really, really good cinnamon roll donut. And they call it, I think they call it a coffee roll. Dang, I wish I knew you did that. I think I've forgotten what we had spoken about. I don't know if you saw it, but I specified the nurse illustration. The nurse's illustration. I think my friend, my rigger, actually did some work for Yandere Dev before he became very infamous. I think she was one of the little character designers. I gotta get a sip of water. Hold on. My local Trader Joe's knows me that's a cookie butter. Cookie butter is so good though, because I'm always buying the spread. Cookie butter is like the best. I will say a very close contender is pistachio butter, but cookie butter is goated. I will be getting some for Christmas, and I'll probably just eat the entire jar. Why not? Oh, buddy. If you guys in chat have not tried Biscoff cookie butter, I implore you to try it. I'm gonna do a little bit higher up here. How much subs do you think I should have to start a fan art contest? It's up to you, because a fan art contest can gain you subs technically. But whatever you feel comfortable. Like for example, I was mostly doing my fan art contest because I have an Instagram with like 40k followers, and I was trying to get rid of a lot of figures because I was sick of them. Because I'm just not into figure collecting as much as I used to be. And I was like, how should I get rid of these guys? And a lot of people suggested a fan art contest. Because I was like, I don't want to just give them away to anybody. And I don't want to, like, I wanted to give it back to my community. And so I was going to do a fan art contest on my Instagram only. But then I'm like, damn, I'm covering too much information. So I did a YouTube video, and the YouTube video did really, really well as far as, what's it called? Performance? I think I got like 20,000 views or something like that, which is good for me. Thank you very much. I think that's very good for me. But it's funny because I was not expecting it because I had not posted on this channel in like a year. So I was like, oh, you know, I'm just using this as a place for people to view the long video. It ended up doing really, really well. So it's up to you. It's whatever you're comfortable with. I think the fan art contest, and mine in particular, was very lucrative because I'm picking a lot of winners. I'm picking like 10 winners. And there's a lot of prizes to choose from. I picked, I did what is it called? I did 15 prize packs that people can choose. So first place gets to choose first. Like you get out of all the 15 different prize packs, first place gets their first pick. And some prize packs are better than the other. And so that way it gave people the option to where it's like, I'm not just saying, okay, well, the first place gets a Miku Nendoroid, second place gets a Rin Nendoroid. That way you feel forced to win something. Because it's like, you know, if you want to go for second place, kind of SOL if you get first place. So I gave people the opportunity to, you know, pick their prize. And I think people really, really appreciated that. And that video did good. So it's like, it's really up to you. I don't have enough information to give you a good, solid answer for that. The contest is what I meant. Oh, that I did the art contest? Yeah, don't worry, I'll do more. I think like, I ended it the day the current ongoing contest, the day I started streaming. So it's like, you know, if you're, anyone who was new to the channel, didn't really have an option, or excuse me, opportunity. But, yeah, quit. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat. What? What? Oh, can you guys hear her? She's meowing. But I will be doing more, more art contests in the future. Give me a second. I gotta let her out before she scratches up the door. Doing the classic cat thing where it's like I open the door, now she leaves and doesn't even want to leave. I heart pistachios. Pistachios are so good. I had a 700 sub, draw this in your style, and I got quite a few entries. I'm at 900 subs now. That's awesome. Yeah, those types of contests, you know, when you get back to people and give people a purpose and a motivation, people really, really appreciate that. And sometimes people just need a small little thing of motivation to get themselves out of like an art block. And so I noticed that a lot of people were commenting that on my art contest. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 29 minutes. Let's give it up for 7 hours and 29 minutes. 30 minutes until I reach my goal. Do you have any Dunkin' Sugar Cookie? I did not, but did you try the Dunkin' Latte? I would kill for the Dunkin' Latte. It was so silly that they took it off the menu. Like, you guys are trying to get attention so badly by having people be like, no, bring it back. Please bring it back. You guys are trying to bait me right now, but it was a fantastic drink. I'll give them that. I know it will return. I know the marketing. They're trying to pull a fast one over us. Prize pack 4, please be mine. I don't remember. Funny enough, I don't remember what even I numbered the prize pack, which first of all, in the video, I couldn't even count. So I was really, really bad with my numbers there. Let's see. Let's add a little bit of shading. Now, metal is very, very hard to shade, I find. But I think we can pull it off. Can't hear cat very well, but I heard a small muffle. Okay, that's actually kind of good because I turned on my noise filter. So kind of like, because sometimes you'll hear cars go by really, really quickly. Like, oh god. I'm at that age where it's like I hear like a car racing and I get upset. It's so dangerous. It really is. Man, did you guys see the drama with Marcus Brownlee speeding? I hate to be one of those people, but like, oh, that was really, really bad. I had a lot of respect for him. Especially he was a really, really good model for the black community. And I don't know, I was just really, really upset. I don't know if anyone was paying attention, but essentially what he did, I feel like it was terrible just to bring it up, not even giving context. He had a video where he was doing like a GoPro review. And he had a video of him like speeding really, really fast in his super fast car, and it was cool, but people noticed that he was kind of blurring some things out. And then in his car, it shows the speedometer in 2 different spots. And it showed he was going like 90 plus. I think 97 or 96. Where was that layer I was coloring on? Was it this one? No. 96. And people were looking at the background, and it was in a like a children's zone, like a school zone. And it was in a residential area. And I'm like, there is like, I understand people speeding. Like, if you want to speed on the highway, I mean, I guess, you know, it's a little bit better. But, like, in an area where it's like there was literally, like, drive slow, children at play. And he tried to delete it. And he was like, oh, I deleted that part of the video of me speeding because it added nothing to the video. And people were like, dude, we saw that you were doing this in a school zone, essentially. And he apologized, which, I mean, I guess, what can you do? But, like, to me, I really lost my desire to watch him. Because it's like, that's an extremely dangerous thing to do. I think it's like whenever you like mess around with other people's lives, that's where it, I draw the line. You got me at an art block with your art contest too, mama. Oh, thank you. I'm saying thank you. Well, I'm saying, I should be saying congratulations. I'm glad to hear that. That's really, really good. Where's my color? There it is. 4 is Land Miku. Oh, that's right. They're right. The, Max Factory 1/6 scale? No, 1/7 scale figures, I think they are. Yeah, that Lynn, I think, arrived with a broken tie. Duncan knew KO's was too strong. They had to remove the Dunk Logic. Yeah, it was so good. It was so, so good. I'm a chicken nugget for real, for real. It was so good. Man, see, like, I can draw for so long whenever I'm streaming. I'm very happy. I just kind of got 400 subs, so I think I should start with a celebration. Yeah, why not? You know? It's always good to celebrate, you know, any type of win. I always forget, like, I don't really check my sub count that much. I'm like, oh, maybe I should do something as a mile marker. I used to do Ask Me Anythings, but, like, I will already ask any... I'll already answer any question. So it doesn't really make any value to be like, oh, I'm doing an AMA, when it's like I already answer every question I've been asked, essentially, or close to them. I ruin the appeal. Can I draw your character case? Sure. I'd love to see that. For my dream figures, I really, really want wing them, but I feel like my entry wasn't good enough. I will see. We will see when I do the art contest. And it's not necessarily about it being good enough. And that's what that's the only thing I have the problem about doing art contests is, you know, you have to understand that there are, you know, a lot of people joining. So there's going to be a lot of losers. And it's like, I really don't want, you know, to hurt anybody. But at the same time, you know, I directly asked my community, what's the type of contest you want for giveaways and stuff like that. And they said art contests. I'm like, okay, you guys are kind of sadists, but okay. But yeah, it's not a, you know, just because if you lose, you know, it's not, it doesn't mean anything, you know, especially because like I'm an arbitrary person. I'm like a human. And, you know, maybe, you know, this person's was the best, but maybe I preferred this other person's because they included a book or something. You know what I mean? So you can't get too hung up about it. So I hope you don't, you know, I hope people don't, you know, get upset. Because I will have to say in the, you know, when I do the live stream, like, you know, hey, there's going to be absolutely nobody being negative. Like saying like, oh, this one should have won. Like, oh, this one's ugly. Because you will be banned from future art contests. Because I do not deal with that, kind of behavior. I'm not a big fan of Duncan on the West Coast. On the East Coast, they killed it. There was one that was in San Diego, but a lot of them are tried in Vegas. You know, there was this one that was really close to what place I used to frequent. And 50% of the time, they did not get my order correctly. So I know exactly what you mean. All right, let's try a little bit over here. I think I lost respect for Marquez when he released that app just to get... Yeah, that was the first one. That one I was like, okay, maybe he's just... I can't even say he's dumb because he's a very educated man. And he has like, I think like what, a PhD or something or a doctorate? I was like, that was a little tone deaf. But then that, with the speeding. Oh no, my dear. Oh no. And the fact that like he tried to originally censor the footage, like if you're gonna do a crime, at least like, you know what I mean? Like don't make it so obvious. The fact that he thought we were so dumb that he could just censor, oop, my pencil's dying. But guess what? I have a second Apple Pencil. I thought in advance. But the thought that he could just fool us and like censor it. My dear, some people don't know their audience very well. People who are more likely to focus on tech reviews are pretty smart people usually. Let me get my new Apple Pencil. So, Danke, thank you in German. I sub to you. Congrats, Narayan, you got a sub. That's good. If I lose my husband, Juan will come for me. If I lose my husband, okay. As long as your husband Scaramouche comforts you, that's really good. You guys have a very supportive relationship. Did I just hear Kaoza say she she is like a human? Kaoza reptile confirmed. True. Kaoza is a fox shiki. That is true. That's exactly what a reptile would want us to think. He only has a bachelor's. I thought there was a big deal where it's like he was been secretly working on like a doctor's or something. I mean, I didn't know it was there's no way it was just an honorary, because I saw like his post. Like, there's no way it was just an honorary. Because yeah, I know exactly what you mean. We made like this big, you know, thing like I'm a PhD or something. All right, let's see if this is connected. Oh yeah, look at that. Back in business, guys. Hold on. Oh yeah, second Apple Pencil coming in clutch. For some reason, the first one yesterday didn't charge, so I had to do that. That's all Wikipedia says. Yeah, I thought it was like, he may have announced it on Twitter, but I mean, if that's the case, I mean, that's the case, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised, because like, yeah, it's like, he's like a full-time like reviewer, so like, I was like, how did he is very, very cool for pulling that off. Well, that could be real. Let's do this. I'm really bad at drawing medals. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. We are at 7 hours and 40 minutes almost. Yeehaw! Like medals, I'm just like coloring anywhere and be like, I hope this turns out good. Usually does. Usually. I think after this, I'm gonna make me some tea. I do look forward to my little after stream tea. I make me some nice dandelion tea. Very tasty. And I put half and half. Like the coffee half and half at my tea instead of milk. And it makes it taste fantastic. Why are you yelling? Being rude. Cats are very, very cute. Miss Metal Miku. I can't wait to see the updated visual for the Miku Expo. I'm assuming there's gonna be another Miku Expo next year. I can't wait to see what the new visuals are like. I always like seeing like big Miku designs like that. I was not a huge fan of the... I felt like nobody was talking about it. The 2024 Magical Mirai Miku. Like, it's not that it was bad. I just feel like it kind of looked like a little bit of a prize figure. But I saw nobody talking about it. A lot of people really like the, 2023 Magical Mirai Miku? That one was really, really cool. I just never got a chance to draw it. Gotta get some water. If my cat hears me on the phone, he goes crazy. You know what? If I'm talking on the phone, my cat goes bonkers. It's really, really weird. I'm like, are you reacting to the person you're hearing, or are you reacting to me talk on the phone? Like, only phone, if I talk to people in real life or on the headset with gaming, he's quiet. The second I answer on a phone call, he's meowing loud enough to summon all the cats in Vegas. That's funny. It's very, very cute. Oh, God. I'm losing a little bit of stamina, but I will persevere. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, look at that. I think that looks really good there. We'll continue, and I will reach my goals. Yeehaw! Let's see a little bit. I think right here would be smart. We'll see. I have a primal urge to look at my 6,000 scar photos saved to my gallery. That is a lot of Scaramouche photos. Tomoyo? I don't even know if I have that many photos of my cat. That is a lot of photos, my dear. Yeehaw! Like throwing in a yeehaw every now and then. Go back to my roots. Let's see. Should I do it like that? A little more like this. Like, man, silver? It's like a silver bell Miku. Like, they should have called her Silver Bell Miku. She looks like a silver bell. This is such a cool looking Miku. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna get my ass beat whenever I do the transparent layer, though. That's for sure. No, Magical 2023 Miku was ugly to me, and the one from this year was good. Really? The 2023 was very, very unique. But I could, because it's like, it was like a tomboyish, like, punk style, so I could understand people have an aversion to that. This one was just like, to me, it just reminded me of like a prize figure. And it's not that prize figures are bad, it's just like a very simple kind of scheme. I guess maybe because like the fact that it was such a huge difference from the first. Like, excuse me, the last Magical Mirai kind of caught me off guard. I was like, I didn't find anything wrong with it, but sometimes it's just the Miku designs don't do anything for me. Like, this year's Snow Miku really didn't do anything for me. I was like, I don't know. It was like, it's like, it's not bad. I actually kind of like how it's shiny. But it just wasn't. It was not neurons firing for me. Let's see how this looks. I don't think that's too bad. Not a comment about your pace or anything, just a curiosity. Does a streamer slow down your pace? Does streaming slow down your pace? As Illustrator now, I find audience always makes me slower when I do things. I can't really say for certain because I haven't drawn a chibi in a very, very long time. And so I'm a little rusty. So it could be because I'm a little bit rusty. But at first, it was really, really hard to stream and draw at the same time. But I'm kind of getting the hang of it. And if anything, it kind of helps pass the time. Like, for example, like, I find this metal to be very, very boring. And, you know, because I'm talking and doing this at the same time, I'm not, like, super concentrating on what I'm doing. So it helps me in that aspect. But I can't really say for certain, because I think it really what it is I'm just rusty. Because earlier when I was focusing on the, what's it called? The little thing on the hair I was struggling with. I wasn't really chatting, because I was really, really concentrating. But I was failing. I'm doing much better now, I think. Well, I mean, that's because I just completely avoided it. LOL. But I don't know. I think it's one of those things that come with muscle memory over time. Like I said, that's why I'm really focusing on stamina right now. I've been trying to do like 8-hour live streams, so it becomes more like easier for me. Yeah, it's almost 7,000. I love him so much. I have a whole separate folder of gender swap Scara. Oh god. Both Scaras. You are truly, I think, probably the biggest Scaramouche fan I know. Tomoyo. I have 3 cats, and it's only my oldest cat that does it when I'm on my phone. Oh, that's cute. I love when cats meow, though. My cat's meowing is so precious. Oh, babies. Like, what are you saying? What are you trying to say right now? I got the vibe. Okay. I'm not even gonna look. Well, I probably shouldn't. Let me not be irresponsible. Let's see. Those little shoes. I'm gonna have to fix those shoes in a minute. Yeah, silver and blue is making such a fantastic combination. It's pretty close to being my favorite Miku I've ever drawn. Like, it's a very muted blue. Oopsie. Is that supposed to be silver? Give me a second. It is. I colored that incorrectly. Scara boobs and Scara pecs both are still cute. I'm straight, but it's okay to appreciate a cute girl. I agree. Coloring it right now. Okay. Coloring is hit or miss for me as far as enjoyment sometimes. So I hope you enjoy your coloring. Have you ever tried to come here, trick on the cats? It's like in cat language. Maybe. I've tried doing the audios and stuff. To get my cat to I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, little kitties. Oh, like the ma-ah thing? Okay, this needs to be... Where's my silver? Where's our silver? Our silver bells. Let's see, it's this one. Yeah, I think I've heard of that actually. I tried it, it didn't work. My cat is also spicy girl and stubborn. Yeah, sometimes my cat cares about me, sometimes it doesn't. Give me a second. Sip of water. Hello, Basurara Ren. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome back, I probably should say. I'm coloring this Miku, and I think... Oops, I'm drawing right now. I think she's turning out pretty good. I'm dying a little bit. Oh, look at that. Oh, good God. She looks so good. Look at that. My best winter Miku at the minimum. But it's very, very closely tied with my other very recently done English V3 Miku. Do you like the historical Scaramouche too? Oh, like the actual person? I forgot. Isn't that an actual person? I know that in the it's that one song by Queen. Let me clear my throat again. Hold on. Actually, I'll get a cough drop. Ooh, buddy, this Miku is taking forever. Oops. I think she'd look really, really pretty as a standee too, though. I want to debut in October since it's my birth month, but it could be October 2028 or 2025. I literally don't know. Yeah, you know, I really wanted to do for the longest time December 1st. And, yeah, I did want to do it last year, but I was not mentally ready. So I waited for this year. I think there is no harm in waiting until you're perfectly ready. And yes, people will say you'll never be perfectly ready, and I agree. But until you're more comfortable is what I mean to say. It's always so wonderful watching your streams. Thank you. You're so kind. I appreciate that. Especially since I just started streaming. I'm having a lot of fun, though. Let's see. A bit slow. I'm doing, I'll get there. I'll get a little quicker eventually. Hopefully. Would you be there for my debut even if it was 2028? Probably. I will probably be here as the Fox VTuber in you guys' YouTube app forever. I have nothing better to do. But yes, I'll probably be there. There's no rush. Let's alpha lock this. Oh, I look at that. I started that and did not finish it at all. LOL. Lol. Watching you draw makes me want to draw. You should. A lot of people say that actually. And that's really, really good. You always gotta, you know, be inspired. You know, when you are inspired, like, you know, take that. Take that and run with it. Metal takes so long. When you're inspired to have the power to inspire. Exactly. And then every time you inspire someone, you get stronger. And it's just a win-win situation. I missed this. Oopsie, why are we not, coloring? Since your model art is almost done, I was wondering, would live 2D run on 2009? Absolutely not. I can't even verify, but absolutely not. If my dad let me use his PC, or do I have to wait and save up for our own PC? You'll probably have to save up for your own PC. Like, I don't, like a lot of these VTubing softwares, like, for example, I'm, let's see real quick. I am running, only 40% GPU usage, 11% CPU usage, but I have a Threadripper CPU and I have a 4090 GPU. Because it just takes a lot of, processing power to run OBS, which is this broadcasting service, like this broadcasting software that you see the feed on, like the visuals. And then the live 2D tracking is also another thing that takes up a lot of processing power. And then when I do my Shoost screens, that takes up another amount. Not you. Yeah, you're definitely gonna need a high power PC. I have to go soon. I'm gonna post a drawing of you. Will you check it out after stream? Yeah, I think you said you're gonna post it on YouTube. Mother Chaosa. Click 6. Yeah. I'll check it out after for sure. I appreciate you stopping by though. You've been here for a while. There's some VTubers that started doing some weird hookup that let an iPhone handle live 2D and chat. Yeah, that's what I do actually. I use a iPhone model to and I plug it into my PC, and that's how I do my model tracking. Funny enough, I don't even know any other way. Windows 7 was the best OS Microsoft made. Yeah. I will say, okay, everyone shits on the 11, but so far I haven't had any problems with it other than they're like trying to change the icon for copy and paste. Other than that, I have not really had any problems with it. Oops, I did not do that again. Yeah, iPhone has 3D sensors, so the face tracking can be better than a webcam. Yeah, it's really, really good. Windows XP, true. Windows XP was really good. I hate that they're making Windows look more like Mac. Yeah. I like Mac, I'm not gonna lie. I hate how they both try so hard to be different from each other. Excessively. Where are you at, you little bastard? Where are you? There you are. It's like, you're just trying to be different right now. You're being corny. I meant the rigging, not the tracking. Yeah, like the rigging takes more processing power than the tracking does. Because you have to have a bunch of like layers and points and bones on your model to have everything flowing together, because it's physics that's involved in this. Like, you know, like you see how like my hair will move around, but like not my eyeballs. I mean, of course, if my, okay, so if I close my eye, you know, my eyes aren't going everywhere. So it's like a lot of physics involved with the software. So it's a pretty heavy resource heavy thing. You might be better off just because you have to also pay for the live 2D software. Give me a second. And it's a monthly subscription, and it takes a while to learn the software. So you might be better off just, you know, paying someone to do the rigging, similar to how I did. Bye-bye, Cliz. I really appreciate you stopping by. I will see you later. I'm not a fan of Windows 11 taking a screenshot of your desktop every minute for analytics. I mean, if this is how I find out. Good God. Everyone's always trying to spy on you. My Microsoft body said don't upgrade 11 until they put an end date to the free upgrade. That's true. That's a good one. I'm drawing my model on mobile. Yes, it can export on PSD. Okay. It still doesn't, I mean, the Live 2D software is a pretty rigorous software, if I'm not mistaken. No, there's a 40-day trial and most people learn it in a week. I mean, it depends if you want it to be good or not. Of course, you can learn it in a week, but will it be really, really good? Like, for example, like, my model's rigger has a lot of experience. Why is this not showing up? Okay, we got it. Where are you? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong layer. That's fair. Yeah, and when it comes to VTubing, and this is advice for pretty much anyone, like, a lot of it comes down to the optics of everything. Like, how well does everything look? If you want to be successful. If you want to do it for a hobby, do whatever, you know, have whatever quality style model or whatever. But because the market, why is this not? Oh, I alpha locked it. I'm a silly Billy. If you want to, you know, retain an audience and get an audience to, you know, give you the chance to check out, you have to invest in yourself because there's so many VTubers nowadays. So again, it's up to your goals. If you just want to do it for fun, you know, sure, do it yourself. But if you want to have like a really nice product that people enjoy looking at and enjoy more likely, it's better to have a very high quality model. And I was very thankful because I was able to draw my own model, so I saved a lot of money in that aspect. But I paid, I think almost $3,000 for the rigging on this thing. And it's definitely worth it because it's like my model is very, very well done. But my friend, Stella, I'm throwing them under the bus right now. They did their own rigging. And there's a reason why I call them Flat Stanley. Because it's very, very introductory and we're good friends, so it's fine that I bully them. But it's very, very rudimentary rigging. And it can be very hard to succeed if you want to be a VTuber, like a successful VTuber, I guess you could say, if you have low quality rigging and a model. And that's why, again, like I've always promoted people saving up for these things, because I've been saving up for my model and my whole layout and whatever for 2 years. Because I do, you know, I want to give people something nice to look at. And it's more enjoyable to look at. Yeah, there's a free trial of i2D. My model is whole body, so it's easier to... Oh, half body. I see. I mean, again, it's up to you if you are fine with, I guess, I don't know. I have never really seen a whole lot of people start from zero. And it could be, you could be the record breaker, you know what I mean? Start from zero to nothing with Live 2D, because it's a very, like, a lot of people underestimate how hard of a software is. And I think I can't even learn it myself because it's like, it's really, really hard. Well, I could, but it's like, you know, I couldn't do it at a good proficiency, you know, so that's why people are always hiring others to do it. Hi, Deanne Day EP. How are you doing? I'm drawing this Miku right now. I gotta get a sip of water. Hold on. There's a free trial and a free version. Oh, I did not know that, actually. I'm assuming it's probably like a limited of nut layers or something. I'm not sure, though. Unless we're talking about Windows. I don't know if we're talking about Live 2D or Windows. Yeah, Windows 10 will stop getting support next year. I think that's such a short time frame. That kind of stresses me out, because it's like, why are they having us upgrade our operating system? Yeah, free version of Live 2D. Okay, that's fair if you can learn on it. But yeah, I mean, I've always, again, it depends on your goals. Like, if you want to be a successful VTuber, you have to kind of, you know, put a little bit of work into it, because it's very competitive. It's kind of like if you want to have a successful business, you kind of have to put a lot of work into it, just because it's so competitive. And, you know, the materials to learn are so frequent nowadays. So it's like a lot of people get into VTubing. So of course, it always depends on your goals. Let me see this heel. I see no point in full body models because it's never shown. I mean, it depends. It depends on what you want to do. But that is a fair assessment. But you know, some people like the full body experience. Here we go. Yeah, unlock here. There we go. Here I am, guys, in all my beauty. I feel like I look hilarious this far back. Oh, I should like talk really, really far back here. You're such a high quality standard. It's honestly inspiring. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think like for me personally, what's really, really worked is if I keep myself to a high standard, people will appreciate that. Because I really, really do. I want to have a high standard for my creation, my artwork. And if people see that I'm investing into myself with my work and my you know, business, for example, I think they appreciate that a lot. Full body models are great so they can show off their feet. Exactly. You always need the feet, you know, feet moments. Yeah, I hate how the fact that they, I don't know, easily... I feel like Windows 10 just came out the other day.